not the end of the world. I'm just a bit sad. Is LEC still going on? G2SK still happening? Okay, G2 two of them, thank God. Hello everyone. How is that getting captured? What is even capturing that? GG leaked.
To shave your head. I'm just noticing now you're sitting between the bottom and what's going on with all this hair?
What's going on with his hairline as well? Do you see that? Oh, my hairline is shagged.
Yeah, maybe I do.
Oh,
if you don't hate bald people, you'll
Have you guys seen my hairline?
By the end of this.
Have you seen this thing?
Okay, you'll join us soon.
Okay.
You'll join us soon.
It's the
we'll
Ethiopian hairline, baby.
Let's take a look at the standings.
Hey, Vulcan, let's see your hairline.
Going into week 3. Get a little wave. Get a little wave from Vulcan.
It's good.
Currently, Team Liquid sitting at first place with 2-0 and 4-1 game record. Cloud9 right on their heels, 2-0 in series, but 4-2. And I think the big surprise for me, guys, is Sentinels down there at the 0-2, a top 3 team from last split, still yet to pick up a series win.
Yeah, it's a little painful. It's a little painful, especially with what I expected to be a nice swift.
All right, sure.
Like, they started the split poorly.
Because I'm in a good mood.
And then they were really ramping up, and I felt like we were going to see.
As you can tell, I'm also standing up for
the spring, and that hasn't showed itself just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Impact on the pros episode with you.
Right, we're a little bit fucking orange, aren't we?
Very positive.
A little bit fucking orange.
From their losses, from their scrims, and that
properties, configure video.
Getting on the same page about things. So we'll see if that starts to show itself. But I mean, it is tough, right? There's a very competitive midfield, and they are going to have one of those matches here today. They're going to have the opportunity to go up against FlyQuest. So if Sentinels can get a win on the board, it's really competitive, I feel like, from kind of like 3rd, 4th, all the way through the bottom.
That's true, that's true. I will say DSG is in a similar boat of like, hey, we're in the upper bracket just last split, and now we're struggling. So they definitely
beat Sentinels, though.
That's true, that happened.
They're 1-1.
That's all they need.
They could tie Cloud9 in the standings if they win here today. They'd both be 2-1, Raz.
What you gonna say about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the orange lighting going in my room. It's just easier on my eyes because what I used to do is I actually used to have the white. I used to have the whiter lighting. I used to have the whiter lighting, and I felt like it was kind of straining my eyes a little bit because it would be it would be pointing at me. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways.
It's time to talk about fantasy.
Yo, what's up,
because
Sarah?
we have our current standings for the LCS Fantasy. Shout out Emily Rand
What is happening to these bald people down at the bottom?
Yeah, this is we gotta bump up our numbers here.
Yeah.
Wow, Emily's in first? I don't believe you. Whoa, Emily's goated and in first place? Yo, I actually don't believe you.
Playoffs?
I will say, my fantasy roster.
How quick is the partner streak? Oh, fucking fried, bro.
You have an excuse.
We're gonna have to rebuild it.
I don't know what happened, but
We're for sure gonna have to rebuild it.
From one day to from the first day of LCS to the second day of LCS, it changed.
Well,
so I lost some points there.
That's unfortunate for you. I'm happy I'm still ahead of you, but let's take a look at your roster for this week. Talk me through what you got, Azale.
I just want to say this quickly. Just a reminder for everybody out there. The reason why we're keeping track of the casters is that the end of the regular season, you will have to have I think it was the winner.
I've been testing jungle clears for 4 hours. Set Jin viable. We're gonna blow you up, Twin. We are gonna blow you up, bro.
I mean, I just think it's boring to pick all the same teams, so I'm trying to play for the team bonus, to be honest, because I'm just kind of.
We are gonna blow you up. What are we are?
And so I'm thinking through some of the matchups. I'm trying to think about the players that I think will actually like have their value go up in points.
Yeah.
Because that's honestly a big thing with this fantasy system is picking up someone who's going to have a good week, even if they're low. Sajed is about as low can get. Yeah. So I'm hoping Sajed.
Jin Jungle has a nice ring to it. Don't let him win, bro.
Strategy as we'll take a look at my one next here. I want to go for
Don't let him win.
This is the first time I think I've gotten the 25% multiplier buff, and I went the top lane as kind of the dump stat there with Fudge.
That is correct.
Don't let him win.
Human being.
Sorry about the music. I just realized. I still want to listen to the music. I'm gonna mute the music on stream.
Named after chocolate, but either way, the way coaches work is they get the cumulative
I'm sure,
points.
like, if you're watching on Twitch, that might be a little bit overstimulating.
Coaches average, even though they haven't won that many games, I still think is going to do well, and I'm happy to get everybody else. So that's my thought process.
I will say, there's one person that should feel ashamed.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely Captain Flowers. I know when we were talking about doing fantasy as a roster, like, he was like, I don't know, man, I haven't really thought about it. He doesn't do fantasy. But he's not changing his team at all. He's kept it the same from the first week to the second week.
And it wasn't even him that set the roster, right?
Yeah,
call him out for that.
Our stats guy gave him the first week's
The
roster.
stats guy is giving him the answers. It's cheating and laziness at the same time, which I will say.
Wait. What's going on here?
I will say I'm keeping the same core that was successful last week.
Okay.
He's one of them, just the pick Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Full Team Liquid.
La-dee-da,
Rules
look at
for you,
Razor.
not for me.
What a master stroke this is.
Including the former Team Liquid
Let's
assistant
pick the
coach
team in
Swiffer.
first place
Look,
and take all their players.
No, I like hedging your bets.
Any chance we could get a fantasy going for the community? I don't feel like my community is big enough nor cares.
I recognize his
I mean,
abilities as the
tell me if I'm
former
wrong.
assistant
Like,
coach
I'll
of
happily
Team
make it
Liquid.
if there's like
He's
enough.
supposed to keep the
If
team
there's enough.
going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spiritually
And
still
I
on
couldn't
Team
afford
Liquid.
anyone else.
Yeah.
If there's enough like interest,
You can
I'll
join
do
the
it from
fantasy
next week.
fun by going to lcsofficial.gg.
If it's still
Make sure to set your
doable from
rosters,
next
hop
week
into
or even
any
maybe
of the
next split.
leagues. But that leads us into another conversation that we want to have.
But I
because
feel
this is
like
always
feel
fun
like
at this
my
time of the year.
community of
It's
people
only been
maybe is
2
not caring
weeks.
so much.
We barely have any games, so it's time for our way too early Kia MVP candidates discussion.
I'm ready for this one.
Yeah. Do we want to give our thoughts first? Because I know that we had some fan takes for that as well. Raz, if you're ready,
Let's do it.
What's your front runner?
You know what's so funny? Because when you look at Team Liquid, immediately you would think that it'd be like Yon or Quid, right?
Yeah.
That team was built. It's Jose Dioto and Morgan, right?
Right?
Now,
Oh yeah, Don
it feels
Jake's
like
dad
Jose
sending that
just
to
got
him would
it.
actually
Ever since he
be
had
crazy.
that Lee Sin game, where he completely took over in what I felt was going to be a difficult game for Lee Sin.
Also,
Lee Sin to do
actually,
well.
hold on.
And then had
Is
the
that
Pantheon game,
is
he's just been
David
on fire.
Shynock? Is David
Thanatos
Shynock
has been
streaming?
fantastic. I think Thanatos has been really.
Is David
really good for
Shynock
Cloud9,
streaming?
So, I think the way too early first couple weeks. Those would be the two that are kind of top of mind for me.
Has he won player of the game yet, though? I think is the big question.
Is David Shynock streaming?
I don't remember
No.
either. Let's hear from the fans, though, because we got some fan
Yeah,
takes
he
on
is.
this
I
topic.
follow him though. Where is he?
Rebellion has been steadily
Oh, I'm
improving
lying.
throughout the split, and honestly, with Zinni's rapid growth.
How long has he been live for? Oh, he's been live for 47 minutes.
I think the
Okay,
MVP
I just don't know if
is a great split,
I
and
wasn't
my
sure if he'd
favorite
spoken about the
prediction,
thing yet.
I think it's going to be contracts for
If he
Zinni.
put his stream on, I'm gone.
Some
I wanted to know how he
contracts
was gonna try and defend the video,
contracts
bro.
for Zinni.
Contracts has been smurfing.
You need to
I will
stop
say,
co-stream right
week
now.
one,
According to
he was going
FlyQuest, you are
crazy.
currently killing
Week two, in the
esports.
loss, his Poppy game was amazing. So, what
I'm wondering if he made that take before week 2, though. I'm wondering.
Eyes on the road.
So it is written. So it is written.
Wait, yeah, that's a good. I didn't even pay attention to that.
Chelsea are dog shit. What did they do? They're 0-0 versus United right now.
PSA for anybody sending in fan takes.
He's driving on a closed track.
In a safe environment.
Closed
Yeah,
track.
it's like the carpool karaoke. There's a truck
There's
pulling
no one
them.
there.
It
There's
was all
absolutely
staged.
no one. It's for the aesthetics.
It was all
right?
staged.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to show that on broadcast? I don't know.
He's just chilling.
He
He's
may be
just-
going to jail, but thank you for the take.
Thank you for the take. You know what?
If Wanda turned off the stream right now, I would put the NBA playoffs on main monitor instead of second monitor and not watch the LCS.
Zinni is just a no
Yep.
right now.
I'm killing the LCS.
No.
There you
At
go.
least the first game.
Nope.
He had a
Nope,
really
that means
good
I'm killing
game,
it.
But can you honestly say, if we're talking MVP,
That means I'm
can you
killing it.
honestly
That's
say
what it
he's
means.
been better than
It's true.
Quid?
Absolutely not.
And that's where, like, I know I've been the Shopify guy on the broadcast. I've cursed them a little bit here.
True.
Even I'm not going to go that far and say that anybody at Shopify deserves it.
If you can't make a strong argument that you're the best in your role, you can't even be in the conversation.
Yeah.
I like
Unless
that
it's a
point, yeah.
future proofing, you know? Maybe
Sure.
like by the end of this.
But contracts, I could see an argument.
I could see an argument. And hey, at the end of the day, it's
Bro,
just
I love
trying
off
to
contracts
find
to
the track.
death,
The track
but
is they had a great early week. or
watching
two,
them games that got
and then
played
maybe it gets
this
better
week,
from there.
them
Great
them
early
EWC
games.
qualifiers.
Yep.
Building that.
Great
Shadow,
early games.
Son?
Shadow's MVP. Let's hear what Shadow has to say.
Okay, I'm listening, Shadow. By the way, is the audio of the
Hi, my name is Shadows, and my
Of the
way
stream
too
good?
early MVP for the spring split is Griffin. And yes,
Fair
I know
vote.
that's a very hot
Fair
take.
shake.
My reason for saying that, though, is because start of spring split Griffin and start of winter split Griffin look like two completely different frickin' players. Like,
Jabloni Jungle's called into the show?
completely
Please
different.
call in, bro. We need to see
I
your
think
face
he's
on the
gonna
screen.
continue leveling up through the split, and I think by the end of the split, he will be a all-pro jungler. Whether that's
Okay.
second team or third team, that depends on Blabber and his ability to choke.
He's
in
just
important
downgraded in
matches.
front of
He's
the
just
That's
changed
crazy,
it.
yeah.
I
Whoa!
do believe he will be
Wow.
a top 3 jungler, and he is going to be a
Started with
reason why
MVP.
FlyQuest is
He
going to
said all
finish
pro.
in the top
Then
half.
second team. Now it's third team.
Okay, you know, I'll say first of all, shout out to Keith, man. Also, he made a point about Griffin having like a much better start to spring split than back
Lock-in.
in split 1. Lock-in, his week 1 was crazy. He didn't keep that momentum in week 2 necessarily, but like that week, or at least the debut on the volley bear, like that's what stood out to me. So I guess maybe the argument is more like week 2, what he did to Kryra last week. That's kind of the big
Week
argument.
2,
here.
what he did to Kryra, if you could isolate it down there, he's in the
That's
conversation.
MVP.
sure.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
as
He
a
has to do
lawyer-
that every other week.
As a lawyer for Shadows, maybe he's using the same idea of like MVP as most valuable to his team. He doesn't have to be the best player in the league,
Yeah.
which I've always thought was a fraudulent discussion.
Ooh.
You know, so throw that out there. I got your back, Shadows.
He's been playing well though. Let's. We have another take here. This one comes from Alpha the Prophet.
Oh, this better be good.
Everyone, step aside. This is gonna be the only take you'll hear that you'll think about and be like, "This actually makes sense."
Sorry, I'm muted.
It's cryogen. It is evidently cryogen. He's looked great in
Alright.
every single game he's played. He's mechanically outplayed all of his opponents. He looks like the best support in North America.
I was saying, who was messaging, who was telling David Shynock I was talking about him because he just messaged me on Twitter and asked if I wanted to talk.
Let's be real, Raz.
So I said, who's the rat?
They have been a really
I don't
good
mind.
volley.
I'll chat to
Yeah,
him,
yeah.
like
I
just
will
whilst
say
we're in
that. I
pregame.
think he's in the conversation for being best couple supports for sure. MVP
Nah,
is
lab,
always
you're
so hard,
kidding.
right? Because you have to be the best player in the league.
Yeah.
Especially for support, because you don't get a lot of opportunities to like mechanically show off.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
crying.
especially not in this meta where it's enchanter meta. I think that makes it a lot harder to kind of really shine. You know, generally when you have MVPs coming from support, it's always in like hard engage metas where
Yeah.
you're playing a lot of Bard and Alistar and champions like where you can be a little bit more flashy.
I'm trying to remember the
I think
last time.
Cryogen has been fantastic.
The last time we had a support MVP was probably Afromu. I'm trying to think like when the last time we. Well, actually, Core
Probably
JJ.
Core
did.
won one,
He
I think.
won, yeah. Okay.
Core and Afro, but there's not.
It
a
rarely
lot.
happens.
It's very rare.
Yeah.
Rarely happens, yeah.
So,
But I like
yeah.
to take as a support main. Yeah, let's get some more MVP
Yeah.
supports in there, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm pretty much supportive of that discussion. I feel like when Core JJ, was it the split where he was just like constantly roaming, finding the play on top lane? Like that's what he has found a lot of, I think, success off of is just like being able to play engaged champions and then single-handedly like control the early game.
Yeah.
So I'm not really feeling with that one. But I'm interested in DJ's take on who is the way too early MVP.
Okay,
Lamp, relax.
be real with me for a moment. Inspired,
real again,
Yo, what's up, bro?
Blues, they're doing all right. You know who's really the most valuable player in the league right now? The #1 player
spoiler.
carrying the corpse of Team Liquid right now. the face of the
crazy.
Scrimbucks, Senor Jose Diodo.
We did him dirty because his build-up was kind of
Wow.
sick.
Yeah, I
The
like
tension
build.
was building.
Yeah.
Lower third comes in, Jose Diodo.
He
And again-
randomly fires a crazy shot at TL.
Look, we're just being real.
We spoiled him.
We're just
They
being
did.
real.
We
in our
actually did
takes
spoil
right
them.
now,
Be
okay?
real.
But he
Prod-
agreed.
production.
I'm also on the Jose Diodo train.
Production,
I like
man.
that take. I think that's
Good take.
Yeah.
Good
the
take.
best one so far. yeah.
Random shot at TL was funny too.
Didn't watch LEC this morning. Did they still have comments on screen?
TL,
I
the
didn't watch the
first
broadcast, so I
place
don't
team
know.
in the league.
Okay, chat, we're going to talk to David Shynock about the
Red
FlyQuest
Dead
video real
Zombie
quick
right
because
there.
we're in
Yeah.
disagreement
I
and he
like
wants
that
to,
That was good.
I
That was
suppose, maybe
actually
know why.
perfect.
All right,
So-
we have another.
Hello, hello.
What up, boss? How we doing?
Good, man. How about you?
Oh, you know, Twitter replies are always fun. Fun way to randomly open up your
Did
social media.
the Horde, did the Horde notice?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, so I had no clue. Originally, I opened up Twitter and just the replies to that video, like just really like it's not that like people were going against it, but it's like, those 30, 40 like tweets that just out of nowhere for an account that doesn't really have that many people following it. It's like, okay, what happened here? And finally somebody was like, oh, Cajal reacted to it on stream, which makes sense.
Right. Yeah. It was a video of all time. Was how I
take it you didn't like it. I got halfway through your YouTube reaction before I had to go live and start everything here.
Oh, right. Well, didn't like it is like, how do I phrase it? I think the video packaged itself as something it wasn't. Right?
How do you see it then?
The video to me, what it presented to me was that it was going to talk about how co-streaming and like content creation and content creators subsequently, because that's what it started to kind of pivot towards, how their interactions and how they've been integrated or lack thereof, or poor integration with esports orgs, etc., has been poor, and in some instances obviously damaging the main broadcast's ability to exist, which it did talk about, but it talked about at a very surface level without really giving any nuanced angles or takes, which, considering it's not necessarily a personal video and it's like a video from an org and obviously the guy narrating it, I kind of understand why it was a little bit watered down in that regard, but still, I think especially in the current landscape and kind of the discussions that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, and the timing of this upload, it just felt very tone deaf for this video to come out in its form without actually adding anything new to the conversation. It basically presented the problems, didn't even really think about presenting any kind of solutions, which the video is not obligated to do, but again, I think when it's packaged the way that it is, it's maybe like kind of suggesting it might, and it doesn't.
So I guess that's where I would contest first. You don't think this video offers a solution?
Well, what it its air quotes solution is basically try and put content creators in position, content creators who care and air quotes provide substance, in positions to, I suppose, deliver content.
I mean, is that not though? Like, this is, I guess, my crux of why I found it to personally be a good video. Is that not the whole crux of the argument from the org side? Or not even argument from the org side, but like, isn't that the biggest problem at the moment? Is like, if you're analyzing this from like a cause, effect, and solution point of view, FlyQuest has an obligation in this video, in my opinion, to give something. You are a part of the problem, quote unquote. You have to offer a solution. This cannot just be an informative video when you have a claim in this. So the solution is, hey, like, co-streamers are here to stay. Like, even though we're telling you the problems of it and we're telling you the pitfalls that have happened up to this point, they still are here. We still have an obligation to make sure that we're putting our best front forward on it. And we believe that our creators are going to be a more unique angle for that. Now, is that execution going to work? That's something only time can tell. But to me, that's presenting an answer to the problem with what they can do in this moment, without obviously going into the, hey, much deeper issues of like Riot systematic issues and beyond.
Well, then, from the stance that you seem to have, would you suggest, like, forward-facing completely, that people like Cajal and Dom and Yamato and some of the other like big English-speaking co-streamers and content creators haven't, like, I don't want to say this is what you're saying, but I want you to be careful with what you're saying. Would you be suggesting that they haven't or don't provide substance? Because
no, they provide substance in a different way. They're not tied. Well, okay, Dom is a little bit different because he's with C9, so like he is more in this bubble than most other people. Cajal was in that bubble when he was with Fnatic, when Fnatic gave him rights to co-stream on behalf of them, and he was part of the org. But he's not now. He's independent. He provides a completely different value than somebody whose objective is proxy of org. That's a drastically different situation between the two. Cajal has his own individual value. Orgs need to provide a completely different one through their creators.
I'm a bit lost on what you're trying to say here. Could you potentially elaborate a little bit from a slightly different angle, and maybe I hop on here.
I guess the angle is like Cadrill's not signed to an org. Cadrill is an independent creator, which has its own individual goal of trying to make people fans of you independently, which is fine. I know people have their issues with that, but it's ultimately fine.
I'll jump in on that line first. I don't think that's inherently true. I would look at someone like Dom as an example, who spent years championing the LPL, right? Like that was his thing because he was passionate about the league and he liked the league.
Yes.
And I would say, and I think I do mention it's probably in the video. I haven't watched it. My editor made it for me and then like put it out, so I don't know what is or isn't in the video. But Dom probably converted quite a few LPL people quite a few of his fans into LPL fans, right? Because there weren't a lot of people. Like, there's obvious like context and nuance to that happening. There wasn't really a lot of widespread interest in it at the time, right? I'm kind of thinking right before, or kind of during that period where they started to get competitive at Worlds, right? 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
And so I would say, not to say it depends for everything, but in the case of like non-Cadril creators, I think it would be really dishonest to say that they're all simply doing it for themselves. I definitely do think there will be people that, yes, like from a cynical point of view, there'll be people that just kind of do it for the sake of doing it.
Let me clarify that, because let me be very clear. I'm not saying they're doing it for themselves at all. Obviously, we're all doing it for the embetterment of our space. Like technically, you if that was the case, you could make the argument I am doing all of this for me.
Sure.
Like, and I'm not. Like, I'm sure. Like, my stated intention is for the embetterment of North America. So I can see what you mean. I don't intend it in a way that like everybody's inherently selfish. What I'm saying is the byproduct is that when you are not tied to an org and you are doing all this, even if you have that passion, most people will tend to latch onto you as an individual. That's just the natural effect of it afterwards. Versus there are many fans over the last year and a half that tune into Dom's co-stream, and it's a different audience because now he's seen as the proxy of C9. I'm telling you, there are a lot of people that do. Like, if I want to, like, I've talked to many. If you want to see C9's perspective, you go to Dom's stream. Like, that's the community perception of it for many.
Maybe for the casuals, which I'm not super in line with, so I can't give a full-fledged, rebuttal to that. But I can hear how people, if they're more, I want to say, I don't want to say casual as in it's like a derogatory thing. It's not, but for people that maybe just don't have the time to constantly keep up, like how like someone like myself or other people who are a little bit more ingrained in the space are, then yeah, I could see that for sure being a thing. So then with like other aspects of the video, then I don't want to talk about, because I think we can at least immediately just come to the agreement that like the back half of the video is just straight up an ad, right?
Yeah, as it's supposed to be, in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, but this is what I'm saying. So, for me, any sense of substance, or I mean, it didn't provide any nuance, right? So, like, any sense of substance
it's for the normies.
Could have had, it feels like it is immediately lost the second it starts to effectively shill its own content creator. I was actually fine with just a Grim example, but then we started going like full hashtag ad, and it was like Basil and Arya and and this person, that's what, and it's like, hey, guys, maybe if we uploaded this video like a year ago when this specific topic wasn't in the conversation cycle, cool, no problem, like hashtag ad away. But I just felt like the packaging of the video, even down to like the thumbnail, right?
The thumbnail, I agree. No, I heard your point on that. I agree. Cadril should have been front and center, but you should have had Tarek. You should have had everybody else in there with it.
You were talking about in that video, like just having Cadril, and also very specifically, I don't think I've ever seen this picture of Cadril ever. Like, this is
some people said it was AI. I don't know.
No, I doubt.
I don't think it is.
I doubt it's AI. Like, I've got pictures of me looking evil like this. In fact, I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say I think I know exactly what room in the LEC studio that picture was taken. So I'm pretty sure it's real. But the fact that that's the picture that they used is kind of insane.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
It's clickbait as hell.
Yes.
Yeah.
From the top down, it just feels a little bit grimy because to me, from like a content creator perspective, like content creation perspective, right? I think one of the things when you make a video, any video really, is you're supposed to be delivering on a promise, right? What's the let me get the video up so I don't like misjudge the title or misread the title again. Title of the video is they've changed the title and they've also changed the thumbnail, which is really funny.
Oh, did they change the thumbnail?
They've definitely changed the changed the thumbnail because I'm looking at the new changed thumbnail. I'm actually going to bring it up on my stream right now.
Hold on, because then they changed that recently. Because I just edited my video that's talking about
I sent you the search. I'm just bringing it up on my screen. They changed the thumbnail, which I think is very, 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 very hilarious. It's very hilarious that they did this.
Oh, they made him smile.
Yeah, they made him smile. They
made him smile.
He looks not sinister and evil, and low-key, you know, like he's almost got a turtleneck on in the old one. Like, it's kind of crazy. Anyway,
well, at least it proves it's not AI.
Yeah, at least
in my opinion, because they just took a different they just took a different photo of him and just made it blurry or less blurry on the sides.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No.
So I think when you're making a video, you're delivering on a promise, right? That's kind of the idea of the video. When you have a thumbnail and you have a title, you're supposed to be delivering on a promise of some kind. Like, it's not like it doesn't have to inherently be like a particular thing, but you're supposed to be delivering on a promise, right? You are making a promise to the viewer that something is going to be related to that title and thumbnail. Cadrel, I think, is mentioned maybe 3 times or 4 times by name in that video. It's like it's like really kind of a passing thing. So again, even in this new thumbnail, my issue is why is he still the front?
I think if they include their FlyQuest creators there on like the right side and the existing crop of creators on the left, I think non-issue.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, not to get into the minutiae of this, but I feel like it fails to do that, and it's almost again packaged as a information video. Yes, right. But then it starts to tee itself up as actually wanting to provide nuance and a potential solution to the actual ecosystem, right?
Okay.
Which, from an organization standpoint, I don't think this video can ever really be allowed to do. Like, I don't really know how to say this whilst we're technically co-streaming, and I don't want to get in trouble. So, I don't think it can do that.
Let me ask, have you watched the other 2 videos that they put out like this? I know you said you wanted to watch them, but have you seen them yet?
Yeah, funnily enough, no, because I spent the entire day streaming. Basically, I had like an hour break and then I'm back now. So I'll probably watch it maybe either in between these games or like tomorrow.
Because I'm warning you, it's going to be the exact same cadence to other problems with the same format, which is they state the problem, they go into like 5-6 minutes of the cause leading up to it, and then it is, what are we trying to do different about that problem? Yeah. And the tier 2 one, you can check my tweets on this. I called them out on it because one of the things they said in the video is just like, it's not monetarily, feasible, or like the incentives aren't there. That's a whole other discussion I don't want to go down there, and we can spend 5 hours on tier 2 incentives and beyond. But like it's this exact format. So clearly, like, what they're trying to do with this series is like, they know they are a part of the system that is creating these problems or that has them, and trying to offer their side of the solution, which to me is inherently a good video at a very casual basis. For the hardcore people, we are obviously going to be able to nitpick this into infinity because there's a billion things that they're not mentioning.
I don't think this is nitpicking. I think this is like...
No, I'm saying I'm saying overarching. I think some of the problems with this video are valid, that people are bringing up. I might disagree, but that doesn't mean they're not valid.
Because the way that I kind of viewed this is, I think, again, just this is more about also the additional context of the last couple of weeks, right? Things like Cage will not co-streaming the LEC because he's been busy or like just unwell or whatever it was, and then it's like, oh, you know, all the people that are saying, you know, all those Cage warriors are just gonna watch the broadcast anyway. Spoiler alert, guys.
They did.
They didn't. So, you know, all of those kind of different bits of discourse that have been going on more recently. All of the, and I always say this and I always shill it because I think she's awesome and like fucking brilliant. Pretty much anything that comes out of Shox's mouth about this topic is just spot on and correct. I can't recommend watching those videos like any more than I do, like practically daily at this point. I recommend them. And a lot of that stuff was just kind of proven right, and also through this video to me kind of shows how I feel like even if the intention is potentially good, like people who are in these positions that could come out and make statements, a la orgs, the overall tone is just that they're missing it. They're not listening, you know. So I don't know. I get very jarred.
I guess my takeaway is just very different from on it. I don't, because I just don't get the. I don't see the harm that others are saying that this is doing. I think bringing any sort of we can all disagree, sure.
Yeah.
But I think bringing attention and spotlight, which ultimately this video is now going to do by proxy of this, all press I continue to believe is good press, unless you're Bwippo and talking about things you really shouldn't be. Like, this is going to bring more eyes on the conversation from a casual crowd because that video is aimed for a casual crowd. And if it helps us get to a solution, which they're putting their part, we can disagree with it and have better solutions in place.
Well, I mean, it's basically just like, oh, hire passionate people. What? So the people
is that not the truth?
But the thing is, what are the people that are in these positions right now not passionate? Are they not providing for the community?
Not for the orgs. No, I will sit here and bluntly tell you, nobody gives a fuck about the orgs.
Well, respectfully, a lot of the orgs need to give a fuck about their investments and the positions that they're in, because
I agree.
That goes very high. So it's a road that swings both ways. So as far as I'm concerned, because the orgs are the ones in, like they're bought in. Before the people that we're talking about that need to be hired and have passion. We need to talk about the managers and the people who are making these hiring decisions in the first place, because a lot of them are sat on their hands doing fuck all. So for me, 100%. I would always go to the highest of the high first before I'm talking about content creators, or I'm talking about co-streamers, or I'm talking about social media managers or whatever it is. Like you always always peck at the person who has set up the system in the first place, right?
Agreed. So we all agree that Riot's the one that fucked it up from the jump.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, of course.
Like, good.
Yeah.
The thing I would say to that, and this is just my unique perspective on it, is working in the corporate world, I understand that. And I 100% agree. The problem is you cannot control anybody's actions but your own. I cannot get orgs to make better decisions. I cannot get Riot to make better decisions. I can try and force their hand myself with my own actions, but that's the only thing that I can personally do. And that's going to be the perspective that I always take, is like, what can we as fans and as individuals outside of the system do?
Sure.
And that's live through our own example. So when I say that, like, yes, orgs, I think, need to do a better job of hiring, and there's not passionate people there around the teams, I think we can, from the outside in, force orgs' hands a little bit more. We can't force Riot's hands. That's just that's a black cloud that I'm not touching. But you can force the orgs.
I don't want to get you in trouble, and I don't want to get in trouble right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want. Also, we're getting in the draft, so we only have a limited amount of time here. But no, look, I agree. If we want to go to the top, you could go to the top, which I consistently have, and I think you have, and mostly everybody else in the space has. Like, we all call it out on a pretty consistent basis. But there's only so much you can do about that.
Yeah. No.
In terms of actions, like I'll complain about orgs until the end of time, but then at the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to release the 20th video complaining about it, or am I going to host a watch party here in New York and try and get fans to do something, or play like a Rec League to get more involved with the game? Like, what can I tangibly do to affect change? And as it's shown over the last 5 years, just voicing an opinion online is not enough.
Yeah, no, I mean it has to be community wide, right? That's the thing. I don't want to get too far into it because now we're already in second Big Ben, but like yeah, the thing that really makes Riot turn their head is the financial side, right? So getting some kind of response there, like from a broad level, and the esports like community is realistically like it's not really a big slice of the pie. That's super engaged. It's pardon me, it's very difficult to do that. All right, well, I'm gonna go because drafts are practically almost done.
Any chance DSG wins this series or no?
It all depends on C9, bro. Like I'm not gonna rule anything out. This C9 team right now are willing and very happy to lose games on whims, on single mid waves.
All I'm saying is if Kryra can show up today, which he has not in the LCS stage for the past 2 weeks, we might be talking about a different result.
We'll see.
But if that doesn't happen, then who knows? All right, thank you, man. Don't let me waste any more of your time.
Yeah. All good, man. Have a good afternoon. Have a good co-stream, bro. In a bit.
You too, man. See ya.
Okay, that's done.
And our last man here alongside the Rumble.
Someone go tag Lamp, man. I feel bad for him. He can't stand the brother.
Ash Seraphine as just kind of this immovable
Sorry about that.
bastion that can deal with a 3v3
Sorry about that
situation.
bleeding into draft a bit.
Cassio marching down the side lane can be a real pain.
Cassio into a Zin?
C9 going to go ahead and lock in Cassiopeia for their mid lane.
Yeah, and Cass is something that we have also seen APA be very, very comfortable playing. It is one of his like
Yo, chill on the R word.
Cheers, fella. Picks that previously was considered off meta is now somewhat of a response to his ear. The Zac is something that Kryra has pulled out as one of his like kind of again off meta like slightly wonky pocket picks. But we do see the Jace
What's the answer into
instead
Ash Seraphine?
And now hovering the Volibear.
I think Nautilus lanes are fine. I don't know about MF to be honest, but I think Nautilus lanes are okay. You can go. There are other enchanters you can go. Low key, you can go Sonar, but people aren't really willing to do that. You run him out of esports? No, because I'm not mean.
A decent amount of sense. I will point out the reason C9 didn't ban Vi would have been scouting. Kryra is 0-4 all-time on Vi, so they're probably daring him to pick it, and that's why they're able to open up the Rumble ban.
And another thing interesting about Mundo is Kryra was one of the junglers that I was thinking when the
Also, we didn't really have enough time to talk about that.
I was like, okay, he is one of those junglers that I feel like will pilot the Mundo. DSG occasionally rely on this kind of scaling. So,
okay, well, there we go.
We'll see how significant
there's our drafts. I'm going to run ads, guys. I'll see you in 3 minutes here. So it's like, Squire Jamada on duty. Yes, you caught me.
It does hurt his clear.
You caught me, Squire.
Bit, if you look at some of the nerfs that came down. And then Sion locked in as the last pick for C9, which kind of puts together this really nice team fighting comp, kind of propelled with this Ash Seraphine.
As a Death Squad, C9's comp is really hard to deal with, but I'm a bit concerned if Jace gets going, maybe.
This game, they're throwing Sion
game could be hard.
They played Sion
I
in
think
game
Millie was
3
picking with Seraphine.
last
Yeah, I
series,
agree
and
with
APA said, I get mad every time we let Thanatos play Sion because then I can't collect the free win on the mid Sion. But clearly he's not on the same page as everybody else. They like the look here.
I don't know. I think a lot of people just aren't really playing good champs into Ash.
Early armor against a Mundo who's not going to be a huge game.
Like Ash has a couple of decent matchups like AD that you can play into it.
You have multiple frontliners that can facilitate
Also, you can play Mel lane into it. That's another thing, but these guys first picked Azir, so I guess maybe they were worried about having too much AP at some point.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you think in the mid game that Sion and Xin are difficult to kill?
Possible.
Well, wait until they have a Seraphine behind them, buffing them up, and like you said, using that extra range to get a really good Seraphine ult off.
All right, let's do it. Getting on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today. Best of 3, C9 versus Disguised.
Yeah, I think Ash has,
and I think that
Ash has decent combos.
This Ash Seraphine combo has proven
a lot of them
time
tend
and
to be
time
kind of
again
yeah, I think MF is
just how effective it is, just how impressive it can be. So there is going to be pressure on Sajet and Lions to try to find something here with this Nautilus pick that's meant to be able to punish it, meant to be able to all in.
Absolutely. It's also Vulcan's first career Seraphine game, but it's only a matter of time with the Enchanter meta and Vulcan preparing for the future. Friendly chat, I think that's more of a checking to see if all chat is on and whether or not he should waste energy in
Fair enough.
Wait. Okay, it's fine.
So coming
Oh, thank you, Finn, for running Gamba. I
one of
can't
the
see
most
it.
important things to look at is the
Don't be doing up any
jungle
fraud
in
with the
particular,
Gamba
right?
in my chat. I actually can't see anything with the Gamba, so
all-time great North American
don't
jungler,
grief.
and you're looking at Kryra coming in as this guy who's really got to prove himself now.
I feel bad
so
being here because the lower
that
third,
has occurred so far
the side
in the
third
LCS.
graphics
Remember
are so
that
good.
Blabber blasted Griffin when they played in all of those series back-to-back, like going head-to-head back in first stand in split one, but then Griffin just last weekend blasted Kryra, right? Like just completely took over the series, took him out of the game, took all his Raptors. So now the question is, where does the blasting one aim from here? Can Kryra turn this into a Pokemon type of situation where each one counters one of the others in a circle? Or is this just going to be a line straight from Blabber through everybody else in a massive wake of destruction?
Yeah, circle of blasting or like a blast hierarchy.
Yes.
Trickle down blastonomics.
There will be blastonomics, but we don't know how they're going to function in this economy.
Blastonomics
Well,
to
thus
backside.
far, there's been no crazy level 1 shenanigans, right?
Blastonomics.
Like,
Yes.
Blabber does have something that Kryra doesn't in this game, which is Ash Vision. The bane the bane of all like early junglers who have to go up against a team with an Ash on it. And as
This window clear is slow, no?
bot lane 2v2 just kind of firmly
If he's done in 10
pushing
seconds, it's fine. I
on
do think
the
he is a
bot
bit slow
side,
though, yeah.
and both junglers just doing their
Oh,
bot
he's
side
hella slow. He's not done with Grumpa. Oh.
The big wave crash, so the
What
CS
the
is starting
hell?
to equalize a little bit. There's only a 2
Yeah, no,
CS
he's hella
lead for
slow. I
both
mean, he's
of
still
them
going to be
so
quicker
far,
than
but
Zin by
typically,
his...
when you have the ranged support versus the melee support, unless you are getting that
I mean, it's
first
clear just
kill
got
or that
nerfed,
first
but should he
gank
be...
off, the Ash
Did he
Seraphine
double
should
smite?
be able
Is he
to
going to double
bully
smite?
pretty hard. So we'll
Didn't
see
double
what
smite. Done
happens
by
here with the first crab, because Kryra is in
247.
river quite early, and Blabber is approaching, so trying to get
Don't know, we'll
the
have to check.
All right, APA's under pressure. Kryra coming in, trying to
Son.
punish some of that all chat
Wait,
so far.
Loki.
Immediately pops the heart stopper, but still takes a lot of damage from APA, who's down to 100 HP, flashes back out as Call Me proceeds to chase, flash auto attack! Call Me shuts him up and sits him down. The Azir, however, about to get punished now as Blabber swoops into the mid lane. Flash for the win becomes lightning, guarantees the counter kill. Kryra can at least secure this topside scuttle crab and get away.
So really interesting there. It was very greedy from APA, but I feel like that was him and Blabber trying to pull off something impressive because he knew he could get a ton of damage down onto the Mundo, and then Blabber probably thought he had a double crab angle right there, but APA gets a little bit too greedy, ends up taking too much damage and dies, but Blabber comes in to secure the cleanup kill.
Yeah, as we see, Kryra definitely saw his window, and Blabber's all the way down in the river.
I hear
Kind
this.
of already
You gotta
headed
stop
up,
though,
and
like...
he gets so much damage.
Like, bro, even if you just Q call me, bro. Just Q call me. Just Q call me.
Clean up the kill onto Call Me.
Oh,
Kryra does end up getting that top scuttle crab, and then Blabber got the bottom one too.
Oh wait, his E damage is down 60%. I didn't know that. I thought it was just I thought all they did was a small ratio change. I didn't know that they nerfed the damage.
The flash of APA. So not much ends up coming of what was a pretty crazy looking play.
I don't know. Maybe he thought Blabber was closer. I don't know. I'm a bit stunlocked by that, guys.
Are about 1/3 of the way to level 6.
I'm a bit stunlocked about that.
Hits level 6. If the
It's chill. It's chill. Let's lock back in.
Mobility to get out after he's already shuffled. All Call Me has to do is just find that angle for the shuffle.
I think we need to look at bot prio. I think bot prio in 30 seconds is going to be really important. Cryer is actually going to leave his Grump. I think he's going to do...
Mid laners here.
He's going to do the 530 tech. He's actually walking towards mid again. I mean, he has no sums. Call Me's not close enough to 6.
Does have to be careful about that consistent APA
oh
damage.
my
Both
god.
junglers once again looking towards the mid lane. Gonna find one another here in the river.
Yeah, see, these short trades like that, fine for Kryra.
Just again trying to make sure that Blabber cannot interfere.
Long fight, obviously Kryra loses. They're both waiting for 530 here. They're both waiting for the smite upgrade. But Crab was taken late on the bot side. It's gonna spawn bot side. Kryra needs to go and hit Grump now. This is a bit too much.
Would also be pretty strong in the 2v2, but Blabber's made his way to continue clearing as bot lane trades aggressively.
Yeah, Lions forced to use the heal there. Very
Had to flash earlier, he's dead.
Flash away, and Sven's ready to flash follow. 2 more auto attacks with a focus fire. Just take him down here in the 2v2.
Oh.
The Ash Seraphine doing exactly as they
That barrier again. I mean, Sajid.
Oh,
Sajid. No, my son. Well, good job, Sven Vulcan, but oh my god, I feel so bad for Sajid.
on him right there. Perfect aggression from Vulcan's Ven in the 2v2.
Oh my god.
Even the half step back to avoid the damage from the Nautilus E ends up being really crucial in that extended trade, because if he takes any little tick of damage, it would be a trade back instead of now 2 kills to 0 in the 2v2.
Yeah, and this should give them really, really nice bot side control, despite the fact that Lions and Cryer are now kind of hanging out, potentially stopping any sort of Drake take since C9 did have to reset.
Yeah, so they're trying to get a little bit of tempo back, but even this is just Cryo's level 6, and then he can't stick around for that long, because I don't feel like DSG is strong enough to just go for clearing, and Cryo's trying to gets it.
Okay, nice job.
But yeah, I mean, he can't ult Cryo. Good step back. Should be dead.
Might be able to do it, and there you go. That's what I said earlier. Cassiopeia, no flash, you punish with a 0 ulti.
Yeah, and really good recognition of that small window, like Jat set up, right? Like they had to reset after the bot lane kills came out. DSG kind of hung around, tried to establish, got that Scuttle Crab down, and then took advantage of that. But here is that bot lane 2v2, like you said, Jay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like hawk shot early into the bush to get the original vision, then the ward for the extra vision, and then extending the trade right here. Sajed just loses vision until Sven decides to hit him back one more time. Even with the health potion running, Sajed doesn't have the health to get that one.
Yeah, and here's just the shuffle. Flashless mid laner. APA does
dodged
end up
that, by
getting
the
his
way.
ultimate off,
Fair
but
play,
Cryer
Cormy.
is still able to clean him up off of that. So
Yeah,
just
APA
really
has
nice
looked
recognition
way
of the
worse, man.
timing
It's
window,
crazy because like
seeing that DSG
from where we was,
have an
bro, I was
opportunity
saying it with
to
like
get
full
something
chest.
back
I
and
had
finish
no
that
care in the
bot
world.
laner.
He was piloting Talia like he could go and lane that into Chovy, and he would be chilling.
Sion is completely safe. Already with the plated steel caps up against the
In
Jace.
spring, his Talia was crazy good. Oh my god, APA's getting all chatted on. Oh my god.
Because APA's killing him is their only current plan in the early game.
Well, and Kali can just kind of become monstrous alongside this Mundo for mid to late, right? Like he is kind of has become kind of their win condition and potentially an answer to winning some of these mid to late game team fights, depending on how well he does. I am glad that
Dude,
we
he's
had
like
a little
almost a whole level down.
Do we have all chat on? Now we're gonna talk a little.
When did Cormy become that guy? I don't know, but right now he's owning it, man. Yeah, this bot lane is getting pounded though. Oh my god, they're down 30 CS.
Gold spread on the scoreboard. It's about over a 2,000 gold lead just in the bottom lane duos of C9.
Why did they pick Cassia? I really don't know.
So C9,
honest to God, I don't know.
Anything on this bottom side is going to feel great. Sven and Vulcan are so accelerated. Blabber knows.
This patch is slower by 4 seconds, this patch.
They have them completely jailed in that bot lane right now. And
yeah, don't question big blows, man.
Because of the Mundo pick, because
this guy will go and do a clear right now. If he had the D patch at all, he would go and boot up the game and everything on the previous patch.
It's just Mundo's never going to help the 3v3. Now they're getting punished.
How about a 3v2 as immediately?
Yeah, no, this is fucking awesome, actually.
Set this up. There's the encore over the top through everybody like I was talking about back in Champ Select. Blabber just makes it so easy for Sven and Vulcan, and Disguise.
Well, at least the bot lane is going really, really well.
To pieces.
And I love this out of C9.
Drake was gone early enough.
Recognizing that they can apply pressure. The bot lane's going to be coming back to lane. Grouping up with Blabber and being able to get that kill.
I just consult the updated clear spreadsheet. Just whatever, bro.
About whether or not enchanters are overplayed, because in the past right now, even after the first double kill, when that MF Nautilus respawn, they're running top lane and the Jace is running bot lane, and they're trying to reset the map a little bit. But once you lose control of bot lane now, that kind of stuff can just happen to you. They can't contest Drake. They're jailed under their turret. You can't even contest your own Gromp. And they can just dive you on your way back to the lane.
You know what, though? I do think that teams...
No escape because these teams
I think teams are really mind-controlled into thinking the quests...
And as we see, Cryer taking those grubs as kind of like the little consolation prize.
Into not swapping after the first couple levels. Like, if it contextually makes sense.
That is where I do want to draw attention
after, like, level 4.
Specifically the mid lane, right? Because again, this
once you're about like 5 minutes into the game, you can swap. You can swap. You're allowed.
Situation where he can potentially maybe be in a position to rip through late game team fights. It's still going to be difficult because again, you are going against Ashe, Seraphine, and then a Sion, Xinjiao, who are all going to be incredibly difficult to kill.
And you mentioned the Sion. We haven't really checked in on.
I can feel the stinker game from C9. Oh, this is a 2-1, by the way. Yeah, this is a C9 2-1. Don't think it'll be anything else.
Pretty much exactly what you would expect it to be. Jace is up a wave or two of minions. It's not really that much. Call me though, taking a lot of damage from APA's twin Twin Fangs here. As soon as you're caught on that miasma, the slow just makes it so Cassio can land so much damage. APA still down just about 3 waves of farm here in the mid lane. Calmy still with that 1,000 gold lead on his Azir. Does have to take the reset, completes his Nashors. Now he's ready to TP back towards the mid lane, but again, it's Blabber, Vulcan, and Sven in the enemy jungle, putting the harass
Azir's
on
first,
Cryro. Calmy swooping around from the side. This might be the punish.
Good dash arrow. Oh, Calmy, what a stinker. Blabber's kind of ISO. He's back on. Sajid has flash. Wow, how did that go so poorly? That should have not gone so badly, I don't think.
Blabber, this time he's getting hooked in. The big bullet time over the top, but it doesn't do enough damage. Sajid is dead. Blabber's on a killing spree.
Oh, it just looks so
looking
bad.
for even more. Nothing they do works. Disguise dies yet again.
I guess C9 just wins 3 versus 4. That's just the game right now. Absolutely crazy here. You thought when Blabber goes over this wall and Calmy with Nashor's Tooth Power Spike flies in behind, they're going to win. We'll say nice stun into flash by Sven so he doesn't take damage from the Azir, and everyone just turns to focus. Very well played 3v4, which is usually a disaster by C9 because they switch targets so effectively.
Yeah, and then when they do try to follow up with the MF ult here, immediately are able to turn on to Sajid, and everything really falls apart for DSG now because...
Okay, nice guys, really good. Going to base now.
Clean.
Because they're going to base now. And now they're going to rotate it somewhere else.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Sajid is level 7. Oh, it's the classic stand there and auto him because you know you're not going to get away. Thanatos. We also saw during the picture-in-picture of the replay. Thanatos.
Oh my god, Sajid is gonna get benched, isn't he? I just had a horrible thought in my head. I hope it doesn't happen, but they're gonna bench him, aren't they?
Blabber between Lions and Cry right here, but he doesn't seem
Oh
to
my
mind
goat,
whatsoever.
man.
Lions trying to Spider-Man.
He actually had such a good start to the year. Hold on, Castle. For who? Bring back Scary Jerry. Don't actually. That was just a joke. Yo, Castle.
Coming in, wants to finish off the kill, but now Lions versus Blabber in the red side pit while APA does DPS and a Calmy to prevent him from being able to
Me bombo clat. Oh my god, Blabber.
But it's already a
Oh!
back up
Okay.
Castle. Lions barely stays alive.
Okay.
Disguise finally gets a fight.
Way too over-aggressive there by C9.
Hey.
They already got away with 1 3v4. This ends up being
This is becoming a hard watch. Welcome to C9 2026.
Sajid could redeploy after dying bot lane, Emily.
Welcome to C9 2026 post lock-in finals.
Right, so as we see, Jace is TPing in on the back half of this. He'll be able to come around for
No match score in the LCS header. I did always find that strange. I don't know why it's like that.
Maybe they didn't see the
I think because
and they also walked over what was control warded.
the reason why I'm just spitballing here. So they use this HUD for Worlds, yeah? They use this HUD for Worlds. In Worlds, they don't ever have to have the head-to-head like score like that. So that's why I think that's the case. They've never had. I don't think the LEC has ever used this specific HUD. All of the HUDs are different, guys. All of the HUDs are different. They're coded differently.
And you know that flank
like the output is different. I'm pretty sure.
I still think it's going to be very difficult for DSG as long as C9 are kind of traveling in this pack, especially Blabber with the Ashe Seraphine behind him, because even in that fight that they ended up losing,
who actually scales better, Azir or Cassiopeia?
And the Jace TP ended up kind of cooking them a bit. You saw how long Blabber survived.
And you can see
I think
Sajid stats, career 7-0
at
on Misfortune,
complete face value, it's Cassiopeia, but like
the bit of the anomaly, having to
I
deal
think
with the
Azir
Azir
has
not
more
having control in the lane,
applicable
lost his
games
foot
where
early,
he's
and hasn't
not
really been able to recover
worried
that, as now that
about
bottom lane control
scaling
for C9
as
leads to
much
yet another Drake take. That is their
one-to-one,
second of this game. They've
or
controlled
like
both
in
so
any given
far.
draft, and I think this is one of those
Calmy should at
games
least be able to take
where
this tier 1 turret up here in the top side single
Cassio
auto attack
could
to knock it over,
potentially
but no, APA
struggle.
arrives in time and somehow keeps the
he's
turret
chilling,
standing. Feel like Calmy probably could have taken that one if he wanted to, but all right, C9 holds it.
Yeah,
Whoop, now here, maybe this is what they wanted after all. APA gets
Yeah, but
shuffled
Calmy's
back
getting
towards
fried.
Kyra, but now the big arrow from across the map from C9 guarantees
Welcome
the
back,
hit
top
on Calmy,
Thanatos.
guarantees Thanatos can make that a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, C9 just going to take yet another neutral objective. Blabber has total control over the Herald.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're just casually also just taking
like in a
Herald
perfect
at the same
world,
time. Really nice arrow
C9
as a finisher
are like
from,
kind of
Sven to
outdrafted,
get that
but not
onto
like
Calmy. But again, it seems like anytime DSG
these things don't matter as much
to
as
save
people
the
put
turret,
weight
right?
into them.
And then DSG are like, okay, we can make a play onto this
These things
Casio.
do not
Ends
matter
up
as much as
doing
people
so,
put
but
weight
the
into
rest
them.
of C9 are still ready to collapse.
I'll also say though, if I'm
Execution is king.
in the back room
But
watching
this
game,
is the thing.
I
Like,
guys first.
when I say things like that, execution is
concerned
king.
with how things are going, based off how well things went in the bottom lane, because Castle just picked up a full turret. He's 2-0.
I'll give you an example. We were watching EWC qualifiers the other day, and it was DSG versus Dig, and DSG, their comp was like a full dive comp. Oh wow. Oh wow, times 2. It was like a full dive comp, and other team was like full pure comp, basically. Just put it like that. And everyone was like, "Oh, Dig's comp is like better than DSG's. They should win." Da 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 da. And I was like, and DSG's comp didn't really have a good tank killer, and Dig had Sion. They're like, "Who's gonna kill Sion? Who's gonna kill Sion?" And I was like, "Yo, when all 4 of the dive champions murder the carries, does Sion having a 5k health bar matter? If his carries just get touched?" No, they don't.
Exactly where it's supposed to be. It hits the target. It's good to go. C9's
the Hudden Worlds at least has placement of each team. Does it?
Only 1,000 gold ahead as a team, like you're talking about, Jat. Your bottom lane has a 3k gold lead between the two of them, but now it's DSG moving into the C9 jungle, looking to maybe start a fight of their own. Vulcan could be in some danger, hit by the dredge line. Sven with the arrow onto Sajet, who has to cleanse and immediately flash back over the wall. Cryra down to 1.
Oh, this bullet time, man. Oh, if he just held his nerve. Oh, Blabber. Oh. I want a pussy bomb Blabber. Wait, guys, help Blabber maybe. Oh, this I mean, like death balling with this C9 comp is just so OP if they don't like no one gets one shot insta. Oh, he's gonna get the slow and the root. Gonna kill Mort too. Yep. I don't know. I think it's just really hard to play this game.
They thought they had it, but all they had was a one-way ticket to the fountain.
Yeah, they thought
Castle missed everything. We'll keep our eyes on for Castle. Castle TP's on that top wave. Ash arrow hits Sajed. He cleanses and flashes over the wall. But then he just needs to hold it because they're about to start coming into the choke. And the aiming on this is just so... Oh, Sajed. Yeah, Castle missed his EQ on APA. Gets stunned by... Oh, man, it's a horror.
Blabber is just so strong with this Ash
and I mean, Vulcan actually kind of break...
That then allows the rest of C9 to rotate onto
They kind of break formation too. They don't even really stay in good formation.
Look, guys, Mundo's inting. Mundo's inting. Okay.
Mundo's inting.
By the way, Blabber's favorite thing to do is say the other jungler's inting. You can go listen to their comms from last week. He said that all the time against Hambach. Someone is always inting on Blabber's screen. But I'll say Castle, to me, was the one inting that team fight. Because I thought it looked fine until he tried the flank. And now, you know, maybe it's Lions.
I think Lions might be inting. I think Sven is going to grab a killing spree for free on that one. And Call Me should be able to get away here. I don't really see how Vulcan could be able to catch him by himself. So... Still though, 3,500 gold lead.
Unless he sticks around.
C9. It's rough out here for Disguise. There's your arrow. Oh no.
Well,
I don't think
you got the crap
from that one. Call Me. He uses the ulti. He stays alive with a flash twin bang from
Speed
APA.
face.
Yeah.
Finishes the job.
APA with a little tip-in shot on the Casio at the end. Sven's arrows in this game have been really, really nice. Really well communicated. I'm going to assume that's like not just Sven being good, but an overall team thing. But again, whenever one of these DSG players is isolated, they have to watch out for this group of Blabber with the Ash Seraphine behind him because he can just survive for so long and get on their priority target.
Here we go again.
Yeah, because these Eastern players put in 50 million games and forget, bro.
From this one. I think
or lack thereof, they don't forget.
Couldn't tell just by looking at the individual gold.
They don't forget.
The kill participation, 11 out of 15 for Sven, 13 out of 15.
Yeah, I don't see how DSG come out of this one now. It's weird. Like I said, in a perfect world, like
and then only 5 for Thanatos. So really, so much.
If Jace can put down poke and
play for bot, play through bot with the
C9 never really find angle. It's hard to play, but yeah.
C9 first to set up, which is exactly
what
C9
are just doing their thing.
To be.
Okay, Disguise looking for their entry angle instead. Cryra going to lose about half HP, but the same for Blabber. Thing is, Blabber has Seraphine to keep him healed up. He's got the
This
rest of
Jace is just
C9
so
around
weak,
him,
man.
so they can
He
try to
just
secure
EQ'd
this,
Vulcan for like
immediately
400
move to
HP with
Soul
20
Point
minutes
Griffin.
in.
Sure enough, they will. Castle with the Shock Blast won't get anything.
There's not a real way for DSG to walk in and start that fight, especially when you have a Glacial Augment level 8 Nautilus with one.
What's the point of drafting Jace if you're a top laner versus Jace? Well, they have a Korean top laner, but then they forgot that the other top laner is also Korean, so kind of evens out.
Transitioning straight over to this Baron is a little bit bold, but I do like the play.
Nah, they can do
especially if
this.
They're ready to turn a fight and they have decent war coverage.
Yeah,
Nah, they can do this.
4,500
They're
gold lead.
allowed.
They've got Seraphine to keep everybody healthy with shields and heals around the Baron. Kryra is going to walk up, try to make his way towards this, but it's already down to 1/3.
Kryra, you need to be on the other side of the pit, my boy. Nephew, you are griefing if the idea is to get in the pit. What the fuck are you doing? Son? Oh god, Azir got clipped by that. Oh, backline. Hold on, Blabber. Blabber might die. Nah, he's grouped back up already. Yeah, how do you ever walk into Seraphine Cassio like this? Such!
Everybody on Disguise dies. They trade for APA, but what's it matter? It's a Baron +4 for just your mid laner. C9 will take it.
And they'll get so much more off the back of that Baron. Their mid and top waves are already pushed. They are having their cake right now and eating it too, and I think it's DSG being out of sync as well, because a lot of times when you start Baron with 5
Right, well,
like this,
maybe this will be an email after all.
then the fact that the Baron dies and then the Jace
Maybe this will be an email after all.
into what is already a losing fight just makes things go from bad to worse for DSG.
Yeah, and I like that we ended up.
Most of us in here are wanting C9 to win, right? For one reason or another.
Off the back half of that fight, really making the most of how beefy Thanatos is, extending the range, getting those charms out, and this team can just now bulldoze through DSG as if they couldn't already.
Yeah, and the Ashe having the healing reduction.
Remove them for their treachery.
Kryra's Mundo isn't going to be getting Giant anytime soon. No. He would be the one person who'd maybe be able to buy time in the back line.
You know, APA was complaining about how he doesn't get free wins on the Scion. Thanatos is 6-0 on the Scion in LCS, or career actually, so yeah. He also, like, give him some of those wins, you know?
He's doing pretty good, and the point about the Mundo 2 Jat, not only is it the enemy has healing reduction, you're still only level 13. Level 3 ulti is such a power spike, and your team's already dead on top of it. Castle, Jace is already down, so Jet has to flash away just to avoid dying here himself. C9 honestly can probably just try to push for the win right here. They've got the Baron-empowered minions.
I do wonder how much fun Vulcan's having. Because it's like, this is no Bard, right? But 1-0-17 looks pretty fun.
Yeah, he's going to be having a great time. Anyway, Lion's taking a little bit more damage here, but C9 not wanting to overcommit onto the Nautilus. Blabber will knock up on the Calmy, forces the flash out there. Thanatos flying in from the left
There's a train in the back line,
Lions
guys.
Flashes, barely stays alive himself.
There's a train in the back line.
All hurt, but nobody dead here just yet, except for Castle, who's still
just here to watch Dom win since he abandoned us, the coach. Bro, I know. Bro, he abandoned us on Power Spike, bro. I missed going second in talk so I could listen to Dom and form my opinion based on what Dom had to say about the topic we were talking about. Fuck's sake, man.
Position to try to set up for Calmy's flank.
Fuck's sake.
Ends up rejoining the rest of the team from the same angle, and the TP ultimately results in a whole lot of nothing. Blabber jumping right back into the Lions here. Third talent strike connects. There's your win becomes lightning. Calmy's next to die. The teleport didn't do a thing. Double kill for Blabber. Zen. Sajed finally falls.
Six-figure salary cut for this.
Barely hangs on here with the Dr. Mundo, but he's the
I can't lie, guys. Dom must be like. I don't want to pocket watch because like I've got a lot of respect for Dom, but he actually might be turning down so much money to do this and be stressed. Deep it. He took a salary cut to go be in a worse place in the US, and he's going bold younger. Ah, Ginger. Ah, Ginger, man. Like just nice.
The Nexus will fall. C9 ran the game start to finish. It's a bot cap. C9 up 1-0.
We need to show the chat. I knew he would do this. If you die 6 times and your team dies 8 times, you have to say mid-gap, and he did. He knew the chat was on the whole time. Had to get that in there before
he types fucking mid-gap at the end.
C9 dominate that game 1.
Excellent, excellent stuff from C9 here in the first one. It's all about the bottom lane. I got to give my MVP for that one to Sven. What are you guys thinking, Lounge?
I'm thinking Sven. I'm thinking Sven looks pretty good.
No, genuinely, he's
there.
just gonna have
Also,
more
I do
white hair
love
and he's
AK
going bald,
getting
man.
in with the all chat right at the end. Mid-gap.
Mid-gap at the end is crazy.
Mid-gap, obviously. Yeah.
He's getting away with it.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, one of the reasons, like, chat, I'm gonna turn this.
I was really hoping Sajed would have a better shot against
My mouse
Sven,
keeps on
and
doing
that
this. I wonder if this is
that narrative. That is not what happened.
I mean,
Anyway.
roll the clips. I just didn't
I'm gonna turn this down in my ears, but I'm gonna leave it maybe louder
the Mundo pick, because to me, if you're gonna go
or the
Nautilus
same on
plus
stream.
NM, the only way you're winning
Like,
this
one of the
2v2
things,
is with ganks.
like, I would love, I was talking about this earlier, there was less people earlier because I wasn't co-streaming. But I would really like to start coaching again. I'm actually, I want to do one-on-one coaching, which I need to start doing. I need to, like, promote it and get it sorted. But I actually want to, like, coach a team again. It'll be so fire. Turning down the analyst desk, shake my head, these co-streamers. I think it's about balanced so that it's maybe 20% quieter than it was on stream, but it's like 25% of the volume in my ears. So you guys should still hear this quite well. But I would really like to get back into coaching. Like the year and a half that I did in like team environments, in like ERL 2 and ERL 1, years and years ago, nothing has really scratched that itch. I mean, it's a different itch casting. It's a different itch, like commentating. But I would like to compete again, but I just don't know if I could. I don't know. I don't really have the cred to just rock into an LEC team or an LCS team. Like, I would have to do ERL, and I just don't really want to like sacrificing my time to coach an ERL team. Just doesn't make sense. Like where I'm at right now.
Wraparound gank that came through from Cryra that initially made this easier. APA thought he could maybe like trade into it and get a kill off of it. He just tried
You know, Jake is currently telling the whole of esports about Eminem Jamada as a way to make sure you stay unemployed. Oh, 100%, yeah.
Easier for Call Me now to set up,
But like, bro, that team that I coached was fucking horrendous.
The kill gets traded here. It's a really bad lane
Like,
condition, and
if
now,
it, I'm not trying to be funny, but if it wasn't for me, that team wouldn't have done anything in the league it was in. They would have just gone like 7th and like lost.
Because APA could have easily just walked away. I don't even know that he had to flash in the first one if he just walked straight out, but he stood and he tried to go for this, you know, kind of 1v2 outplay, and it didn't work out. And then Call Me was able to do really well in the isolated one.
Like, I'm very capable as a leader.
My problem was just kind of conceptually how is the 2v2 going to work? The isolated 2v2 seems so tough. And when they get that far
But I will say, there's not like, you know, there's not a lot you can do when sometimes your players just feel like doing bullshit. You know, we've all seen what Blabber's been up to. Peace and love, Blabber, bro. You know, if this makes it to you, then, you know, we love you around here. But like, do you know what I mean? Sometimes your players are just on bullshit. The problem is the weight ERL teams are dropping. There's no, 100%.
There was a few where it was like, you know, maybe you could have done more, but it was always going to
call him JOK because he has a dream.
For the bot lane pick, and I totally agree about the jungle like not helping out. Mundo's not going to really impact that.
Just gotta rage bait harder on Twitter to get more exposure. Yeah, I just need to start saying shit, innit? I need to start saying shit in social climbing so I can get hired as like support staff on some team and like scam a salary, but then eventually like weevil my way into being the main coach and then lock in. That's the only way. That's the only way it would happen.
Yeah, numbers don't lie. Ash's stats here ridiculous. So unsurprisingly, player of the game, as you can see, just taking a look at it.
It's actually kind of crazy.
Wait, genius? No, 100%. That's how you do it.
Blobber did almost as much damage.
It's only for genius, bro.
It is insane.
I'm looking at that Sajed and Vulcan damage. That Seraphine going crazy there
Seraphine
too.
did as much damage as the MF. That is actually wild.
Go crazy on a Power Spike episode. Get a couple of episodes in with Thor and you're good to go. Yeah, genuinely.
C9's been. Oh.
You know what? Fair.
The Yamato strat.
Yeah, he was.
And he was enchanting.
Yamato was always onto something. Yamato was always onto something.
Who is the better Scion? Because I don't know if you saw the APA interview. APA was talking about, oh, I'm always mad when we give Thanatos the Scion because it's just a wasted game. It's a free win that I could have had.
Yeah.
And then C9 released their comms video where Thanatos was glazing his Scion movement and APA was hyping himself up. But The Thanatos Sion was looking pretty good.
It was looking pretty good.
But yeah, I'd like to. Only thing is though, guys, I can't lie. I don't think the camera's gonna pick it up.
Ended up winning the fan vote.
No, camera won't pick it up. It's only a couple of strands. I'm going grey in my beard, bro.
I feel like he was
I'm having greys come through in my beard.
Ruined their credibility by giving.
If I go and coach, bro, I'm coming back with a white beard.
I don't want to see the fan vote after what they did in terms of
Oh,
16.7%.
bro.
That's crazy. That's actually kind of crazy.
Bro.
There. But you know, not so bold.
Not even grey, white.
Just a little disappointed. Sven,
Long.
Spoken for the fans. But either way, as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by you and Chad.
I don't even know what the next series is.
Fighting bot. Okay.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know what the series is.
I can't come. He has heal, but I want to go be smart. Yeah. I'll punch it. Don't think Muno's there. No flash.
Silver Fox Jamada. I mean, here's the thing. I know no matter what happens to me, I'm too handsome for anything that aging wants to throw at me to affect me. I'm gonna be blessed. You know, it's all about part of it is in the confidence. Right. Oh god, we need to mute that. Black don't crack. Yeah, man. I haven't really aged that much since I was 20. I'm starting to a little bit. Like I've got the Itachi lines now, which are like smile lines. I've got them kind of early. You're not going grey, stop it. I am. I've been finding greys in my beard. Greys and gingers. It's okay, guys. It's okay. It comes for us all. It comes for us all. I'm a straight man, but you could pull off a grey beard. What does you being straight have to do with that statement? What does you being... He just lets you know what's up? Yeah. Oh, you're just clarifying. I mean, dude, some of the best compliments I've ever had that have been from gay people. That's how you know when you've got it. If you start getting hit on by, like, if you're a woman, like a straight woman, and you start getting hit on by lesbian women, you know you've got it. And if you're a straight man and you start getting hit on by gay men, you know you've got it, bro. You've got it. You've got it. It's cool. You've got it. You've got it, bro. Or what kills me, and it happens too much for it to not be like a thing, is whenever I go to meet my dad works in different places in London, so he's always working with different staff. And so anytime I go and have lunch with him, I always meet, like, maybe as receptionists or, like, whoever it may be. And they always, without fail, go, "You're handsome." And then they look at my dad, like my dad couldn't produce me. And it happens too much. So it's starting to go to my head a bit. I can't lie. And I just want to make it clear. Me and my dad look identical, other than the fact that I'm lighter skinned. He's darker skinned. I got my mum's skin tone. Otherwise, though, the genes didn't really, you know? Why exposing your dad like that? I'm not exposing my dad. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a picture of my dad. Let me find like a good picture of my dad. Oh, this is an Insta picture. Wait, let me get this. Here's me, my dad, and my brother. We're all low-key just copies of each other. To some degree. But like me and my dad especially. The genes just... Yeah, they didn't do nothing, man. They didn't do nothing. Ah, guys, I have to leave this song on. I like this song too much, Soz. You're getting no draft audio. Yo. Okay, Korkinami, yeah. Oh, Caitlyn Bard, yeah. Okay. Oh, they're gonna do Caitlyn and Nivea maybe. If tomorrow brings, I'll be there. Open arms and open eyes, yeah. Your dad's so handsome. How did your ugly ass happen? I don't know, bro. Are they gonna hold this Nivea as a flex? I think they are. I think they're gonna go jungle here on 3. I think they're gonna go jungle on 3. Let's see. I don't think they should break this Nivea flex. If you're gonna B1 it, you have to play as a flex. Yeah, there you go. Supports need to stop picking Nivea. Nah, it's for like on the blood of my dad, bro. On the blood of my father, it's the fakest pick of all time. On the blood of my father. Annie, okay. I like this. I think they should play the Nivea mid and go Nico on 4. Unless they ban it. DSG has to blind top into Thanatos, no? Yes, they do. I was watching Ravy play Neferi mid, and I think APA should play that instead of Annie. Can you phone that into C9 headquarters for me? Yeah, let me message Dom right now. I got you. I got you. Hotline. Yeah, I mean, it's just Renekton Vi or some bullshit, isn't it? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why hasn't Rumble been picked? Why hasn't Rumble been picked? It just got banned. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. That champ is Thanos, bro. Nah. Well, Renekton, Cassante for Thanos, probably. Okay. I don't care about that song that much.
You kill the Annie's flexibility by blind picking Gnar, so, but it's also one of the best blind picks for Thanatos to do, so I understand why they would ban it away. And
is there a reason why C9 always rocking suits? Just because they can, bro. Ambessa, they're going to hold the flex. But then, I mean, I feel like Castle just goes... I mean, if they go Renekton, the problem is then they obviously get hit by a harder counter.
Yeah,
But I feel like you,
here. The only thing that I don't like here is picking something that is very obviously a top laner and a top laner only, because I feel like you're losing your advantage of red side 5th pick by doing so. You want to make sure that they have to be the ones blinding the top
Blabber's going to first time this, I think.
I mean, Renekton is kind of the evergreen, just pick it into anything top lane pick, right? So not surprised at all to see that one locked in there for Castle. And now for Disguise.
I think they should put this in Nivea mid.
A bunch of potentially interesting stuff. I've been casting League of Legends. This is
I think they should put this in Nivea mid and go Nico, man.
League of Legends. I know
Nico, Nico,
whatever they hover. Okay, Akali locked in, which means that Nivea is 100% confirmed going into that support role for Lions.
I think we're doing some bullshit like Aurora or
pretty happy with the matchup they're going to have into the Annie, and now we're going to see where C9 goes, whether or not they're flexing, and they are. We are going to see.
Whoa! Hold! Ads, get run! Bomber clock! We have Thanatos on Vayne!
Into jungle after the Renekton.
Bomber clock! Okay.
Yeah, I love this. I think Thanatos continues to be one of, if not the best top laner in the LCS, right? Like, having a pick like this where he should be able to play really well into this Renekton.
To sit down.
It does take away a key component of C9's team composition, which is having a front line, which is always kind of the danger of these kind of top lane Vayne picks, but it's not like DSG have a super heavy-duty front line either outside of the Renekton,
So here's my big
My back hurts, I'm old.
Whenever I see a matchup between two teams where one is ranked very highly, C9 in this case, and one is ranked much lower in the standings by practically everybody's view of the power rankings, right? The team that's ranked lower, I always want to see them have more definitive go buttons. I want to see them have more engage. I want to see them be able to make choices when, where, and how they want to. But for Disguised, I'm kind of struggling to see where that happens here, because I don't really know what the big engage is.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be difficult, especially if they do not get this bot lane going early, right? Like, if that does not happen, if this Caitlyn and Anivia lane is not able to kind of take over the bot side of the map, and they aren't able to make those side lane plays with the Nocturne, I think it gets super, super difficult for DSG pretty quickly. And it is kind of sad because I feel like DSG, when they first came in, were the kind of like trust me dead ass team, right? With like the Nasus top, with believing in their selves. But Clayton, we're gonna revisit the blasting cycle.
Well, our question in game number 1 was, okay, Blabber blasted Griffin, Griffin blasted Kryra. Where does the blasting wand aim? Now here that we get to see Kryra versus Blabber, and unfortunately for the Disguise side in game number 1, the blasting wand was aimed right back at Kryra.
Yeah, the only point and click is the Renekton, so we'll see.
Blasting wand from the bottom lane that had control the entire time. Blabber just helped them extend their lead even further, and the rest was history.
Through the Xin Zhao as well, because Blabber did the most damage in the game along with Sven. They were both around like 26,000, but Enchanter plus Xin can also be absolutely insane.
Oh, it's nasty.
On the team composition point though, Emily, I think the Nocturne Akali is hoping to just be dive buddy for any squishy, as long as Calmy can get into a decent position in the game. So if they're set up first in an objective and the Akali doesn't have to show, Nocturne ults as soon as the Akali shows, and they can in theory kill anyone in the game. So the bot lane sets all that up in the first place, but that is the idea. It just doesn't have a good fallback pattern in terms of team composition.
Right, and that's where I worry, because again, when you have a team that's ranked more highly, when you have versus a team that's ranked lower, generally that higher ranked team is going to be more consistent. So I kind of worry about, okay, well, if you don't have the consistency to make sure you get off to that good start, or at least the decent start that you need, and there's no fallback plan, I'm worried.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're looking at right now, because as we see, the Renekton is not having a fun time in this Vayne lane, and I think Castle has been kind of a bright spot on DSG, even when they've been struggling. He was kind of looking like one of the potential answers in the last game as well, in addition to Calmy, and he's been one of their more consistent performers, and it makes this matchup against C9 particularly difficult just because of how strong Thanatos is.
Completely agree, and a lot of this comes down to Kryra, and a lot of these moves that C9 is pulling off are kind of daring Kryra to stop you. So Thanatos takes top lane Vayne with TP, no cleanse. So in theory, if there's like a good gank timing, it's a flash W from the Renekton, and then Nocturne walks up and kills the Vayne. But if Thanatos ends up getting the wave too big or the health difference too big before Cryer is able to arrive on a Nocturne, who again is not a good pre-6 ganker, then that lane's going to go really heavily into the side of the Vayne.
So remember in game number 1, we
It's
did
the second
see
and best
around
game
this
according
level
to
4
Game
point,
Legends.
Kryra coming mid.
There you go. I thought he was
making that
first
play
timing.
onto APA.
I'd
APA
never
getting
seen him play
aggressive,
before.
Trying to set something up for Blabber. APA ends up giving over the first blood. This time around,
Not by
though,
memory,
it looks
anyway.
like disguised. They don't want to try to make that move against the Annie. Call Me is down to about half HP. They have to remember that C9 was also positioning Blabber there in the first game. So they're
He's
not
decent,
gonna
I
force
believe.
anything.
Okay.
Blabber's just going to go ahead, take his recall. You can see Blabber has already done the same.
Yeah, small little jungle optimization. Kryra
Oh, here we
knows
go.
that Blabber's going to be going Raptors Krugs. Blabber did a Raptors first start, which gets his second set of small camps to be up a little bit faster, gives him this window to game.
Okay, Lions throws out the wall. APA sidesteps away from the Flash Frost. Call Me is
Bad
down
cue
to
from
200
Lions.
HP. So even though Lions shows up mid and provides this little bit of extra assistance, this extra pressure, Call Me doesn't have enough health to work with to follow
He's
it
no
up and
Griffin,
try to
though? Oh, yeah,
provide
Griffin's a
summoner
freak
spells
on that
onto
champ.
APA, so the C9 mid laner is still doing just fine.
Yeah, it does relieve a tiny bit of pressure, although now Blabber is kind of sniffing around mid lane.
Yeah, Blabber's not in a rush to finish his next 2 camps. He's been extremely efficient early on. Doesn't even have his wolf spawning yet, so he can really sit here without punishment just so APA can get this wave in, base, and then come back with full mana.
Yeah, and meanwhile, C9 and this quirky Nami have kind of taken over the push on the bot side of the map. At the same time, Lions roamed up, so that's not really a coincidence, but...
And you can see as both of our top laners have now gone back and shopped. Castle has already had to go back twice, actually. You can see his teleport desynced from Thanatos's. But the difference is brown boots plus cloth armor versus full berserker Tier 2 boots versus Tier 1 boots. In these range versus melee matchups, the boots are so
Not only is that a
important.
really big
Thanatos
deal, but
having
Vayne's
the boot
passive
level
as well, don't
advantage is
forget.
pretty big.
It's just the move speed gap. Thanatos, every time he's on the C9 podcast and they ask about top lane matchup, he's always like, well, if I get boots first, then it's fine. And then I win. And that's what's happening right now. Both junglers as well, not in a rush to finish their 5th camp. They're waiting for the extra jungle cookies to potentially do a smite fight over the Scuttle Crab, which is going to be spawning topside.
Is
also,
Blabber
since
gonna wait?
Blabber's on Gromp, they kind of really clearly know each other's jungle paths right now. Thanatos, with very reasonable level of certainty, can say that the Nocturne's bot on Gromp, so that's why he's pushing up.
Blabber didn't wait, but I guess he's
Call Me
just
going very
going
aggressive
anyway.
on APA here. Uses perfect execution to back.
It don't matter.
Reset his position. Also gets the ulti there out of APA. So flash not used by either one. It is an HP advantage for Call Me as he continues to try to play aggressively here with a smoke screen. But Blabber hits level 6. Public execution is ready.
And he wants to stop Drake because he knows Nocturne's not 6, and the only job he would have is to do Drake. And since DSG left the lane, it's obvious that he's there, so they're crossing.
Yeah, Vulcan down to 300 HP here.
Good
He
stuff.
does miss the Aqua Prison. But because Blabber is on the approach, because he has that level 6 versus level 5 that you're talking about, Jet, it means the Disguise has to back away.
my
Now
God.
APA getting the better of Call Me here in the
How
trade.
annoying is
Both
Tibbers?
mid laners continue
I played versus
to
Annie the other day,
pressure fight for that control over mid.
and I was so stun locked by the champ's damage, man.
It's the crab gap right there. He knew he was level 6. He knew there was no other job, and he's going for it.
Oh, immediately
Wow.
Blabber's ready to follow it up. The stun
Wow.
from APA sets it up for Blabber to make the flash public execution on the target that cannot be missed, and C9 collects first blood.
Really
I took a
nice
break.
to see
I took
that
a break,
coming
Snowball.
out of
I took
APA
an hour
and
break or so.
Blabber. Again, off of the recognition from
I
Blabber, he's
might,
able to go down,
after
stop
the
that
LCS is
Drake
done,
take, push up in tandem with the Annie.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, it
see the
depends on
window
how
the
people
first
feel
time,
as well.
got it down this time.
I really want to play
Now we do
Pragmata,
have to
guys.
worry, though, about Kryra being level
But I don't know
6,
if I can be bothered to
and
stream
Blabber
it.
using his flash ult, so he's not really on the map. So it's definitely DSG's
I might be
turn
playing that
to do
off stream.
something, and Thanatos would be the one in danger, which is what
I'm
he's doing.
really tempted, guys. That game is very fun.
All right, 1,500 gold lead. If I'm on Disguised, I'm a little bit worried at that. It's not exactly what you want to see 7 minutes into the game, but it's the opposite story of what we saw in game number 1. Because game number 1, C9's lead was entirely built through the bottom lane duo. Here in game number 2, it's all that top side of the map that favors C9, while it's actually disguised with it feels practically disingenuous to call it a lead because it's just a minion bounces difference in the bottom lane. But still, compared to game number 1 where you're down 30 CS and a level and a half, this is significantly better.
The absence of the deficit makes it feel like a lead.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
Exactly. Compared to the first game, it is a lead by a lot. Yeah.
Thank you for the
it's
luck.
a little
Coffee man.
contrarian, but I
Enjoy
like it.
beer.
As
Enjoy,
Disguise will
enjoy.
at least continue trying to maintain some control over this bottom side. We still don't have the first.
By the way,
Drake. Remember
it's
in game
Fly
number
Sentinels
1,
after
it was
this.
about 8 minutes in that first Drake ended up getting felled as Castle's going to pop the Dominus. Does get Ruthless Predator there onto Thanatos.
I mean,
a little bit of
Thanos is
extra
fine.
range that lends. Means that Thanatos is under pressure.
Shouldn't be
but Thanatos,
taking
he
this
stays
trade,
calm. He
though.
doesn't pop Final Hour. He doesn't pop Flash. He's just going to take the recall here.
Yeah, he really didn't want to have to use his ultimate there. Blabber's going to end up covering for him.
APA looks like he might be rotating up.
He's going to give up Drake almost for sure.
Yeah, Kryra's down there at the Drake. He should be able to secure that one for free. Blabber's just going to make sure Thanatos can clear the wave, get the reset that he wants. Blabber just playing around his vein, recognizing that if you can get this guy fed, it's going to be worth more than one Drake in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Cannon Wave. That top laner's very appreciative of this. You never know if it's actually
Oh
worth it. The
my
top
God.
laners will say, yes,
Boy,
absolutely
he
worth
used
it.
it. He dropped his whole combo.
But it's worth
But now
it
the
if
problem
Blabber
is
doesn't die
Castle
on
can
Grubby's
go
here,
and
since
stop
now Castle's on the move.
Grubs.
Well, I think it also
Oh my
helps
God, he's
out
gonna
because
steal
it
it.
gave Thanatos enough HP
Oh, he
to
didn't
no
get it.
longer be under the threat of getting one comboed from Castle's Renekton if they tried to dive him. So then he can safely farm up the next wave, and now he can finally take his recall here. Thanatos will be just fine. Blabber gets Constellation Grubs. Disguised gets the first Drake of the game. We'll see if they can set up a follow-up play, but it might just be...
Is that even a real series?
chicken steal
Absolutely.
Instead, Nocturne, like most junglers, pretty adept at stealing chickens, since all you need is some basic AoE, and you're going straight to the kernel.
I thought you were going to make a joke, not actually talk about how easy it is to clear. I guess the kernel.
I said you're going
kernel
straight to the
joke.
kernel. Yeah, you're going to Kernel Standards, 11 herbs and spices. It's very important for your chicken clearing.
It is.
Okay.
But Kryra's French Canadian.
How good is Vayne actually versus Renekton? It's pretty unplayable for Renekton, is my
No.
my general understanding.
Yeah, that could work. All right, chicken poutine, for sure. Well, we have the Spear of Shojin completed there. MasterCard Power Spike for Blabber completed. Makes Ambessa just that much more obnoxious with all the dashing, the constant spamming of the spells. So definitely not a champion.
How's only one wave
that,
down then?
I think any of the front line wants to deal with here on the
Feel
DSG
like
side right now.
normally-
Still advantages for C9 all across that top half of the map.
I mean, I just feel like Ambessa, the champion, is not really good at
Mostly
pushing
trading back and forth with the one pick off in the mid lane.
leads
Here,
in
Blabber
volatile
got his chicken
lanes
stolen, so that
until
gives him a
it's
window to go
6.
steal blue buff, but at the same time,
And the
no
game
one's
has been
actually
very
been
clear
tested
heavy,
in
so
Invade yet,
it's just
and
the way it
Blabber's
is.
yet to use that first Nocturne ultimate. C9 playing very conservatively with all
Oh
the
yeah, well there you go.
flashes
Someone,
up.
well, someone in the
Once
YouTube
Blabber
chat
comes
just said
off
it.
cooldown, but all
Like,
solo lane flashes up is the more important
she kind of
thing
can't
to
press
note, so it's
the
really difficult for
lead
Kryra
as
to
hard
come
as she
off it.
wants, because Nocturne
that's what I've
is
been
pretty
looking
OP.
out for as well,
So you'll
is
see like
Kryra trying
anytime,
to find these windows to
anytime
use
Nocturne's been like
first.
topside, she just has to
Nocturne,
give
obviously
like
didn't need to
a
use
wave and a
that
half.
uncontested Drake, which usually Drake fights is where we're looking at. But as he comes down on
Shout out
this
Akachi.
bot side, and we have a little bit more bot lane 2v2 scrapping, he could potentially look for something here, especially since they do have some deep vision.
And I feel like that's kind of the tug of war of ideas you have to have when you play a champion like this, is you want to use your ultimate because it is so effective and it is the point of power. It's why you pick this champion. But at the same time, there's that pressure of the cooldown is so long early on that if you waste it, if you pick the wrong moment, it's just, you feel like you lost so much of your playmaking.
Yeah, but also their CC setup for the Nocturne is just so bad. There's no Nocturne Orianna combo. There's no Azir flip back. They have no way, aside from Renekton, of setting up any CC, and he doesn't want to spend that much time top lane because bot lane and mid would fall apart.
Well, as we're waiting on Nocturne to find that moment for the perfect first ultimate, remember that Spring Finals are going to the Mullet Arena in Arizona, June 13th to 14th, so you can go ahead and scan that QR code. Get your tickets now if you want to come out to a live event. They're always one of my favorite parts of the year. They're always a fun time. And we'll see which one of these teams, if either one of these teams, I'm expecting at least one of these teams will make it to the Mullet Arena.
3 teams will go.
Yeah.
C9 will make it.
Yeah,
I'm expecting C9 to make it. I think most people that follow the LCS are expecting C9 to make it there, expecting them to be one of those top competitors. Disguised, of course, would love to be able to rock that boat a little bit, but they certainly have
Vulcan
a
has to
lot
go
of
take a
work to do
timer and just wall
afterwards.
top jungle for
They've had
Thanos.
moments of rocking the
Yeah,
boat.
I haven't
And
really
they
been
just
paying attention to
haven't
bot
been able to
tempo here.
sustain that boat rocking.
Yeah, they never actually capsize.
Oh,
it.
they
The boat
just
rocks a
saw.
little bit, and then it just goes right
And it
back on
missed.
sail. And Blabber
Unlucky.
missing the public execution down there, had that one a little bit askew. So I don't know if you guys have heard this before. I think I remember learning this on a Bwippo stream when I was just watching him play solo queue. Talking about Ambessa, with the way that the hitbox works, notice how you see most players try to take it at diagonal angles?
Yeah.
The line is slightly wider if it's diagonal because of the way it's actually lined up in little right angles. It gets slightly, very slightly wider at a diagonal angle versus doing it straight up and down or straight horizontally. So a lot of times, if you can, you want to angle it horizontally because
So it's
sometimes
slightly wider.
if it looks like it might slightly clip to the side, it'll still get the guy.
Man, I really want to believe this.
So do I.
I'm just not
same.
sure if that's how it works. We need to get Freak.
Get into
I was about to
practice.
say we need to get Freak, but Freak's like on
knows,
sabbatical.
Like, how the hitboxes are coded.
Or some shit.
If that's true for every.
Oh, that's chill.
It's just you'll notice it more on Ambessa all because it's so narrow.
And I think that's what it is.
Goes into like a perfect straight line. Yeah.
Komi might just die here to the solo bolo of APA. No, okay, he gets away from the Tibbers. Tibbers is on a crazy full send mission here. But yeah, I think.
That's like kind of relax engage except for Annie. Yeah, I mean it's basically just Blabber and APA.
To confirm or deny this because I thought for sure I remembered seeing.
I don't know. The C9 comp is really
I want to test
a bit.
Yeah,
it's like three
like, if it works on one ability, it works
kind
on
of winning lanes.
Ambessa's ability is like a centimeter wide normally, so it feels
and that's
more
it.
relevant.
And technically, Blabber's Rift Herald last week did come in the diagonal angle and still missed.
Yeah.
Which makes it even worse.
Because I still think it was aiming at the crust. I ran into Blabber backstage before this series, and I told him I was casting his game today, and he was like, hell yeah, this is going to be a good one. And I told him, just make sure you drive that Herald straight at the turret, brother. Straight at the turret. But now, we've got C9 in Disguised, posturing over this second Drake here. Disguised already has it
just
for most of the way
disconnected.
down, but Blabber's making his way forward.
I mean, they got both Drakes, so I think that's it.
Can make their way in. Thanatos has already
Wow.
committed a TP. C9 spending that resource. They really want to try to find something here.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's just a swing and a miss. Aqua Prison forces the flash out of Sajed, but Disguise
Whoa.
anyway. Meanwhile,
They just got vision.
Kryra over the wall with a nice flash into the pit. Drags Kryra with him.
Bubble.
APA trying to guarantee that
Got
Disguise
Cormy.
at least has to lose a man in the process here, but they don't. Sajed dies to Thanatos.
Good ult from Blabber.
At the same time as Cormy falls.
Oh, good wall. Maybe the heal and some play. Yeah. He can play into Castle. Oh, Blabber.
And C9 wants more.
Blabber kind of bitched out there at the end, but it's all good. Wow.
With an enemy TP. C9 finds a
That was
big
really
fight.
clean Ambessa play.
This is how the game breaks open. 30 seconds after the Drake falls, the massive fight breaks out. I mean, all credit actually for starting this fight does go towards APA. Like the flash that he had afterwards is huge. So essentially what happens here is Sajed potentially dead to rights if Thanatos goes all. Actually, no, he was out. Sajed was out. He just decides to go back into a vein he was sitting on a control ward. But the bottom of the screen more so shows APA flashing back to his team. That also gets whatever laning advantage that Castle would have. He sacrifices to try and make this play, but it's not successful since the mid laners trade, and then Blabber is just resetting his cooldowns and going so fast with his Spear of Sojin that he cleans up the extended fight.
Whenever you're up against Nocturne or Vi, any one of these types of champions that has to go with you once they click the button on the ulti, I always love to see players take advantage of that. Flashback, even against Maokai with his W on Twisted Advance, just anything you can do to drag that champion further than they wanted to extend, making the engage. It's always a big brain play that I enjoy seeing from our players. As C9 now command a 3,500 gold lead. That last fight resolved just in time. APA just being himself. Yapping it up in the alt chat. Nice, guys.
Just types nice, guys.
Where are the muted stats at? We were having those before the game.
Yeah, we need to bring
potentially
those back.
after mid gap, his mutes would have gone up by 1 in my book.
Oof. That takes
My
a
God.
ton of damage on that one. But no, what I was saying before, APA was yapping. Hold on now. We got the
Oh, the wave
Ryder
missed.
here with the mid lane flash out from Zen, keeping himself alive. Castle versus Blabber up here in the top side of the river. Ace in the hole. That looks more like an auto attack than an ulti, but that's fine.
Yeah, and they are going to
No one's
split
matching
tier
what,
1 turrets
but it's
on
fine.
either side, but the big difference is C9 still have this Rift Herald, which is going to be crashed into this tier 2 turret. And DSG are not going to be able to do anything about that.
Yeah,
but that tier 1 turret does go down to the Akali.
They won the turret race by like a second. And that's while that Nocturne was trying to ult in the mid lane, knowing there was a guaranteed numbers advantage because it was just Akali on the bot lane and it was Vayne Annie up on the top side. But this is part of what not burning flashes does to kill a Nocturne's momentum. Even though he landed an ultimate, Sven just kind of
like low-key
backwards and
Death
no one is able to
stance
follow
into
since
back
this
cleaver
is
into GA is really chill.
kind of way
Is
too
this
low
game.
of a CC team to
Ooh,
work with a Nocturne who wants to
that
fight.
wall was nearly
And
sick.
this is what I was saying was my concern back at the very start of the game is where are your go buttons? Yes, Nocturne can fly in, but when they just do that, now DSG invading again.
Oh,
Looking to try to steal
call me
the
old.
chicken camp. Perfect execution. R2 from Call Me onto Blabber, but
Oh,
no,
the bubble barely missed, but I don't matter. Oh my God, they just got so much damage, bro.
Just fine. He will outplay the enemy mid laner. Blabber's Ambessa.
Yeah, Vayne will go Storm Raze
3-0
second
and
or
2,
Essence
teaching
Reaver.
comedy error of his way.
BF
The
Sword
blasting
is
cone is still on
Storm
the
Razor, I
side
think,
of
right?
Blabber, even though he's blasting players who aren't Kryra. So it's a little modification.
We have to adjust the blasting one.
Another big misplay by DSG in this series is only Sajed according to our producers, only Sajet has APA muted. So they're all just open.
So they're all just tanking
Open
the
lines of
APA
communication.
aggro.
Just psychic damage at all points of the game for 0. Okay, well, Sajed's got that going for him, but honestly, I talked earlier on in the game about how the bottom lane was holding more evenly in this second one. Now, ever since that big bottom side fight, everybody on DSG's behind.
Yeah, this game has exploded open for C9, as has the map, right? They just got that entire outer ring of turrets all down. They can now push their vision line up. It makes it a lot safer for someone like Thanatos to just be kind of in a side lane, in addition to the fact that he is up 1.5K
Don Bell good after that dig game. Yep.
His lane opponent, and in a really good position already with his hex plate complete.
18-minute DD Shojin, bro. Those items are expensive as well, by the way. He's playing jungle.
Scary. And also, because you have the extra health on it, it just makes it that much harder for
Oh god, someone's dying here.
Before she just kites you. I mean,
Kappa.
Vayne kills anybody
Next
in 9
bush.
auto attacks, and she kills a lot of champions in 6.
I know, it's actually a real pick now, which is kind of strange. I just think it's legitimate with this Hexplate build. You're ranged enough to get away with it, and then your team fights are enhanced because of the ultimate. So, big. I mean, to close this game out, though, C9 does have to be able to secure these objectives, and this is the danger when you try and walk in because you're open to a flank. You have a big gold lead, though.
All right, C9 with a 5,000 lead. Call me approaching on the flank. Kryra dives into the middle of everybody. The burst is down on
His Ven's dead, but I think the fight is fucked for DSG.
Blabbers
Oh, Phantom TP'd on turret. Crap.
Teleport of his own, but DSG immediately
It's
tries
fine.
to turn
Blabbers
around.
running the
Now
game.
Lions
Oh,
back
good
into the
stun,
A.
good bubble.
The CC gonna call me. He can't get what he needs from the dive. And the omelet served sunny side up. A double kill for APA. He's cooking them. Blabbers unstoppable. Yes, they finally killed the AD carry. Disguised, they got their man, but at what cost?
Yeah,
Yep,
and you
email
see
off
the
the
window, right? Like Castle pops Dominus, Kryra goes in, but C9 are able to kind of
Dude,
fight
they drop
back really
everything
well. And
into...
you talk about, this initially looked like a disastrous TP from Thanatos, and then
They dropped
here's
everything
just where
into Zven.
Blabber absolutely takes over the fight. You talked about how he wasn't blasting Kryra specifically. He's kind of blasting all of Disguised.
Yes, they have a big goal lead, so take what I say with a grain of salt now. But there's an old rule that I used to have with Nocturne that I feel like was violated with this draft. I think this is part of why it felt weird to me.
Okay.
When things go dark, team want group.
Yes.
Okay.
With Nocturne, pick AoE.
Yep.
But what happens if no AoE is team group and you lose? So in that fight, they they got the one, but all of their single target damage was gone, and then they're going to lose the fight every time.
TL man Judge speak good.
About this from draft, and
Good
by
logic
contrast,
makes sense,
I feel
yes.
Like Blabber can act as follow-up CC, but also has
Understand,
a lot of
big
CC
man with
coming out
big golf
from
swing,
his team that
yes.
he can follow up with the Nami bubble and the Annie stun.
Well, C9 have started up this Baron, but they drop it down to about 1/3, and then they let it go. They let it reset. They want to switch over to focus on a potential fight instead. Disguised has brought everybody to the neighborhood here for this potential 5v5. They did arm 3 cupcake traps on that mid lane ramp into the top side river to try to cut off one of those escape angles. Thanatos gets jumped on by Call Me. The Vayne's going to be your target here at the very start. Everybody on C9 swooping in to protect their top laner. Enemy jungler down. Call Me at least finishes the job, but again,
all right, guys,
this is the call.
wrap it up.
Yes, Disguise can full
Wrap
send
it
and
up.
kill one man, and one man is all they will ever get, and it costs them at least half the team every single time. Lions and Sajed still alive. Everybody else is dead. That includes the jungler. C9 back on the Baron.
Yep, they'll be able to get Baron off of this, and that's exactly what we're talking about with follow-up CC. Sven?
I think Sven's chilling.
He's got an obsession with taking mid waves.
Yeah.
Like he really wants to ego on these mid waves.
Yeah, and you can see, again, where Call Me was like, okay, I can get onto Thanatos.
Yeah.
I have the Nocturne in my back pocket. We can do this. But the
It's
rest
just
of
such
C9
a-
is actually already moving up here to group. The Nami wave comes out. And again, even though Call Me is able to shut down Thanatos,
Let me
it's
not lie,
really
guys.
at what cost with the rest of C9 being able to
Is it
control
bad?
the
I'm
fight?
still not super impressed with C9.
With his stealth timing there made it difficult.
Besides like Blabber this game.
Lions needed to place that wall better as well because I think they could have killed him a little bit faster. That's not going to change the 7,000 gold lead and the overall result of that fight. Thanatos did end up dropping anyway, and now we'll see what C9 can get done with this Baron.
Yeah, and unfortunately for DSG, they're not even on Soul Point because C9 got that one dragon. It's not like Disguise can try to do some big Hail Mary play at the next dragon spawn to secure themselves an Ocean Soul and maybe claw back a little bit that way. So unfortunately for DSG, it's starting to seem like the end of the show here in Game 2.
And I'd also say this is the best series that Cloud9 has played so far in spring to this point. So they had a big lead in their Sentinels Game 2 as well, and then we shockingly went to a Game 3. So it's not over till it's over, but they have looked very dominant in Game 1, aside from APA's 6 deaths, and that was all part of the plan. He got to say mid-gap afterwards, and clearly the mental damage
I mean, I'm never impressed with Blabber, so kind of, yeah.
Overall, they're just playing more coordinated, and they're team fighting really cleanly.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing to me, right?
Yeah.
Is like C9 being able to kind of see both the beginning and the end of a team fight, even when they're getting jumped on by this Nocturne combo. And like we already identified, part of that is a lack of follow-up CC from DSG.
All right,
C9 vs DSG would have to be a gig stomp to look impressive. Yeah, I suppose so.
Sven's the target anytime DSG looks at anything, but when he's
I think I'm just a bit stun-locked by Game 1. I think the way that Game 1 started, Blabber's a bit overhated, IMO. No, the fuck he's not. He's hated on the appropriate amount. Yo, let's not yo.
But that's not really going to matter a whole lot over here in mid.
Goodbye, Thanos. Yo, let's not do up revisionism because he's having a good game here. It's not like Blabber is allergic to having good games, but he's certainly allergic to closing out games cleanly a lot of the time.
2 defenders from Disguised, but now DSG's bringing everybody in for the 5v4 play. This could be their full send. C9 trying to see how
good flash from Sajed, and Blabber dashed into a trap actually, and he stun missed, and Call Me died to AoE. Oh, Blabber's gonna get his health back from DD. Yep. Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, genuinely, Blabber has eaten for a lot of goodwill. I like that take, Dingo. It's true.
25 minutes into the game, C9 2-0 Disguise.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, dude, you're speaking facts.
5-0-11. They just brute force the Nexus.
This is exactly how I'm feeling. Questions have not necessarily been answered, but at least it was a pretty clean for the second game.
It is a straight line all the way through.
In terms of closing out.
Griffin, then Kryra. Blabber has he's established himself in a good spot so far here.
Yeah, and maybe like outside of some shenanigans in Game 1, like in the mid game, this is the kind of strongest we've seen C9 come out and look in a series where
give me a sec.
there were clear things that they were going for in their wins.
I am
just looked so much
actually I don't have to run ads at all.
I completely agree. You can see they're relieved a little bit on stage. I'm not even really, just kind of happier.
This is that Inspired is so good it makes Blabber look bad when Inspired also highlights APA.
Blabber's thoughts. Spam the chat to see who
I get what you mean.
My vote this time is Blabber.
Yeah, I'm going Blabber as well.
We control the crabs.
Wait, that means we control the vote, right?
We control the vote. The player.
I don't know. It just feels like I got hit with my Wait, fella, you missed the sound guy, and then the sound guy was looking at the cameraman like he was the one that was supposed to get, like he was the one that needed to get mic'd up. I'm crying.
And then he started walking away.
That's funny as shit.
Maybe I should have a microphone to speak my mind here.
That was good.
Yeah, I mean, great showing 2-0 for C9 across the board. I think this was 2x.
He forgot his marks.
We'll get Blabber and his thoughts on it shortly. But like, when you look at C9 DSG, I had them 2-0 as well. Yeah.
Hey! Welcome. Sit over here.
Okay.
The couch is big enough for the both of us.
We got some faces. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
where's your face on that one? Do we have a face from Blabber?
We got Sven here. Pass that down.
All right, there we go. This is Sven.
Okay,
You can see which one. Who would you give second player of the game /MVP? Well, okay, we'll just throw this to the side. Yeah, because
I got first.
Oh, whoa, let's calm down now. We don't have the votes tabulated just yet.
All right.
Out of all these spaces, who
Let me
the
let me look in for the interview.
Biggest reason why you guys ended up winning the series?
I think Ballin played really well.
Yeah.
Blabber, your jacket's scratching on the mic.
I would give it to both of them.
Blabber, your jacket is scratching on the mic.
Like the first game was
Blabber.
easy for me to play.
Yeah.
Blabber, no.
They were smashing them, and
Blabber.
I think in this last game, the matchup I assume is not that easy. Yeah. But I felt like they were neutralizing.
Hopefully it doesn't sound too bad.
I thought they just played the game well, and then, yeah, I mean, they just had a lot of pressure in the game, both games. I felt like, so I would say Ballin.
Yeah, I think so, and it's a big bounce back for bot lane because
Blabber, don't move, stop moving. Blabber, stop moving.
If you just look at the stats, like Sven shows up late game, yeah, but like stats-wise, laning phase wasn't going great for C9.
Blabber.
So maybe like DSG could actually have an avenue in here. Not how the game's played out, obviously. So I want to hear from like the team perspective. Like, is this something that the team's been working on, or what has the team been working on behind the scenes to kind of prepare for this series?
Yeah, I mean,
do they have in-ears? They must have in-ears.
Big problem before, like
Actually,
maybe a couple weeks ago, where I felt
Raz
like I
and,
was a bit disconnected with balling.
and Kangas,
like,
they have in-ears?
we weren't pressuring.
Maybe
at
they're
the
just
same
on
time.
the side where they're not going to be
getting
looking.
vision together, just honestly, pretty basic stuff. I felt like there was a disconnect, and it's been something that we've been working on a lot in practice previously. I actually feel like we're pretty good at that now. So it wasn't like the main focus this week, but yeah, it's definitely been something.
That mic has now sold another 20 viewers to the
before,
co-stream.
Being more connected, like us three, and I think it's been showing.
Now, we haven't had, okay, well, you're already seeing the player of the game. It's already been revealed. It was pretty much just across the board.
No, they have in-ears. I can see them. Lads, someone
performance so far this split?
Tell them.
Because, I mean, lock-in tournament goes by pretty quickly. Yeah. But with this split, I mean, it's going to be a much longer one, thorough one.
Text tries to stop. I don't think he's going to pull his phone out
just your stage performance,
mid-segment, mate.
Well, scrims have been rough.
Okay.
They've been better this week, honestly.
Okay.
Keeping the tradition keeping the tradition on and making us suffer one way or another. Nah, fantastic.
We're still
fantastic from him.
Majority of them, but like super great for like what we expect for how good we think we are. And I think honestly on stage I've been playing pretty well, but I've been having like some oopsie games. I think this Johnny game versus Lion I played bad, but the other two games I played well, I felt like. And versus Sentinels I felt like I played pretty well the whole series, but because I missed the Rift Herald,
that's all people think about.
Well, I also kill myself as Sejuani.
Yeah.
Dom, we got a mic. Do you want to talk about it at all? No?
Yeah, I felt like I was playing pretty good that series overall, but yeah, I ran it down with Rift Herald and then
happens.
Yeah. Well, we got some your coach chirping you a little bit, walking behind. I'm on your side with that, by the way. That you made contact with the turret.
It looked like it hit.
It went through the turret. I'm on your side. I'm on your side that way.
Bit.
I got to catch Jack after game number 1 because he's obviously here watching the team, cheering you on. And he was referencing the similar things about how he's happy that the team's actually performing well in scrims, or at least better in scrims lately. But he was nervous about the 6K gold lead in game number 1. Were you nervous at any point during game 1 when you had this big gold lead?
I definitely felt a bit too strong. Like when we
oh god, is this mic off now?
It was a 4v4, but like
okay, they turned it back on.
Positioning wasn't super great, and MF was coming from base, and then.
Okay, so what they're doing is they're now like quite literally turning the knob on the controller left and right anytime he's talking.
I did feel extremely strong, but I was never worried because we had all the Drakes, which is all that matters.
Yeah.
W fix though.
Well, thank you so much, Blabber, for coming on chat with us. Congratulations on the 2-0 clean wins right there. But a reminder that you can check out the C9 Kia Champions Arena after the LCS today, where C9 and Blabber right here, along with the Sentinels players, will play in an AREM Mayhem show match on the C9 Twitch and YouTube channels. Blabber, what do you think about your team? Because you got 3 Sentinels members on your team. We're swapping it around.
Who drafted these teams?
Oh, that's a
Who did draft these teams? Actually, I feel like you would know more than us.
I have no idea who drafted these teams.
Oh, Sven and Thanatos drafted these teams.
So Sven drafted you.
I was first pick?
I don't know. We're about to figure it out. I think you guys just need to tune into that one. I'm going to be asking that question to figure out who is actually valued in this.
Well, you can check out all that action after the show today. Make sure to stick around.
Just say something to him. Maybe they're not being told in their in-ears.
For now, we're going to send it to a short break before we're back for our second series of the day.
Certainly possible.
Sentinels vs. FlyQuest coming up next.
Sentinels vs. FlyQuest. That's our next series, guys. Sentinels vs. FlyQuest. Could be a movie. Could be a movie. This was an email, and I think a very expected email, to be honest with you. Next. This could be a movie. This could be a movie. This could be a movie. I got Quad on the line in my fantasy. He better perform. Well, I hope for your sake he performs as well. Let's see, though. Let's see, though. Also, I just want to point out. That in the LEC today, Giant X lost my prediction on Power Spike about them finishing 5-4 is the easiest low ball prediction of my life. They might even finish 4-5. I'm just saying. I am just saying. I'm just saying. Bro, they actually were lucky enough to be scheduled the weakest 4 teams in the LEC first. Now, it's time for pounding. It's time for pounding, bro. It's time for pounding. It's time for pounding, bro. Fisting every week until the end of the season. They play Vitality tomorrow. Vitality, yeah? Vitality tomorrow. That's them, bro. That's them. And then even worse, yo, check this. Check this. They play next week. Sorry, they don't play next week. And they don't play the week after next week. Yeah. And then week 7, they have to play MKOI, G2, KC. Back to back to back. In an arena. Oh my days, bro. It's just... It's cooked, bro. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked. All of their, like, because they're not even playing poorly as well. Like, I think they're not individually playing poorly right now. They're actually, to return back to the storming, norming, performing metric, they're definitely in the realm of, like, performing IMO. They're in the realm of performing, to be honest with you. But the issue is, all of their performing time is going to get burnt out because they're not going to be playing. They're not going to be playing. So they're going to go, I'm telling you right now, they're going to go to that roadshow and they are going to get... I don't even want to use the words because it might be too graphic for a co-stream. But just let it be known. You see how... Look at this picture on the screen right now. You see how Basil's getting fed by a chopstick, yeah? This is how these man... I think the roadshow is in Paris. This is how these men are gonna have to be giving over themselves to KCG2 and MKOI that weekend, bruv. It's gonna be peak. It's gonna be very peak. Neighbors gonna know their name when the pounding is done type shit. Half of Paris is gonna be wondering who the fuck Jackie's is. They're going to be wondering, wow, why was this kid named Jackie's screaming out Scumond? Who the hell is Scumond? Oh, was it in Madrid? Oh, it's the Madrid roadshow? Oh, my fault. The Madrid roadshow is then. When's the KC roadshow then? Next weekend? Is it next weekend? Then the France one. I think it is. It is then. Yeah. Another BS. Oh shit, they're live. Sorry.
Right going on? And were you both aware that this match has a very important, head-to-head on the line, which is kill participation in the league, Emily?
I was aware because I was the one that asked.
Segue.
Hanbok and Cryogen are #1 and #2 of all LCS players in the league for kill participation. And I'm not going to go into that's like a good or bad stat, but I think it does a good job of showing how each of these teams play, right? Is going to be doing anything.
Replays segment.
Is going to be
He'll be there, yeah.
Well, this is just intentionally making the watching experience of co-streams bad, which is not.
And Cryogen, who's kind of
not what you want to do.
Arrived on
That's not how you build a true symbiotic relationship, man.
In a position where people were worried about how he would replace Booty.
It's not how.
That's why the stats look a little different, simply because all the action from FlyQuest side is happening through their bot lane success. So if you're asking me what I think is going to happen in this series, I kind of believe that FlyQuest will do a great job today. I have it as for me, a solid 2-1. You know? Okay. Yeah. I believe in them. I think Sentinels, they're doing the classic ramp up, but hey,
Hey, Kangas.
I'm taking a chance here. So I think FlyQuest are the more obvious favorites, but when I look at how Sentinels play, they haven't won a series yet, but they've won games in their series, and I think that they have a more solid and stable mid to late game. Even if early game gets a little funky, I think that they can just close out team fights anyway, and Hambach is just as crazy as Griffin. So
Solid
I think that's
mid to
going to be
late
fun to
game.
juggle.
If they get down 10K gold, boy, they'll come back.
Yeah, just one team fight, guys.
Exactly. They just need the one team fight. So that's our thoughts. But I want to hear how the casters feel about this second series.
I mean, that was a very specific thing with
Thank
Marshall
you,
Tonus, though.
Azale here with Kobe. I'm excited. I think it could go either way. I think it's reasonable to have predictions on both sides. And
Azale, for real, has been transformed into a...
It's going to be pretty crazy to take Kangas
into a play-by-play. GG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hyped for the jungle matchup.
What's your prediction for this game?
I think he's on point with the jungle matchup.
I think this is a 3-game series.
Crazy junglers. Griffin,
yeah.
Be favored.
Griffin and Hambach are both psychopaths.
You never know what they're going to do.
I think that
he definitely
Rahel
even he didn't know what he was going to do at the end of the
is
Cloud9
kind of crazy.
Series.
Impact is on. I don't know.
Crazy you want back.
Yeah.
The end of the
Let's see.
Cloud9 series, you definitely want that
Let's see.
one
Let's
back.
see. Let's see.
But Sentinels,
crazy.
This
yeah,
100% can be a good
crazy.
series.
It was series
street, we see him.
And I theorize it will
It
be.
was series losing, but we'll see about this series because this matchup should be really hype. We have
Sentinels are like very anti-clutch.
Probably the youngest team
It's
and
incredible.
the oldest team versus each other. So let's get into the draft between our big age diff matchup.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where
This is
they
our youngest team
focus.
versus
Nivea
oldest team,
obviously
I see.
really rising in prio as it's become a much more popular support these days. Still solid in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and even top lane, it's a giga flex.
Mm-hmm.
I love how Nivea has just bloomed into super high prio because of the flexibility, and there's actually so many good top lane matchups for her right now too. So
yeah,
let's
Rise
see.
still up and available. Pantheon still up and available. Those are some relatively
Rumble,
high prio
Rumble,
champs, of course.
Rumble,
Ash
Rumble.
Seraphine has become super
I sound like
popular
the-
as people are just kind of down to blind that, and these days
I sound
it
like
feels
the
we're
voice
seeing
in
a
the
lot
soup
of
in
just
Super
kinda Ash
Galaxy.
Seraphine getting slammed out and Corky Nami responses.
That's why
Danger,
one of the reasons
danger,
why the Nivea ban's
danger,
good because
danger.
some Caitlyn answers into Ash Seraphine.
Do you think
have just
Doka
been
should be dropped?
pummeling it. So you can pair Caitlyn with other stuff.
Nah,
too.
low-key, I think
we've seen,
Isle
like,
should,
Caitlyn
but
Bard,
let me not go there.
do really well versus it. Once
on
when the
Rumble.
Caitlyn is up too, I feel like Caitlyn Prow has gotten real sneaky there.
Yo, guys, how are we
And,
feeling?
especially like if you're drafting your comp
Rise
around,
on.
pushing bottom lane. and,
2-3 for
rotating that
FlyQuest.
siege around. But we're gonna start out with some very normal comps.
And
here,
Nivea's
okay?
out.
Pantheon first pick for Griffin.
Yeah.
This is pretty big if you follow your
Yeah.
Griffin's social
Or-
media and maybe even
or
Force Within. But
even
the,
a cheeky
the
no, you
meta
can't bank Cassio, it's
Pantheon
too crazy.
discussion looks like he's gonna lock this one in again. Again, he had a really successful Pantheon game already this split, and
It's a good one too, though.
Skarner
I like this. I think
would
Skarner is
say
really OP.
equally
I think he
as
can clear
kinda
really
like
quick.
highlighted by their owner of the entire organization.
And it's actually
himself.
the only champ that
What was
they've
saying,
gotten
Geckos?
wins on so far. They're 2-4. Both those
Oh,
wins
Corky
come
Nami
from
won
playing
too.
Skarner, obviously
All 2-3.
notably the big catch
Yeah.
on Sven against C9 last week.
Oh, I think if you're Darkwings, you go
That is
Rise.
notable.
Unless you
There
really
was
care
another
as Sentinels
one,
by your bot lane,
and,
but I think
the
you just
other
go Rise
Skarner
and
game he
blind
played,
and
he was just
accept.
monster
Well,
from start to finish. He
here's the
was
thing.
smurfing.
Then
That
you're
was right
blinding
after
your solo lanes. It's a
the
bit
interview
crazy,
he
but
had,
I think
with
you just do it.
Sentinel's owner.
Yeah,
You
Rob,
just ban the
Rob
rest
was
of the
like,
bad
oh,
matchups. Like
I
I
love
think
watching
Cassio
the
is now
scrims.
mega
My
into your
favorite
comp, right? It's
scrim
good into your
is
mid
when they
jungle.
have
You ban
Hambach
Cassio into
Skarner.
quad.
So
Quad's a
we're
big
gonna see
Cassio
that on
player. You ban
stage
maybe
here
something like
instead this time around, and
someone like
Skarner, you gotta highlight
Victor.
the
Call it a
amount of
day.
CC that it brings just pairs so well with the Rumble. You always want stuff to keep people on.
It is an
a
LPL
Rumble
Skarner was
ultimate.
saved. Well, Junji is
And
freaky on that
Sentinel's
champ, but I
rounding it
did
out
see
here with
his
the Rise
Skarner
as
of
a
like
very
today, and it was a
flexible
bit bad on
champion,
the day before.
with a lot of options. As far as the mid lane counters go, too, the Nivea is kind of one of the biggest one.
Yeah.
But Cassiopeia is an answer that
Seraphine, I
brings
think
you
that's
in use. She
gonna
got
Seraphine
buffed.
Bard, right?
And what you can
Seraphine
still do
Bard.
would be like a Talia if you want to do Talia.
Maybe
Pantheon.
Nautilus if you feel like
kinda
that setup is a
sounds
bit
nice
too
to me for
scary.
FlyQuest. Even though Talia's fallen off
I
a
think
little bit,
Bard
Yeah.
with
it
Skarner
can
is
still
just
answer the Rise
really.
pretty well.
I'd be okay with
Really
if they
obnoxious.
wanna
Two
gank it
champs
a
that
lot,
can
you
just go
go
through
Andy, you can go
walls.
aggressive options
Yeah.
and stuff. You know, obviously you
Very
can just always
traditional
go like
pathing.
slamming a Zir or some sort of control mage and just kind of play to farm. But
Mesa.
Rise obviously pretty strong, and of course Seraphine going to get taken away. That is kind of what they are giving up by allowing their bot lane to drop to the second phase. You're not going to get that Seraphine Ashe for free. And Masu and Crygen have been super strong in the 2v2. So Rahel and Huhi are going to be knocked down a few pegs on the tier list with a lot of the heavy hitters already being banned or taken away. You know, Varus is gone, Seraphine is gone, the Karma is gone, and you now have the Nautilus
Well,
gone
I think
as
they'll
well.
bard on
So they're going to have to try to find some sort of a solve to be able to play against this. You could go
and then pick
you know,
the AD
Yunara,
on
Lulu,
5.
that sort of style, which I think is strong, but I think
I
we've been seeing
don't
people really
like
feel like they've figured out how to lane against Yunara.
And personally, I want to see like a rel for Huhi because he has been playing all these, you know, Enchanter supports. He's been in there with the meta change and everything. But I love it
If I send a message here, can go on the LCS broadcast? No.
Engage for Sentinels, and being the primary shot caller, it always looks really good.
On.
So I will take a Bard,
Sun.
you know, that you can have engage and
Sun.
disengage with that. He can also play defensive. He can also peel.
Yeah, and I think it works with kind of what they built up so far, right? When you have Ryze, you can play heavily towards side lanes.
I like
Skarner
this.
can go through walls, Bard can go through walls.
Do you know why I like
Realm
this?
Warp.
This
You
is
have
a
lot
really
of
big takeaway
ability
from
to
Darkwings.
move around the map to try to attack people in side lanes.
I like this a lot.
It is going to be the kind of more conservative option here, just throwing out.
Well,
one
now
of the
extra
control
lock in the
mages
Ornn. Do
here
not
for
go
Quad. He's one of
Cassante.
our
Good,
guys
good,
who
good,
does
good.
really enjoy playing the Hwei.
Yes,
And Ornn would give them that go button, so I think it makes quite a bit of sense.
Hwei also got some, some marginal, you know, buffs on the patch as well. So a nice little boost there, and it's a lot of range is the last two picks here for FlyQuest. You know, the Hwei super long range and Ornn as well, the Ornn ultimate.
This is good.
Huge combination abilities
Caitlyn.
here
All
for
simple
both those
stuff.
champions. So I actually really
I will
like
run
the
the
rounding out of
advertisements.
FlyQuest comp here.
I'll
They
see
start out
you
with very
once the game is done.
strong,
Once the game is
jungler,
done, oh my
super
god, no.
strong
Once
bottom lane for Maso and Kraujin, which you talked about doing really
once
well in
the
lane
ads are
so
done.
far, and they round it out with some real team fighting picks for both their solo laners.
Yeah, and I think Hwei's actually really annoying to play into for a number of these champions. For Skarner, when you're trying to go Ishal's Impact through a wall, the fear is so easy to actually just hit and be able to knock him back. You can also just throw down your root at the end of a Magical Journey for Bard, and you can go straight into that. So Hwei has some good answers into a lot of these champions and can play with range quite effectively, where some of these kind of more mid-rangey champions like the Ryze, if you walk too forward, you get stunned by the Pantheon, bubbled by, you know, the Nami, all the CC is going to come in.
Meanwhile,
I think there's a lot more
priority I was talking
cohesion.
about at the beginning here,
I think
sneaks
the
into game
cohesion is a
number
lot more
one with the
understandable.
Bard, combination we're going over. This strategy for super hard push on bottom side, try and punish as much as you possibly can to open up some lanes for like a Ryze split push later on. And then you can get some Realm Warp plays going for yourselves, play the map a little bit on the side of Sentinels. We'll see how good that is, because Sentinels, they have been able to have some
I like the way these
very
team
controlled
drafts.
mid-games
Nothing wrong with them.
to find some success for the team.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get.
I wonder how
things
I assume
going
the
right way.
Ryze Hwei
Sentinels
matchup is
still
very
looking for their first
non-interactive.
series win of the
Yep, very
split
50-50
here.
draft.
FlyQuest, of course, having a very dominant win against DSG.
If I was to give
last
slight
weekend.
edge, I would give it to
Griffin
FlyQuest
looking to
because I
pick
think
up where he
Pantheon
left
on
off there. He is
sides.
posturing for a
I think he just
potential
out-skirmishes
fight
all
at
of
the
these champs
Raptors here
so
at
hard.
1.
Yeah, gets a rock in the face. Get away from my Raptors.
Never mind.
Ward down, though. Ward is there, but Ward also seen, so they can work around that vision. And interesting thing is, when it's warded like that, especially, people are always really hyper-focused nowadays on starting Raptors, you know, so you get your Raptors to respawn quicker. But especially if enemy knows the respawn time of your Raptors, Pantheon will invade all day. Griffin is almost a signature for him now. Just come invade your Raptors. He did this last weekend, just going up, trying to beat down enemy junglers at Raptors. Big hype, though, for this matchup is the age difference. Very big age differences, the biggest in the
Look
LCS,
at that.
and you can see.
Look at that.
Yeah, namely on display.
That was
especially in
crazy.
the top lane. An interesting way to look at it is the
Age diff at
difference,
2015.
since we always do like at 15
Look at-
or 14 stats, you know, in League is 2015.
Age difference at
This is
2015.
the year
Oh
that,
my
like,
god.
Impact and who he first came
Look
to
at that,
America.
man.
How old were
Impact
these
was
players?
already a world champion.
Impact and who he came over. You know, they were 20, but now you got a bunch of babies, especially on FlyQuest side.
So Sentinels might not be favored today.
Yeah.
But at 2015,
if we played
they
this,
would be favored.
Yeah, if we played this match in 2015, we'd have a 7-year-old Gakkos up there in the top lane. He's
Versus
probably got,
world
like, some
champion
Cheez-Its
Impact.
on the side, got some snacks
Yeah,
and everything.
a little goldfish, you know. You got all your snacks
Sippy
ready
cup,
to go. Hey, I mean, a lot of the LCS players needed a sippy cup at 20, so there's no shame.
How old
And
was Sven Scary? Because, yeah, he
he
spilled
was in
every
his
single
20s,
yeah.
still scaring.
He spilled every single day.
Yeah, that was crazy. The out-of-game mechanics, leaving something to be desired. The in-game mechanics, they were on point though.
But interesting with the big age difference, we've also had a fairly substantial difference in the way these teams have found success in games. And it shows up a lot in the early game
I do not like the way
stats
Quad
in
is
general
spending
for
his
these
mana
two
bar here.
teams. FlyQuest, you would kind of expect
He's had a
the
really big
young
mana bar
team with
advantage and he
lots of
just
mechanics
threw it all away.
I know. I feel like people always just imagine like you're.
I mean, I guess
hot-headed
Quake
if
can
you're
always
young and
regen
just
it, right?
Super aggro, trying to take a bunch of fights to have an early game advantage. And if you thought that, you would be right.
If you had the better draft, I think it's pretty even.
Very positive early game gold stats for themselves. And Sentinels, the kind of opposite. And it feeds into another one of these just like assumptions that people have, especially that are surrounded like, oh yeah, well, the older players, they've got to be.
Griffin could get double crabbed here. This is really awkward for Griffin because the top crab isn't here. Is he going to see Skarner reset? He did.
You have to be wise to come back in a.
And now he's walking into jungle on vision.
Exactly. Stay calm under pressure. It's also kind of crazy because these are at 14 stats, but I was looking at the at 15 stats, which you can obviously see on Games of Legends, and Impact is averaging down over 700 gold at 15, and his entire team's deficit is significantly less than that.
Yeah, they chopped it. It was like 400 something. So the rest of the team's making up for part of.
And so far,
Maybe
he's got an advantage on that top side. He's playing, first strike rumble. He's a little bit, but we take what we can get, Kobe.
True. You don't really take your matchups into account when you look at stats, right?
Thank you, new to Leagues, for trying to learn. Oh, good, bro.
But yeah, Rumble, of course, earning the extra gold there. Always nice to take first strike versus.
Always nice to hear people are new to League.
Gakos is just looking to sustain and scale.
Hell, we were just having a conversation very relevant to your demographic of people.
Everything really going
earlier on today.
So far, just
new people to League.
Game from both sides. Caitlyn side on the bottom here.
Very topical.
Trying to make the most of the siege, and you buy some time for a little Bard roam, and go and get. Oh, we have a little fight here on the second chickens.
Yeah, this is actually really nice because Huhi has made the move. Crygen is coming up, but you cannot be walking in like that, Griffin. He's going to give over a freebie, flashes back, does get a stun onto Hambach, but he saw they were there and then just decided to go back in, and that was really ill-advised.
Go take his crops.
Support has pushing bottom lane, so support roam. Mid lane also pushing, so mid lane walk over.
He's a better man than me. I'm so
greedy.
I'll just go take the crops for the
with the Raptor respawn timer desync, since it is the third camp for Hambach, since he did his red quadrant, but it's the fourth camp for Griffin on the other side.
Can't imagine how people feel starting to play League now. So many things happening at the same time. Yeah,
how much did he actually see? I mean, you knew that Rise was walking from mid lane because you saw him leave from mid lane. I mean, there's just no way. There's just no way.
I mean, he didn't see Huhi.
He saw the Rise walking in, and they knew that Bard is missing. Even if Bard is not there, you still should not be walking in knowing that the Rise is going to be there and the Skarner is there.
Yeah, it is one of those.
Even if you don't know Bard is there, you should just play like Bard is there.
It does buy the Bard a lot of roam timers, and we were kind of just talking about, as we saw in the bottom lane, then push in, getting the extra roam timer. So him coming plus. Very easy setup for Rise there. No flash or even ghost necessary for Dark Wings.
Oh man, Griffin's down on
LCS. Very nice start for the first blood for Sentinels, and
actually down almost the full level.
We might have to readjust our early game stats, Azael. This game is definitely going to affect them, as very successful early game for Sentinels.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Hambach is now
I just hope this game isn't slow.
Oh,
well, thank you, Rahel,
for Rahel and chunk him down a bit, but Hambach way ahead of Griffin
Rahel
now at this point. And Griffin was looking for that mid lane gank, but had been warded out by a ward over on the Raptors, so he gets nothing.
Griffin feels so dizzy, I think,
your Raptors, but those were down, so Griffin,
he feels so dizzy. I feel like the fact that Hambach didn't start Raptors just fucked up his whole flow.
So he is now down 20 CS, didn't get the kill, didn't get the dragon, and having a very ineffective early game on the Pantheon.
Okay, let's see if he can turn around, or if it is going to be another Rob Moore favorite of Hambach Skarner highlights. Because, man, Hambach really is so good on this champion. I do think it is still, especially for solo queue, a bit underrated. Very good tank in the meta at the moment.
Very underrated in solo queue.
It's set up with a really
that champ is basically a bruiser in solo queue.
In this comp as well. Especially with the Rumble here for Impact doing well, farming up. You need to have some real threat behind the equalizer. So, he's making good on the first strike money, as well as fairly healthy CS difference for himself in the top lane. So, I mean,
Top
it
crab
does
is Humbux
look
as
like
well.
a very nice pathway through this game for Sentinels. They've got the Mountain Dragon for the extra defense. What about this brush camp, though? Don't think Hambach is too scared at all about face checking. Looks like we are going to have the Realm Warp available for Dark Wings. Does he want to use it?
They're going to try to go on to Impact, I think, here. Potentially, no. Instead, they're looking for Hambach, but the Realm Warp is going to join them up. And now, Geckos has no mana, no health. They got to get out of here, but the Impale is going to be able to land right in on the Griffin. Equalizer comes down across multiple members, but it is Hambach that falls first. Cryogen has arrived earlier than the Bard, and they're going to try to chase for more. Who's still moving up for now. Griffin low on health. The heal's going to come out. They're going to look for Dark Wings. He flashes, but he's stunned. Dies for free after the flash is donated as well. Huhi just arriving to the Grubs now, and FlyQuest got a couple big kills back.
The kids get some revenge right there. Jungle fight, they get the chase down here, pulling back Skarner and being able to finish him off.
Quid
nice,
was the MVP.
Combination from a quad.
Oh my god.
To have the full damage. And
Who stole the scuttle?
What in...
He stole it with an auto attack, and now Griffin's got to leave.
Dude, Griffin is still down 20 jungle CS.
This is smart.
Cryogen might have been first move, but
maybe he didn't see the auto attack coming out of the brush. Maybe it came up right after the scuttle.
The real victory goes to Sentinels, though.
I mean, look at Hambach. He's stealing camps on the other side, by the way.
Taking a little bit of time to get up there.
That's the real
point
Griffin.
with his auto attack once he got there.
So I'm looking back at it now.
Bro, I'm telling you, Griffin HQ is Griffin here. He's just LARPing as a white boy.
So you can give him, you can
give him a pass.
Remember we were sitting. I don't think I ever showed the tweets on stream, but there's the other guy called Griffin, just for like context.
Any visual that pops up.
And he was talking about how like invading is really OP and like sacking for plays and objectives is really OP instead of farming.
Never mind.
The stun didn't hit.
Bound into the wall, and in comes Hambach. Ishtal's impact straight into the wall. Masu flashes back. Here comes the ulti. Masu still surviving for now, but Cryogen has to flash out as his AD carry falls.
What's up, Javon?
Nice little setup there from Sentinels. I'm not sure how Masu initially
movie
got
time.
trapped, but the CC just kind of didn't end after that.
Chill, no?
Yeah,
can't get that.
Let's see. I mean, now you're going to lose a lot of minions here on the bottom side as well.
Okay, Griffin needs to identify, like, right now on this frame that he needs to start killing Impact with Geckos off CD.
Mode, accelerate with all this extra money off the
That's what needs to start happening right now.
Right now. Hambach got to his heart steal immediately there. Recalls, gets it. Here's the initiation was just a beautiful ult from Huhi. Ult into Bard Tunnel, and then the Corki was actually close to the wall, so he was like, oh, great. Well, I'll just get a Cosmic Binding on the Corki here.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Excited for tomorrow?
Huhi's making
Hell no!
Okay. Bard,
I am not looking forward to us losing the title tomorrow,
man. And it's through the roof. He stole the crab on the top side, then got back bottom for a very successful gank, and turns out we're splitting grubs at the moment, and since looks like Hambach is going to have alone time with the last one, Sentinels will retain their control over the neutral objectives as well. Mountain Dragon in tow, grubs for themselves.
I'm an Arsenal fan, bro.
Using that MasterCard power spike of the Heartsteel very effectively, as obviously Griffin didn't have his item completed just yet. He then based after taking that first grub and was able to grab that. And the Tempered Fate into Trap, obviously pretty strong combo when we snapped down.
Bro, Griffin, please just go and murder this fucking
hit that Bard
Junkrat in the top lane. Please, bro,
please. Pretty much perma-CC'd after that, because it's Bard ult into Trap, into Binding, into Ishal's Impact, into, well, the Flash, but you're not going to get out of there anyway. FlyQuest, though, are first in the area for this Dragon, and we'll see if Sentinels want to try to contest it. Gold lead slightly in their favor, as well as that one Dragon advantage.
Scuttle Crab at least achieved for FlyQuest to give him some vision, but might be a bit dangerous to actually fight it. So, I mean, honestly, it's only a Dragon number 2. You've got Orange scaling you want to rely on, maybe. So they're going to give this one up for sure. Just have Dark Wings push mid lane, try and get an extra little, head start on that minion wave. Maybe he can chunk out one. Oh, they're going to rotate over. Griffin's got a blast cone. He's going to ult through.
Oh, here he comes, but he's going in a little bit too late. They want to try to look for a fight, but they're not going to be able to find it. So the Grand Starfall gets a bit of nothing. Geckos had walked down pretty much all the way because neither top laner had to.
Yo, how do you think that guy that said Griffin is going to be MVP is feeling right about now?
If Geckos can get down here in time, we could find a fight. At the end of the day, though, the Grand Starfall amounts to nothing, and that is a long cooldown to be using.
Yeah, I was wondering what angle. Well, here we go, another Bartle.
Tempered Fate there, binding. Trap going to be able to follow it up as
Good
well
combo.
as he is getting CC'd. The bubble gets flashed over by Rahel. In comes Hombach with the Ishtal's impact. He's going to flash in for the Impale on Namasu, who has no flash available. It's a double for Rahel as Huhi sets him up, and Rahel knocks him down.
So Huhi is one of the oldest players on the Rift right now. His mechanics looking pretty good. Setting up a lot of CC chains, a lot of plays for the team. I don't know. Sentinels here, 2,000 gold lead early on. This is not a common occurrence for them. They had, you know, some good setup though. Huhi hunting here, saw Crouchin blast cones over, but very good chain. Bard ultimate into Cosmic Bindings very easy, and that bought enough time for Rahel to get there for the trap. And Rahel is expecting this bubble 100%, especially if you're expecting it. Very easy to flash forward on the bubbles. So it's a double for the Caitlyn. Hex optics already done.
This is going to be a problem. Merseyside Derby tomorrow too. Oh my god, the legs are being broken.
Masu looking a little frustrated there as he goes down again. Hombach preying on that bot side. 2 visits, 2 kills.
He didn't even fully believe in that Griffin video. Bird, yeah, he went from saying that he was going to be MVP to say he'll be behind like Inspired and then Jose. It's like if he doesn't make first, team, then I think if he's making second or third, like bro, you're supposed to be making the argument that he's going first, man.
Across all 3 of the Skarner games, he's looking very comfortable on it. And they are going to go in, but I mean, you're not going to get a kill here onto Hombach. He has Rahel behind him, so we'll get them prio around this scuttle at the very least.
Question is, who can even answer the Rise bottom right now? I mean, Ornn has teleport. They're doing kind of a hover with Quay on top. So they are ending up with a teleport coming from Ornn. Rise already has a team here, though.
Yeah, and that tower is getting kind of low. He's going to be able to clear out the wave, and we'll be able to hold on to it for another wave or two. But Griffin and Cryo moving down
in the
here,
choke, no?
and Huhi in the area. Could be a potential 3v3.
No, Ornn in the choke there, really?
He'd be very low on damage with 3-3.
Honestly, good play from Impact up there.
On the choke there. I feel like I think that's really illegal for them to walk out that choke.
The cost for FlyQuest
I don't know if I'm
on
on there. I'm saying fight. Like I'm pulling the trigger for my team.
Top side. The reason they are paying that cost though is to try.
My Pantheon is Sundered Sky. I don't care that he's level down.
Laners up there. Quad walks up. He's like, okay, if Rumble, steps too far or anything, maybe we can make a play top side. Then you teleport down bottom and catch up with the Rise wave. But conservative play from Impact during a correct timing there, and ends up with an extra turret plate for the Rise.
Does this Herald even? I feel like Herald is fake.
Bottom half of the map and teleport used.
Huhi is playing Bard. I mean, if they fight over it, they fight over it. But I feel like Herald is fake.
Herald for now. Masu trying to get this wave moving in the right direction, but they just do not have prio to start this up. His bot lane is pushed. Relor's coming through. Ishtal's impact into the wall. The Impale going to get flashed away from Darkwing's taking quite a bit of damage here from Masu and Crygen. They're going to try to re-engage with the Grand Starfall, but it's right in onto a trap. Griffin is still going, but he's so low on health, buying a little bit of time as the double knockup comes through from Gakkos. The Spiraling Despair is there as well, but Quad is knocked down. It's another 2 kills for Rahel. FlyQuest just don't have the damage to be looking for a fight like this. It seemed like a big overforce.
Yeah. Oh, that's a rough one. So Pantheon has to flash out, and it's a good flash, to get out of the Skarner combination. Because if you let the E go,
that's my MVP, ultimate, baby.
Then you're gonna get locked into death. But then Pantheon ulting back in, your spear goes in the ground.
They might not prefer to be on camera. It's possible.
So if you ult,
it's possible. I don't know if I doubt he's doing it all by himself.
Or something, and won't be able to cast a trap.
Because even on stage, I think he's alone.
Put a trap right where you're gonna land. Huhi here starts it off, another good Bard ultimate into the Skarner chain. It's just barely a little window there. Griffin can flash out, and you look at the
I think it's just crazy to ult there, bro.
Gets there just in time.
He just doesn't E straight away, which I think is mad. Like, bro,
even with the
you have to ult the headshot. You have to ult the headshot and then just play with the resists.
Just roasting them on the front lines here. Trying to move them back, so very good kind of response from Sentinels.
Yeah, really well done by Sentinels. Just seemed like a big overforce from FlyQuest, though, to me. I mean, that fight was not even close to working. Impact just kind of dropped the equalizer between the 3 members of the backline. They never even got close. And Griffin, yeah, he had to flash the Impale, but he didn't have to be there. You saw that you had lost prio mid. You saw that they're walking over from there. He could have walked up towards quad and out towards top lane and saved his flash. And now, you commit to that fight when you're already down. You lose the fight anyway, so now you're down about 4K. They're going to lose the dragon, and now it is sole point here for Sentinels, who's taking full control of this game. Gonna look for a potential play here on a Dark Wings. Nice.
I mean,
Realm Warp will be able to get out. I don't think
very
they
good
had
stuff.
the stun back up anyway to be able to interrupt it, but well played there by Huhi to keep his mid laner safe.
We're going to have a very early Infinity Edge for Rahel on Caitlyn
my
as well.
God.
And it is done now. So 17 and a half
2 items,
minutes.
17 and a half
Infinity
minutes into the
Edge
game.
for
Aye.
Rahel's Caitlyn. And the map is kind of
And we're not attacking sides.
It is going to be traded.
I mean, it's
with
good
some top
hovering as
side
well from
pushing.
Sentinels. I think the Sentinels are doing a good
Quad
job covering their side
will eventually be
lanes.
able to answer and get this top tower as well.
I don't know.
assume.
I feel like
Actually, they can't even finish off the
this,
remnants of it. So
this
recall
Pantheon
timers go
performance
out.
from Griffin has just left a
And,
lot to be desired.
We'll see, because the map is getting pretty dangerous now for FlyQuest, especially if you are a Hui. This is very good, control mage champion, good range, nice AoE for team fights, but split pushing is quite dangerous for him.
Yeah, it really is, and I mean, there's a lot of tools to attack you on that side lane. With the Skarner, with the Bard, can get up there and really make things difficult. FlyQuest trying to maintain some control in this bot side here, but it is Rahel pushing up mid, and it is Quad going to get interrupted under his tower. I don't think they can look for a dive in this spot, but they do kill off another tower with the Caitlyn. They take down mid lane, and now Gatgos not going to be able to trade back. He's just going to have to back off as the gold lead continues to extend here. FlyQuest are going to have to try to find some plays of their own if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be off of Ornn ulti at this point. You can definitely make some really good picks with that. That is a way to put pressure on like a Caitlyn or something if you're going to go for a Pantheon ult play. So they really have to have one of those big abilities plus the Pantheon ultimate and just try and go for a trick on somebody. It doesn't necessarily have to be Rahel, but that would be the biggest bounty to collect.
Yeah.
If you could possibly make it work.
It absolutely would. And I mean, if they could get one dragon, delay the game, I think they have a real chance. Because then the ornaments, are all coming through and everything. Obviously, Ornn has his own. The first ornaments are going to be coming in pretty soon. But Sentinel's moving up towards topside, looking to attack this pretty vulnerable Hui, who is up here. They clear out his vision. Cryogen playing behind him, knows that he could be vulnerable, so wants to be there to keep him safe. Masu,
I want Masu in EU.
That
So do I.
was pretty close to getting caught by the Tempered Fate, but quick reactions from him will keep him safe for now.
Didn't they
Okay.
give
Should buy Ornn a little
residents
bit of
from
time here to get
Mena?
another wave on bottom side too. Gonna have a rotation over. To try
Don't
and
they
get
have
some
European
vision
status?
down around Baron.
'Cause
Looks
that boy's,
like slowly
Iraqi.
moving. Cryogen and Masu are
Ain't he?
pretty safe to do so. So yeah, just keep your defensive vision alive here.
We could
keep
get that
on farming,
brother.
Keep the income steady. If they, as you
We
say,
could get that
can
brother in the
deny
region.
the
He's not
Dragon
even an
Soul
import.
and also keep the gold lead from getting bigger, then
It's tough, though.
those are your two big first things necessary for hope to stay alive.
And Gatgo's going to be in some trouble here. They are trying to move down and help him out.
I mean, like,
Huhi
Pantheon should
here
just
pretty
ult
early.
on
Call the forward shot
Impact's
is
head
going to
and
come out
just
as well as the
kill
Grand
him.
Starfall. They're going to be looking for Impact, but Darkwings is here, Rahel is here, Hombach is here, and FlyQuest are slower on the fight. Gatgo's trying to run the Ishtal's
And of
Impact.
all the
gonna
people they
connect in
fucking
onto
hit,
Quad, and
Quad
Quad in
somehow-
so much
Quad
trouble.
died
The
without
Spiraling
flashing.
Despair comes through.
That
They
is
get one kill on the
evil.
side. Masu able to sidestep the Impale.
Evil,
Rahel
bro.
stepping forward, though,
They're being
looking to
flanked
take
by
the
Rahel.
fight.
Oh
Darkwings
my
in the
God.
middle of the team, knocking them down. Sentinels running over
What the bomb of
FlyQuest.
blood clot
They
did I
get
just watch, bro?
destroyed in the bot lane.
GG right there. Rahel comes in, crit on the back line. And that is going to be an ace for one. The
I
sacrificial
am
impact
angry.
here, well worth it for Sentinels. They start to play out, him and Huhi. He knows the entire team. You can see the mini-map. They're all rotating down. You get Realm Warp coming in. So even when Griffin
I don't
uses
know, I
the
just feel
ulti
like they
here,
had to try and
Sentinel's
murder
still on the
it. Oh,
attack,
just
looking to
whatever.
punish the arrival. And Rahel, look at his route. He goes over the wall
I
on
guess
the
Quad doesn't flash
outside,
till he thinks it's going to
gets
hit
the
Griffin,
Q
but then
over
it
the
doesn't
wall
hit Griffin,
into
and
the
then
ult
Quad should
onto
flash
Quad,
anyway.
to kill off Hombach's target, which was a really good kind of E backwards there, and a bit of a kidnap, and Sentinels can just run it through afterwards. Flash from Darkwings, they finish the chase, and you got Caitlyn flanking around the outside of the lane there.
Oh
Makes it hard
my
to escape.
Back alive is Griffin going to get caught out once again. There's no way he's getting out of this one. Masu and the rest of the team have got to run. They're trying to delay, but the Dragon is up in 9 seconds. Your jungler is dead. The Baron's on the map. Sentinels crushing this one as Hanbok finding
Oh
more
my god,
and
is there
more
going to be
good
2
engagements.
emails
That last
tonight?
fight, being
This
able to
game
pick
is
up
giving
quad at the
email
very
status.
start. The fight is already done as soon as that happens, and Rahel now.
A white boy
already
coaching
passes
5
3 out of
Koreans?
mark.
Yeah, I've
Masu
seen it
just
all.
starting to work
First
on that.
off, Dark
He is
Wings ain't
so
Korean.
far ahead, nearly
Chillax.
4,000 gold, the
I don't
individual
think.
lead.
I think we've had this
down
conversation
for
quite a few
Rahel.
times. Pretty sure he's Chinese.
Yeah. That is a painful sniper.
That said,
No headshots.
it's still funny.
Are going to be taken lightly.
Does Caitlyn have an Ornn upgraded
Yeah,
Triforce?
he's
No, good point. You know what?
go.
He's American
that
and
one
Chinese.
goes in the museum, maybe. After the end of this, that's what you're holding on to, though.
Yeah.
You're like, you know what? We scale, play for late guys. We got to make a pick. You're always hoping
Didn't
for
Yamato
one
do
of
that
these big
with
picks.
Sandbox? I mean,
You
yeah,
do,
technically.
you know,
I do wonder how that
you got some
worked. I need to talk to
capabilities.
Yamato more about
You
that.
got to make up a lot of gold here for
So-
items, but you do it by making picks.
The Protobelt way, looking for a pick on
There you
impact.
go.
It's going to work because he Protobelts out. And now
Okay.
they're going to try to go for the Call of Forge God. Can
Hit
he find
Rahel?
the redirect onto
No.
Rahel? Easily sidestep Rahel with that Cloud Soul move speed. Just able to easily
Famous
get out of
Korean
there. That would've been
Isaac
huge if
Cho.
they could have caught the
That's the most
Caitlyn as well. They
Chinese
might have been
name
able
of
to
all
look for a Baron start. But Griffin now in his own jungle has been spotted by Sentinels. Rahel pushing up
It's the
mid lane
most
onto that tier
Chinese
2.
name of all time.
Griffin just going to have to give up yet another buff here.
And you
as
lot know
Hanbok
Isaac is not the name on that
continues to build
motherfucker's
that
buff.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens.
It's gonna
usually
be,
when you're
it's,
that far
bro, I
behind
love,
in the
it's
late
like one of
game
my
and you're trying to
favorite
make
cultural
comeback
things of all
plays.
time is like
Commit a lot to
people
one
from
side so you
Asia
can get your
or
pick.
people also from Africa do it a lot,
But because
where
of the
they
extra,
will
you
give
know, gold
themselves
that's been
anglicized
put up and,
names.
pushing on the map, you're
I have
allowed
no
to do
idea.
so much more for
I mean, it's
Sentinels
more just
still.
so they can
So
fit
our
in
two
more, I
things that
suppose. Like some
we're
people
saying
don't.
for FlyQuest hope to remain
There's
alive.
actually some sensitivity to
One
it,
of
so I shouldn't
them
even
was
like
the
really
Night of
mock it. But
Dragon
I do like
That
that
one
culture for
didn't
some reason. I
go
always
so
find
well.
it funny.
The other one was keep the gold
Especially
lead
of African
low
names,
at
because
like
like
4K diff.
African names,
That one
especially
also
Nigerians.
not going so
Nigerians will
well.
name their
No
kids
checkpoint.
shit like
Third
like
ornament.
inanimate objects.
Those are going
So
well.
it's
That is
like
going well.
Another
It's a
ornament.
you will get
3-0
names
ornament lead
where
for
Man,
FlyQuest.
it's so frustrating too.
they'll be
Cloud
like, ah,
when you're playing against a Rise and you're
this
already
girl's
like,
name is
What
Divinity.
do we do about this split pusher? Well,
Now he runs.
And then she
he's
just goes
super
by
fast. The entire
like
team is super fast.
Davina
Even the Skarner
in
that's
real
cruising
life,
through walls at
or
you
just like another
and
like
kidnapping
random.
your carries
Miracle is the classic.
is-
Yes, Miracle is the
When he
classic.
Hits the knot and
Yes,
drives
yes.
away.
True.
Takes you back to the
Yes.
base.
True. That's actually the
If names get worse treatment in the US, really?
Oh no.
But we'll
I didn't know it was like bad like
Now
that.
you're
It's not
praying for
really.
Elder, let's be real.
Well,
as,
it
they're gonna look
depends
for an
on the
engage
area
here,
maybe
impacting a
here, but
lot
I
of
don't think it's
damage
ever
as
really
they
been
get
a big
bubbled
deal
up.
here.
Nicely timed Tempered Fate immunes the pop there from the Spiraling Spare.
Had a friend
Griffin
called
trying
Good
to
News,
attack
you're
on the
lying.
side. Masu getting involved here. But it just doesn't
You're
really
lying.
hurt Hanbok, and Hanbok is not scared of
You're
this
lying.
Corki whatsoever. FlyQuest looked like a decent start, but at the end of the day,
I had a
can't
friend
really
called
find
Good
anything
News.
and do lose the tower.
Yeah, they keep going after Ornn.
My mom
after,
did that as well. She
Rumble,
called me
after this,
failure.
After Impact here, and honestly, rightly so, but good defense from Huhi there kept him alive. Now Gakkos.
Oh,
Forge God
man.
going to be coming out. They are looking for the stun
They're just
here,
murdering the
interrupting
Ornn, man.
Call of Forge God, redirecting. Gakkos flashed over the wall, but he's got no way out from this spot.
Had a girl
It's
at
a
my
pretty
work
easy
called
pick
Princess.
up there
Yeah,
for
happens.
Sentinels and immediate pings back onto the
Co-worker
bear.
boss called
Yeah.
God Bless. Nah, shut up.
No
You
way
lot
for
are
him
taking the
to
piss,
waddle
man.
out of mid lane. That's the other
You lot are taking the
really
piss.
troublesome part about being super far behind in games is there's a bunch of wards from your opponents that are so deep on the map.
Precious
When
is
you move
common.
out
Precious
onto the
is
map,
common.
they have a lot of teleport locations to just teleport on you and collapse after a play occurs.
I met someone called Success
So
once.
Sentinels make good on the trap there, the punishment.
I met someone called
And,
Success.
now with Baron, I mean, you really cannot
was good.
stop Caitlyn this fed with Baron buff Siege. Like, you just can't do it.
But yeah, that especially. Oh, I love the Niger names, man. They're so funny.
And a Bard that can defensively ult on
And
good
block
timings.
it, and your
Well, it's
solo
crazy.
laners
Them
are
and like the
super strong,
Ghanaians
too.
as well.
They're
They have
both
like
2K
powerful
individually,
names,
so
bro.
Even if
I
you
think there's a
somehow
lot
magically kill
of
Rahel,
power
you
in
might
names.
just be dying to the Rumble as well.
Well, those
as
guys
the
have
Rise.
like cool
Everything
sounding
would have
names,
to be
like the
sent
actual
onto
native
them.
names a
So
lot of the time.
Sentinels looking like they are very close to being able to
I love that shit,
close
man.
this one out.
I love it.
Would be a big win in a game one here against FlyQuest, who I think a lot of people were favored. favoring, though this obviously is one that could go either way.
Yeah, Destiny is another one. Destiny is very common.
Definitely so. Yeah, Sentinels looking pretty controlled here. Ooh, good immune there.
Yeah, nice Bellows Breath, immunes the Tempered Fate. Cryogen not so lucky. Stunned, suppressed, knocked into the wall. It is fish for dinner. Cryogen's dead in a hurry as they're just trying to play for some sort of vision. You know your only chance, and it's kind of a snowball's chance in hell at this point,
Sun
is
wins
stealing
this.
the
What's
Elder,
the top
right?
4 of an A
So
at this
you're trying
point?
to get some vision in that area, but Sentinels are clearing
Sun, it's a
everything
fucking
out,
mess.
and they do not want a 50-50.
I don't know. They can all beat
like
everyone
this.
out
They
there,
are
bro.
just looking to barrel down the mid lane.
I don't think
see
there's a
if they
top
can
4.
close
I
it
think
out
they're
with
just.
another
I think they just. It's just a circle of.
I
I wouldn't say circle of suck.
in
But,
that endeavor.
oh,
Mid
who
tower
am I kidding? It's a
already
circle of suck.
down. Bot side, Darkwings has the minion wave here, ready to evaporate this tower as well. And Impact.
Except I guess C9 are
even looking for a little bit of an angle here. Can they get
C9
even
are
more?
lossless by the end of
Trap's
this
starting
week.
to go down. I mean,
Oh yeah, it starts
the
to get
closest
tricky.
timer is Elder, so that's what they're thinking is nobody make
And then
any.
who do
like,
Dig
the
play
only
tomorrow?
possible way Sentinels
Dig
like
have
kind of
to
lose
play.
this game.
They
Somebody
did they play
blunders
Shopify
at
yet?
the Nexus right now, and then
I don't think they played Shopify yet, so I think that's
That headshot
maybe
was
tomorrow.
67
It's
to
TL
8.
maybe.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ouch.
C9 just look
That
not.
was literally one auto.
C9 don't look legit. They don't look legit in the same way they
Okay.
looked legit in
One
Winter.
bullet is all it takes.
Yeah, I guess rapid fire headshot, legit all it takes. As Masu sent back to base. When do you think that IE is coming in for Cork? Next game?
Next game, yeah.
Right. Next game, yeah.
That sounds about right. He's got a dagger right now, so.
That's not too close to an IE.
Yeah, so now all
No,
we
it's
gotta
not.
do, guys, all we gotta do is just play connected, okay? The
True,
only way
just
we're
gotta
gonna
play
lose
together.
is getting picked.
Is this live comms?
Yep, just keep getting picks, play connected.
That better have been a replay. If that's live comms, that's crazy, by the way.
He had a really good one in the
W comms,
FlyQuest
but yeah.
That's another bullet into Masu's head. Wait a second.
Someone might want to block that.
Nah.
He's not the president anymore. Too many deaths.
They're like, you know what?
He's been downgraded.
Nobody really wants to take that.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, Masu gonna pop the barrier as impacting a ton of damage. Cryogen might just burn down. He does.
Oh,
Darkwing's on the
that's
side,
actually
dueling
out.
against Griffin. He's winning
They're
back.
also getting
and
Elder,
the
by the
Elder is
way.
being killed at the same time. Sentinels loses no one as it's just a couple members looking for the fight. Now the Run Warp comes through. The 3-man knockup.
W Masu.
Masu is just shot out of the air. Rahel has been unstoppable start to finish as Sentinels dominate the
Humbug,
first
get
game
him.
here against FlyQuest.
Oh my God,
Humbug
he's got
and
console
who he
movement
want to
speed.
chase squad. They want another kill to pad the stats, but it's Impact, it's Rahel, and it's eyes on closing out this first game. Quad is going to die as
Respect,
well.
guys.
Darkwings can't get there to
Well.
steal the kill, but the Nexus will fall as it is 19-4 in
We
just under
are
30 minutes.
on
Sentinels
pace.
going to be able to close it out and take game one.
Beautiful.
We are on pace
game
for a
from
quick night.
Sentinels. Controlled.
I think Skarner is really
methodical,
broken.
Big plays from who?
I actually don't have to run crazy long ads here. I'm only gonna run.
All of them quite
I'm gonna run
good.
90
I
seconds
guess
just so the
hardest part
pre-rolls
about
stay
this
off. That's
game is
actually
gonna
it.
be
I
the
don't need to run ads
discussion over who
otherwise.
gets player of the game.
I
For a little
think
while.
Humbug, he started the snowball. What do you think, Lounge?
We'll run like
Ooh,
10
that's a
minutes
tough
going
one.
into
I
draft,
was
and then that's
going
it.
Ruhi. I feel like the support.
I think we have like it's between those two.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
really
not leaving
split,
it up in
isn't
the
it,
air
there,
because I now already know the result.
Hey, I like to. Oh, we do.
Don't. So
We do. Don't look at the
Okay, I
monitor.
won't look at the
Don't
monitor.
look at it.
But I'm going to go over the second Drake because I think this was one of the fights that kind of broke the game open.
I just need
We
to
had
run
that
to the
earlier
toilet, guys.
invade onto
I need to use the
Raptors,
loo.
that Griffin
I shall
got
be here
caught
shortly.
out at. But then here, I think this, as you can see, Griffin is already channeling Pantheon ult. This is from smiting the Baron, so they've already procured the second Drake for Sentinels. And this Pantheon ult comes in very late and off the top right here, which allows for this Bard portal to just go out, and the rest of Sentinels are going to be able to escape very handily. Not only that, but Darkwings is actually going to be able to ult into the mid lane to catch that. And now Sentinels, after Hombach is up clearing, they're going to look for this play on the bot side. This is the Bard ult coming down here. You saw all the pings going down. And then they just clean up Cryogen first and then get right onto Masu. This is just, I really liked Sentinel's willingness to kind of go all in, especially when Hombach is on this Skarner and Huhi is on a playmaker, because you can see in each of these cases, right? Like the Pantheon ult is coming out late, but they're still able to escape anyway via the Bard portal. They had a really good setup on the bot side to further dive onto Masu and Cryogen, and that Bard ult is then their go button.
Hui was everywhere too.
He was. And so there it is. Hui ends up winning player of the game. Hambach getting at least a nod.
Kobe voted for us. Okay.
Yeah, it was Zale to win Hambach. Okay.
I was wondering if it was going to be a casters versus analysts lounge.
We do win that. Yeah,
we do now, yeah.
I really did like the interview that or like the pros episode in which Impact did talk about like how we felt like bot lane generally.
Hello, everybody.
Creates a lot of plans.
Yeah.
And he was like, maybe we shouldn't go for like this draft anymore. Like the idea of going for something that's heavily playmaking mid jungle, because like bot lane would tend to do it. Guess who's the major playmaker? The major thinker? It's
our Twitch chat's smart.
Yeah,
man.
the Twitch chat is on our side.
All of us.
Same side as us.
Same wavelength.
Yeah, I gotta say though, props to Hambach. I think he deserves more than 5.4% right there. He got the Skarner. Blabber was walking by and he was like, how does he keep getting the Skarner, man? Like, why do teams give this to him?
Yeah, apparently he is just crushing it. Like Rob Moore brought it up as early as week 1. Was like, I hope to see Hambach on Skarner. I think it suits his play style really well as a playmaker. He's someone who is really willing to go in. And you can still see that kind of progress that they're trying to make of like Drake focus, right?
Yes.
Like again, this was a huge Drake focus game for them and it really paid off.
And even earlier before that, like the Raptors contest that they had on top of that, like that really pushed out and killed Griffin, and all of it is supporting Hambach's play, and I think Skarner makes it easy. It's an easy go signal on how to be able to start a fight. So now that they don't have Bard ulti and Skarner ulti, we got to find a little bit more creativity there.
Also, final fact, poor one out for Masu and Quad. They had 0 losses, unfortunately. Both picked up their first losses on those champions. But make sure that you at home don't miss out on any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. On the other side of this break, we'll hear from last week's Player of the Week, and Game 2 is coming up right after this.
Okay. Ads. I have to mute the ads. Unfortunately, because they completely bone the YouTube VOD. And it's always a really big hassle once the YouTube VOD goes up. But you know what's been happening lately to the YouTube VODs is the draft music has been getting copy claimed, bro. And I don't know if I can actually dispute it or not. That's another LCS sponsor because you turned off this ad? Oh yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. Yeah, all good, Zareth. Have a good night, mate. Thank you for you've been here like most of the day, so appreciate that. Almost like FlyQuest person had a point before they started chilling that one guy. I mean, yeah. I mean, we were talking about it via the ESL. With the ESL things, right? Like, if it was regulation, and I just had to completely adhere to it, then it would be fine, and I wouldn't have any issues. Jamada, my goat. Thank you, man. My goat are those of the community who are just here and happy and chill and support the stream with their presence. That's my goat. Those are my goats. Those are my goats. All right, let's see if this stays an email. Honestly, I kind of want it to be. I'd like to play a little bit of Pragmata whilst I've got a lot of energy in me. If this wraps up, it'll be in time for WrestleMania. Oh my god, is WrestleMania on? Doesn't WrestleMania normally happen? Isn't WrestleMania a summer event? Oh god, it's a Griffin interview.
Congratulations on being able to win Week 2 Player of the Week. That was a pretty insane week for you.
That
you just
SummerSlam?
ran through, especially on your Nocturne game. How did it feel coming out of it?
Oh no, I mean it feels great because we haven't played on stage, or like we haven't had a win, like a series win, in quite a long time, maybe like 2 months. So it feels kind of bad because it does feel like we're improving a lot, especially after we went to Korea. But then we went back and faced TL. Should have won that series, to be honest. I think we definitely, if we were more disciplined, that was a free win.
Just second monitor that and laugh at it.
And then it feels,
I don't
good,
have
like,
a way. I don't have a means of watching
It
it.
has to feel great that you win your first Player of the Week. During our Player Weekend interviews, we just basically have like 90 seconds on the clock. Rapid fire questions. If you don't want to answer a question, you want to move on, you can go next. Are you ready for it?
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Who in the world would you want to duo with or hit the gym with?
Hit the gym with? Owner.
Yeah. Who?
Owner.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Who's your NA GOAT?
NA GOAT? Bjergsen.
First LoL esports match you remember watching?
TSM C9. I don't know what year, but very long ago.
Yeah.
Like maybe 2015 or something.
That's perfect. Celebrity crush?
I don't really have one.
Okay, no, that's good. A jungler you believe in, but lobbies will dodge if you play it.
Oh, Gnosis.
Spell Griffin, the real Griffin.
G-Y, oh no, G-R-Y-F-I-N-N.
That mother, he failed.
I was gonna fail.
How do you fail? How'd you befriend Kryra?
Kryra, Kryra used to be like young and challenger, same with like Sniper, so me and them were friends.
No, guys, this is pre-recorded.
All young. He was 15, I was 13, we were challenger.
Are you?
Okay.
I want to flame you, but I don't. Maybe it's your first time here.
Relate to.
What's a red flag that you
Guys,
have as a person?
yo, common sense, please.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a bit tough.
Common sense, please,
Okay.
gentlemen.
What's a green flag you want in a partner?
Oh.
A partner?
Yeah.
Loyalty.
There it is. Who do you credit most for?
Young man, his head's in the right place.
Credit most?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
But stay away from the women in LA, lad.
Tips for the viewers out there to get swole?
Get swole?
Yeah.
Protein.
Yeah. Be consistent.
Yeah.
Consistency is
Big-
always going to be the number
big
one thing
protein.
that trumps everything.
Nice. Last question on this one. Who would you rather be stranded on an island with on your team?
On my team? Okay, let me think. So, Akko's low IQ, Cry low IQ, Masu low IQ, Quad. No, I think I'm cooked.
You're cooked?
I'm cooked. Wait, anyone on the team? What about
Anyone.
coaching staff too?
Yeah, coaching staff works too.
Maybe it has to be Apollo or Think Card. It seems like they're the most put together
True.
if I wanted to survive on an island, so yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. They may get you guys, or get you out of there
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
But no, congratulations on that one. You nailed that one. And final words for the fans out there, especially after a big week.
Oh yeah, no. Thank you guys for supporting. Let's go.
Hell yeah! All right, going straight to the Sentinels games after this.
Okay.
Great to hear from Griffin, but you know what, Kobe? I'm going to need him to step it up, you know, if he wants to win another Player of the Week here.
Consistency is key, he said.
Exactly. And he was
Consistency is
not
key.
owning this first
Let's
game. Not as
let's
hard as
keep
in
the
last
consistency
go.
going
That's
for an email
inconsistent.
series, and
Yeah,
we'll
with
get
the
some Pragmata
previous
going,
week
and then we'll
in which he
probably
earned the Player of the Week award.
lapse the stream today.
Congratulations on getting that.
Congratulations. Well
However, Hombox Skarner, a little bit of a jungle diff there.
It
So,
was.
there you-
Hombox Garner is starting to become one of those champions where I'm like, maybe you need to ban that.
I think, well, they talked about the lounge, was saying Bladder was right there saying the same thing. So if the enemy
He's
team,
building a reputation.
yeah, if the enemy teams are already saying it, then maybe it starts showing up around those early bans even.
Yeah, there's some of those player combos where people kind of like, yeah, it's meta. Yeah, you don't normally ban it, but you probably should against this guy.
AJ6.
Yep. I feel like Morgan Renekton is one that a lot of people talk about. You know, I do think that this is maybe getting to that level as well, where it is getting a little bit spooky. But we will see what the answer is going to be in the second game here for FlyQuest. FlyQuest coming in, I think it's fair to say, slight favorites in this matchup. Sentinels obviously had not won a series just yet. And of course, you know, like the beating one team and then having them beat another team doesn't always really matter, but it's like FlyQuest dominated DSG, DSG beat Sentinels, right? So I think that's always kind of in people's minds too.
I would also say, if you see FlyQuest get blasted, don't let that, you know, hamper your expectations. Because I feel like this team, they either snowball really well and they crush, or there is a high likelihood if they're going to lose the game, they're going to get blasted in that game because they'll keep
going to
fighting.
snowball.
Yeah,
just for or against.
Exactly. There's going to be a large snowball in the game. Whether
and they're helping to make it.
Yeah, if they're in control of it or not, that's the question. And it does kind of seem like very clearly like they do so much better when they do have a good early start and an early lead. And if you come back to the early Raptor play, so Hambach and Griffin both start their top quadrants. That is red for Hambach and blue for Griffin. And that means his Raptor camp is desynced by, you know, 1 camp duration of time. And so they are coming for the second respawn on those, or the second spawn of those Raptors. They contest them with a mid and with a support there, which, to be fair, should be very easy to communicate and say, hey, these are no longer our Raptors. I can't move mid. You know, bot lane also has support rump timer.
You know what, Kobe? Sometimes you just gotta be willing to die for what you believe in, you know?
Yeah. And we have
junglers believe these Raptors are mine.
Yeah, we've seen junglers be willing to die over chickens and over crabs.
That's the meta, man. That is the meta.
Gotta respect it.
Game number 2, it's a whole fresh chicken camp.
Yep.
That's what they say.
They're ready to die for it again.
Yeah.
Not giving them those Raptors.
New game, new Raptors, same me.
Same me, exactly.
All right. Orianna ban, gonna be consistent here.
No, the first game wasn't particularly
honestly,
competitive.
Until we get some changes to the champion, I think that
FlyQuest jungler, he couldn't really find a way to impact the map. I feel like they didn't really look enough. This is something that we see sometimes when teams pick Pantheon. They just don't look aggressively enough.
Jarvan, another champion that is banned quite a lot. The Sivir ban is
sometimes because the other team is genuinely like marking potential plays really aggressively.
Seraphine Ashe is of course up and available because it was phase 2 that Seraphine got banned out last time. So it's interesting to see that here being available in this second game. And I feel like with the 3 bans from FlyQuest, they may be the ones that want to go in towards this Ashe Seraphine.
I mean, I really like it. I super prefer it, especially when Caitlyn is already out of the game. Looks very good to me. Then I say if they do an Ashe Seraphine, then my preferred counter with Caitlyn already being out would actually no longer be the Ezreal Karma and would be a Nautilus lane for kill lane. But Ezreal
Karma opening to FlyQuest is free, so they must have something ready.
Karma, of course, has been getting some nerfs, but most Karma players
definitely
consider them fairly small and still kind of performs what you want to do with this champion. So the early
Karma
pick
split up, and it's also just a Hambach
definitely highly signal likelihood there for Ezreal Karma strategy into the Ashe Seraphine.
Ashe Sin, yeah. You're not gonna go Seraphine here,
take the other side of it anyway.
Yeah, it looks like they will be going in towards it. Of course, if you think that there's a contested jungler here, like, you could grab the Xin if you think that they're going to take Xin, because that's so commonly paired with the enchanters. Instead, they are going to select the Seraphine here. So I would not be surprised at all to just see Ezreal plus Xin now on the FlyQuest side.
Why did they just give Xin? Okay, maybe they have something into Xin.
What would be the thought process here for Hambach as far as like the matchup he would prefer?
I guess the idea could be...
If they did Xin, I would go Trundle into it, because Trundle is very good 1v1 into Xin and can perform really well for team fights with Ashe Seraphine. And if you are a Trundle player with a hawk shot
I feel like
on
Pillar
your lane,
into
it feels so good.
Ezreal. Like you always want a higher value target than just the support, even though Karma can be high value.
That would be my thought process at least.
I don't know, we'll see.
If they did.
Ooh, Griffin and Bessa.
I kind of like this because this is flexible, right?
Loads of if they can slot a Serpent's Fang builder into their draft though,
is going to go the other way, and then if you are worried about the
this could be really problematic. I don't know.
I mean, I do think when you're playing
like
with
good junglers that can slot Serpents feel a little bit hard to come by.
Every single time. And
Wukong maybe?
Whether that's Wukong or Xin or whoever, I do think that's something that they'd be looking for here.
Yep, for sure.
No, they've been baited with the Renekton, I think.
Renekton, in case the Ambessa is top,
unless they're going to go like...
good matchup. No, it's not for the Renekton.
Vayne Bans, maybe?
in case it was, might want to rethink that. Still a possibility, of course. Some people just love playing Ambessa so much anyways that they're like, you know what, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'll still play it into it, but the likelihood of the jungle Ambessa went way up with the Renekton pick, which Renekton is also
surely, I think.
universally fairly good for
And then if you're FlyQuest, I think you have to ban Wukong.
The third pick here, like they're doing right now.
And you maybe have to ban Galio, to be honest.
So you pick it, and then you double protection ban here.
Good old Gary.
Gario. Like Jax and stuff like that.
Even
Gary.
Zion, I quite like Zion into it, even though you're losing early.
I think you have to. I think you have to nuke those champs.
My only danger, I still think the Trundle would be a good, possibility if they then did.
They definitely still.
Now
they have to do Wukong.
Team counter, but it's definitely is another viable, good viable pick into it. And Renekton, you're talking about bruisers with the Ash
Please be Wukong banned. Do not let Hambach play Wukong here, bro.
Top winner as well here.
Please just do the normal thing. Don't try and find anything
don't
funky.
Want the explosive engage to really set up. Annie and Ambessa is very, very dangerous as far as the super quick engage, and they don't want, Ash or Seraphine getting blasted super early on, and that's definitely a combo that could do it.
I mean, I think it's really smart because when you're thinking about FlyQuest, it's like, all right, well, when you think about the best engagers from top lane, it's already already gone, right? That are going to give you some sort of snap engage. Because right now, FlyQuest doesn't really have any engage. Sure, you can public execution, but without setup, you're not even guaranteed to hit that. And
you don't even have to go Galio. Like, just Wukong into like strong mid pick and call it a day now.
Annie is the only
Wukong
real
Victor,
mid lane engager that Quad plays.
Darkwings is like a real traditional
pool,
mage player,
way
so
more,
that will be
control
on his
mages,
list.
way safer, much
Sejuani!
more range stuff, regular, like farming Victor style stuff.
Are you trying to get outscaled?
So Annie is kind of the explosive engage champ that he.
No, maybe they're looking. I mean,
on. And take that away.
Okay,
So
I have
really BP,
one potential angle, but it's just not really a Darkwings thing, is it?
And Renekton synergy.
Yeah, Sejuani Renekton,
ain't no way you're playing at best at top into a Renekton and a Sejuani. Like, that is crazy. You lose the 2v2 also.
But Darkwings,
no what,
almost exclusively plays mages.
You pick, so.
He doesn't really do anything else.
100% now.
Like, stuff like Akali isn't it?
Griffin and Bessa, and they're going to go with the Jace into the Renekton. Okay. Gakkos Jace. Definitely a lot of confidence there. If the Renekton and Sejuani, though, if they get a good gank off on that Jace, it can get, it can get painful. You have to be really, really protective of your flash and have to put in some good jungle tracking and warding here.
I'm really starting to think of a fifth pick from FlyQuest that will make me like their draft. I mean, they have good poke, they have good kite, but I do think if they do not
just go Galio and put Galio into the Aurora.
So hard. There's a lot of ways for Sentinels to start fights. Whether it is an Asho arrow or an Encore or Renekton flank, a Sejuani ult, there's so many good tools there. And Mel is going to be the answer into the Aurora.
I don't know. I just feel like they really needed to slot a good Serpent's Fang user, and I don't think Impact is that guy here, but we'll see. And he's also in like a really whatever lane where Hambach has to kind of come and camp it
to win in the side
if it's to be good.
You would want to, right? Because Sejuani Renekton is such a powerful 2v2.
But then you've got Ash Seraphine on the bot side. I don't know. They want attention.
Powerful 2v2 as well. Of course, that bot lane can go either way.
Right. I'm gonna slam the ads to keep the pre-rolls off. For the oh shit, I ran 30 seconds too long. Apologies.
I always really like the super strong teamfight comps.
I had to run a minute, not 90 seconds.
Just regardless, but especially with these actual
still out of ads
players
like
too. I believe this is Quad's first Aurora game. We were talking about. I was like, oh, Annie's the only real explosive
first this year for sure
engaged champ that he has play, and I'm looking at his career long actually
first career
play game.
Well.
So it Annie's the only one that he has put previous time into. People, of course, always can practice new stuff and definitely can bring it out on stage, but it does make you a little hesitant to have a lot of faith in it. And so Quad career first Aurora here into a very strong teamfight comp from Sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Lanes feeling very important for FlyQuest in this one. If they can't get some early advantages, I do worry that it could just be a very quick 2-0. And Sentinels, they've got a lot of power in the early game. They've got great team fight, great scaling, so many ways to actually pick fights and engage that don't even have to be a lot of commitment, right? You can just throw an Ash Arrow out, throw a Glacial Prison out, and look to start a fight in that way. So pressure, I think, on Gatgos as well as Masu and Cryogen to try to create some isolated advantages and to try to avoid the ganks that Hambach will be looking for, because he was fantastic finding those in the Skarner game 1.
I will say, though, the Ezreal Karma, they should still, have some advantage here into the Ashe Seraphine, despite the nerfs. So the last 2 patches,
is right side
we
blind
had
pick.
Karma nerfs.
This game they
first
were,
one
yeah.
was nerf to the shield, the upgraded
This
shield.
game they were blind pick. FlyQuest were blind pick this
much
game.
more relevant for later on rather than in lane phase. But then the most recent one was the base attack damage down by 2, and the growth, as well as the mana cost nerf. So we'll see if the mana actually is anything real, or if like the 2 base attack damage ends up adding up from all the trading. But they should still be able to accomplish the same goal of the Ezreal Karma: get the poke, get the push, try and have it push on bottom side and then poke them while they're trying to CS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ezreal Karma can be a really strong lane, but we know it's literally hit or miss, right? You hit all your skill shots,
don't miss,
and you are looking powerful. You miss a few in a row, and the trades start to go bad, and you can get punished so heavily, on a bad trade from Ashe and Seraphine, because their chase down is so powerful, right? The amount of slows they have can be very difficult to deal with. Masu and Cryogen definitely started the split very hot. Were incredible, I felt like, against TL last week. More up or down, definitely not as dominant as people were kind of expecting in their 2v2s, even though they won the series pretty hard. And then here, we come into that last game, and of course it was, not just an isolated 2v2 thing. It was a lot about Hambach, but they again got put down pretty far compared to where Rahel.
What did you think of the LEC games? I didn't really pay them much mind, to be honest.
Having a pretty good series for themselves so far. Similar.
No, I didn't really think much about them
and
all.
both
I watched Genji
progressing
HLE and
towards the
I
bottom
understood
side.
what was
Top
going on.
clears again, second game in a row, same
Like
thing.
Genji drafting was just really bizarre, and then
Heal does go out here, so we have both heals and
like
an
Dura and
extra
Canyon
summoner
just
spell
don't look
for
like a
Rahel with
functioning
the
Dura
barrier
right now.
blown. 2-for-1 bonus trade
Kanawe
here
just
for
Kanawe
FlyQuest.
all over them. Like
everything
LCK
going
is just,
according
it's
to
just
plan.
a freak show right now.
Karma with the -2 AD
Everything
doesn't
is
really care.
Super
seems
bizarre.
like.
Which, like, honestly, as a
Again,
from the neutral perspective, it's super fun. Like I'm not like complaining about the level of play. I really want to make that
their
clear.
goals here, push in, force the recall, and it's
I think
a
you
pretty
actually just
heavy
don't like
CS
League of Legends if
deficit
you
at the
complain about
moment.
the level of play.
Rahel is heading back to lane right now and should be able to
Wait, what?
make up some of the deficit.
Darkwings
but,
didn't stop
no
Griffin's
barrier as
base
well
then?
if they do get some jungle action down
Why
there.
wouldn't he stop
Hambach
his base? What?
on the cruise though, went back for the
G2
top
broke
side
Gen G,
grab
100% troll
to be
ratio
able
and
to
draft.
trade with Griffin. Takes him a bit of extra time. And
Honestly, I
still
need
gonna
to
be able
see if
get
there's
off on a pretty easy recall
I need
here.
to like rewatch with my analytical eye awakened a little bit more.
From Rahel.
The Genji
And they're gonna
HLE.
flash in for the tether. It's going to land onto Huhi. Don't think they'll have the damage to kill. But
Honestly, they
Rahel
could have
and
if
Huhi gonna be
Masu
sent
could
back
somehow
to
slip
base
his
again, and
W
Masu
on
still
him,
hasn't
but yeah.
even based yet. The bot lane going
That'd be good.
amazing for FlyQuest in the 2v2.
But
wanted
I
to
think
take
a video
moment to
about
talk about
Genji and
Impact, who is
HLE would
holding
be
up
really
well
well.
so far on that top side. In the top
Low
lane.
key, I need
Has
someone
been
who is
having a
analytically
pretty
inclined to
darn
just
rough
like
split.
watch games
This is
also
his
and
laning stats.
high key
8 out of 8 as
script
far as
right.
gold at 14.
Because script writing is like just the most time consuming thing.
But he was going up against Castle and Thanatos, 2 of the best laners in the league. And he did well in game
Ryan
1
scripts
in the
that make-
Rumble,
that-
created a
that
nice
feel
little
good is
gold
just the
advantage
most
for himself.
time-consuming
Team
thing.
fought well. And here in the second game, of course, it is early
Oh my God,
minutes,
Rahel.
but is holding on very well
Can't
against
do
the
live
Jace
commentary?
of Gatgos again.
Yeah,
So
it's
in
difficult.
fact, getting back to what we expect from him, which
It's
is
difficult.
that really super solid top lane play.
Yeah, and to me too, it's like a lot
Let
of
me
the
out.
plays that contributed to the gold difference were the reason to be worried
No.
for Impact.
Because also,
Top lane
like,
itself,
I don't
if
want
you're
people
ju-
doing
like,
work for
just
free
the
for me.
stats, sometimes top lane is
And
one
I
of the
can't
most
really afford to
heavily
pay someone
influenced
to
by
script
lane
rate.
matchups, and like,
So-
okay, you're always taking, losing matchup.
Well,
play for team,
that's a lie. I
style
could,
matchups,
but, like,
then,
from a
yeah,
business
okay, you're
perspective,
gonna
I'd
have
be
a lot of
spending too
losing,
much money.
CS deficits and stuff. But some of the things
Hell,
were
I'm
like
technically
lazy
already spending too much
recalls
money on
or,
the content.
getting outplayed, and
To
Hambach
be
up
real.
here with the Sejuani.
Well,
Yeah, Gatgos
Jing
just
gang.
jumped in, and he is going to regret that. Hambach was waiting for him. Easy bait there by Impact. Gets the first blood for Hambach.
He's looking good. Old man out here knows how to call jungle at a good time.
Help.
That's why I think streaming the VOD makes the most
Honestly,
sense.
though, you're
Yes,
always
but
expecting
no.
Sejuani, Renekton, and Synergy.
I want to
whenever
make
these two are on
curated
the,
content.
Same team, but I mean,
I want
that
to
is
make
a very,
curated content,
very,
like actual,
very
like,
efficient
I want the
and
content to feel
effective,
high
lane
fidelity.
gank
I don't
there
care
for
if the
Hambach.
like technically the
Waste zero
output
time at all.
slash
Instantly
like
gets
against
the kill for
return
the
is
top
technically
lane.
the same or higher if I
They
do
don't
the
have to
exact
use
same thing and I do it on
flashes,
stream.
Gakkos doesn't, decide
I
to
just
use
want to
the-
make that
the
kind of content because I feel like it
the
sucks that
jump
there
in,
isn't
but
anyone doing
it's perfect
it,
timing. You come up
including
through
the
the lane.
broadcasts.
Impact has his stun
They don't
ready
really
for
have the
Gakkos.
like
Low health,
bandwidth.
like perfectly baited, man. Nice acting there for Impact, and good timing for Hambach.
I want it to be a video essay, basically. Yeah, to be honest.
There's a cleanse on Ezreal.
I
So
always
he's
used to
looking
love
right now.
like
Maybe they want to get past Ezreal onto the Karma. Karma
like
has
the
no
LC
flash.
ones and stuff.
Ezreal's standing in the way here with cleanse and flash. Yeah. You really want the Karma there? Because that's like a guaranteed kill with no flash and the no.
They released
cleanse.
that garbage
And they-
video,
they
then
didn't
it
have
got
eyes on
David
Griffin
Shine
for a
Kiss
long
of
time,
Death,
so maybe
and
they
now
were
they're
nervous
getting
about
fathered by
potential
Hamba.
33, if you go for Masu,
And
and even if you just get the cleanse, it's
Yo,
not bad.
chill.
Right? Like if you're actually looking for that, you can relieve some pressure on the
Chill,
bot
bro.
side. But if Griffin's behind, then you might be destroyed in the 3v3. So was a little bit nerve-wracking for them. They had a ward on enemy Raptors, but they hadn't seen Griffin on that. So I think that was maybe making Hambach a bit hesitant. And so Masu and Cryogen will continue to enjoy their freedom on that bot side and keep that pressure going up. 22 CS now in that 2v2. No kills to their name, but still looking very good.
Yeah, they still have the flash advantage down there. Rahel's
Raptors
barrier
playing
has
coming.
come back off cooldown from the early usage, but yeah, still a very
Yeah, I see
nice,
it.
healthy advantage and lead for the Karma Ezreal. Undeterred by the small nerfs. Interesting show here from Griffin to cross for Raptors. He's got the mid lane push, so
Son.
and Bessa can annihilate these things so quickly. All you need is the early cross, and he immediately annihilates it, regardless if there's.
You think Randy Orton can win? Who's Randy even fighting, bro?
Up there and contest or anything.
Yeah, it was interesting because Hui immediately started walking. He started walking from bot lane right
Who's
away.
Randy even fighting?
And then, as you say, they just killed it too fast. But it was kind of reminding me of last game on that Bard roam. Was able to get it up there. But this time, Griffin kills it off no problem. Had mid prio, and
Cody?
Cryogen is behind quad. As Griffin just continues power farming away, Hambach, of course, still does have that
Talking about
gold
WWE,
advantage.
but not NBA
it's not
playoffs. I don't
much
give a
of
fuck
one,
about no
considering
NBA
the fact
playoffs,
that
man.
He did get that first blood gold.
I don't give a fuck.
Seraphine helping out with the push here to get the early move for Darkwings.
Low-key, the whole James Harden gimmick actually does start to get racist when we start thinking I care about basketball.
Any sort of extra mid vision control.
Just
here.
FYI.
Doing his best to clear it out. The double.
Just
defensive
FYI, I'm
team
just
work
saying.
here for them to fully clear any sort of vision. Again, when you're Ashe and Seraphine both hit
Like
level
I'm
6,
just letting you know,
such a
innit?
tremendous
Like
amount of
it doesn't
CC
bother
with
me,
that
but I'm just
plus
letting
6-1.
you know that
You
that's
have
what's
to be
happening. So if
very,
it bothers
very
you, you need
careful
to.
about the engage from
You
Sentinels,
get what I'm
and
saying?
Handling this moment in time for FlyQuest, how they handle this is going to be critical. So if they are going to pull the dragon.
Oh. He's going to get
Early
empowered
dominance
here as
pop
well.
here from Impact. We'll get him a pretty nice trade.
I was not
onto
insinuating
Gakkos,
anything.
But of course, now you're going to have to be worried about a potential dive. Griffin's on the other
Yes,
side.
I'm sure
though,
you are
doing the
not.
dragon.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and with the
Yeah, go ahead, Quad.
trade for these grubs,
GG.
looks like it's just going to be the 2 for Hambach. Wants to get back out to the other side.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty
immediately
chill as a
after,
streamer. I let a lot
and
of shit
teleport
slide in my chat that I
return
probably
for
shouldn't let
Gakkos.
slide.
Just go back to base and invest
be
the
completely
teleport
frank.
timer here instead.
This little shock blast was trying to keep the trading up. The tether won't quite
But yeah,
land
the James
there
Harden
from
thing
Cryogen
sometimes,
over
like,
onto Rahel.
do you know what I think
They
it
do
is?
get the
I'm
flash
not
out
even
of
saying
Cryogen
this
as
in
Hambach
like the
was
most.
seen on that ward, blast coning over. He knew he was going to be in the area, and now Quad.
I'm
gonna
not
go
even
between
saying this.
worlds here,
how
trying
do
to
I?
get the damage down
How do I
onto
say this without
Darkwings.
coming off as like really
Will not be
condescending?
able to finish him off, but the weirding
I
does
think
connect, and he gets
like
a
a
good
lot of my viewer
That
base
ward is
happens to
so
come from
good.
parts
That
of
ward
Europe
over
that
the back
perhaps
of the
do not
Dragon
always
Pit.
interact with.
I think it was Cryogen himself that put it, that we saw him when he was
And so
clearing
sometimes
out
it's a bit
enemy
tricky.
in Dragon
I
Pit,
think
and
during
then
these
put
streams
that
though,
one
I should
too.
have like a mostly NA
Because
base. Oh my god.
Oh, flash forward! He gets him with the final
Oh my
auto,
god, he
goes
just
across
glided
the
on his head.
veil and dodges out from the glacial prison.
Wow.
Quad in his career first game on the Aurora gets a solo on Darkwing.
Clean right there.
That was crazy
Gets the
clean.
summoner spell as
Oh,
well
Griffin.
too. The flash and the
Son.
death. Here we go on top side.
Griffin probably went too far here. He's trying to stay around. They
Well,
do get the
Gakkos
camp.
got the-
Impact is running back to the tower. Seraphine is
Gakkos
coming
got
up here.
flash
Quad
too.
is on the
Oh,
roam.
because Griffin
Gakkos
is
is
a
going to have to
greedy
flash the
guts.
wall. Will do so and does get out at the end of the day. But Griffin overstaying perhaps as Huhi trying to walk back towards mid and thinks better of it.
Oh man, explosive mid game here. FlyQuest making good defensive plays and offensive plays in quick succession to earn themselves this gold lead. See how they can keep this one up. Again, Sentinel's comp is really at its best when it's nice.
Surely
and
they've seen
balled up
Mbappe
here.
before.
Really big team fighting,
Bro, who
beefy
knows,
front
man.
line with Ash Seraphine.
Well, there's a
bouncing over the
difference
top,
between
but FlyQuest
seeing.
can shine now, and
Oh,
he
he
hits
had the Q already, and then comes in for the wall to get the Q. Wow, he just knew his damage perfectly.
Flashes in for the auto, and then he still had the pullback damage too.
Knew his damage
so
perfectly.
He gets
Really well
Darkwing
played.
Splash, 1-for-1, and gets the kill. Beautiful stuff. And Hambach ultimate there. You know, Sejuani ult at the end was used also to try and punish, but couldn't quite do it.
Ash Arrow is going to nail Gakkos. They
there.
saw
I
that
mean, I don't
going
know. I
through
feel like
mid
this is
lane, through
nothing.
the top lane. Gakkos, I guess, just didn't see it. Griffin is
Griffin
up
doesn't have
here,
R.
but I don't know if they're
Can
going to
they
be able to
not
get
just
out.
kill him?
Knocks him back in, back
Oh, he
slice, dice
double
forward.
E'd.
Can't quite catch back up to
Oh.
Gakkos. That is going to be so frustrating for him, but in comes Hambach trying to help turn it around.
They can
Griffin
kill Hambach.
finishes him off, though, and Hambach is
Once
not
his
going to be
resist
able to
come
win the 1v2.
Oh, no,
We'll be
there's
able to
more
push
rooms
them
coming.
back. But damn, that's frustrating
Hambach's
for him
about to have
back.
R.
I thought he was going to have Gakkos in that 1v2.
Yeah, I wanted to use the slice and dice there on trade too. I was thinking, might want to use that defensively to get out, but he really wanted to make good on the kill off of the
If tomorrow
Ash Arrow.
y'all take a L, I'll
But
take it
after
out.
he uses his
I
slice
mean, if
and
we
dice,
don't
he's for
win
sure
the league or
toast.
the Champions League,
Even
then
with
it's I'll take it
Hambach
out.
coming
Yeah.
up there, so another kill
If
for
we actually
FlyQuest.
don't
They're
win a
building on this lead.
single bit of
I mean, this is
silverware,
good for fans
then
that do want the third game here. FlyQuest looking
get him gone.
much better with the early lead and
Is it
going
another
in on
solo
Darkwings
kill? It is.
again.
Oh my
He can
God.
pull back.
Nice pullback, easy kill. It's another. We're not going to call it a solo because he got a shield, but basically it was as he just gets out the reflect from Darkwings on an early trade, and he knows, you know what, I can just send it. Even if I don't kill you here, you're going to be so low that you have to base.
Yep, nicely done from Quad again. First Aurora game of his career. Looking good.
We'll give him 1.5
Oh, we're just
solo
camping
kills.
the Renekton.
Okay.
Let's see.
I think we can
You
compromise.
only get a half for that? With
I mean, the
this?
Karma Shield,
Wow.
it's technically not one, but I mean, we got to give him something, right?
1.8?
1.8?
1.9?
I could be convinced. Yeah.
Let's up the percentages here a little bit.
Karma deserves what percentage of that kill?
Yeah.
Like 3% maybe? You know? Hey, I was there too.
Honestly, you know, getting the extra assists money is just like more money for the team, you know, out of the air. So
They'll take it.
Beautiful, beautiful shield right there.
Gorgeous shield. Really made the play.
That's with the nerfs to the Karma
my
shield. Holy
God,
that's
who
crazy
is this
stuff
guy?
there. He invested extra mana to do that.
Yeah, even with the AD nerf for Karma,
Two
still
AD?
able to
Holy.
take down the enemy bid laner.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Incredible, incredible stuff.
There. Handling those patch changes.
Like a champ. All right, well, now it's a 2.4K gold lead here for FlyQuest. Hasn't been that many kills, but it's a bigger gold lead for Masu with no kills than it is for the two pretty much solo kills there for Quad, because they have been hammering the bot lane in the 2v2, farming plates and building.
Griffin's
big
pretty good at this
CS
champ,
advantage.
guys. I'm not
Quad is
gonna
thinking
lie.
right now, I could solo kill this guy too, I bet.
I'll do it again.
Masu's like, you know what? Let me try my hand at it. I got a Trinity Force. See if I can land some poke on this guy.
Yeah.
How long on his flash? Let me see. I want to do it too.
Yeah, maybe he needs a rocket belt of his own. You know, get in there. Maybe that's the key.
Yeah, get in there. Maybe Darkwings needs ones. Get out of there.
Yep. Everybody needs one these days. And Cryogen has a McHale's. Definitely an obvious rush this game when you're playing against Ash Sejuani, as well as Seraphine, as well as the Renekton stun. It's pretty much guaranteed you're going to get some good value.
Yeah. Honestly, my question right now too is, are we convinced? Because we're like, oh, FlyQuest, they got to get some, good early leads. The Sentinels team fighting, the synergy between these champs is going to be really annoying when they group up, when they get their full 5-on-5 front to back. Currently, I am actually convinced. I think that FlyQuest have
Do you feel like this lead is
done
big
enough so far to get a really good early lead onto Aurora.
We'll have
burst
to
damage
see. I
is
think
critical.
a lot of these
You wanna be able to
champions
burst
on
down Ash
Sentinels
or
are
Seraphine.
Shaitan champs.
If you can take those out
A
early
lot
on
of
in
these
the fight,
champions
you
on
take
Sentinels
so
are
much,
Shaitan champs.
of the synergy.
Actually,
down.
when I think about it, isn't this a
And
lot
that
of
with Ambessa also
this is
getting
a lot
kill,
of the champions
Those are two really big weapons. To
that
kill
T1
them,
were playing
so
in
this makes it a very
in
exciting
the quarters
game
versus AL.
it's not just
It was
going to
Ash
be like,
Seraphine,
oh, dang, this Sentinels
Faker was
team,
playing
like,
Mel.
with an early lead gets to just
Ah,
group
but
up at
Owner was
Dragon
playing
after
Mundo,
Dragon
wasn't it?
team fight. No, FlyQuest have done a very good job getting
Mm.
their early lead on some of these carry champs.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean,
God
they
knows
set
what Lauren's
themselves
playing
up
that game, I can't
in a
remember.
good position here. But we have to remember
that trio of champs
it
is
was
Shaitan.
who
They
he
can
got to
turn
hear the
any
listening
game
on
room.
when they were in a much worse spot. And this was him.
So cool we have a league to decide who loses to Inspired in finals. That's incredible. Yo, Griffin, nephew, hit an ult, man.
And we'll see if they can do
Fuck.
that here once again as Griffin
hit an ult, man.
They're gonna go in.
How is Rahel nearly dying?
Already, quad flashes forward.
Is that legal?
Ezreal is pumping out the damage. Gakkos is gonna try to get involved. The two-man charm is gonna mean Griffin falls into shut down.
Yeah, like look how annoying. Look how annoying it is to play into. Look how annoying it is to play into this comp. Oh my god.
The poke landing here from FlyQuest, but they can't lock
Did you
down
see that?
any more members to get some more
You
kills.
see how?
Yeah, you can kind of see it already. So part 1 was good. FlyQuest though.
Quad could be in some trouble here. Is going to
Darkwing
pop
isn't
the
close enough
weirding,
to land,
goes
is he?
across the veil, kiting back.
Or a
Gakkos
full queue.
arrives,
Has Mel
moving here
ulted?
to
No.
try to shield up
Oh,
and
Mel.
protect the team. Sentinels, at the end of the day, kind of coming out on top as far as the
Inspired
health is
fan meet
concerned.
league. Sure.
And the Herald with the Sentinels as well.
Yeah, getting the objective here.
Bro, that's
gonna
actually
be
my
some, guaranteed
favorite
turret
like
plate money for them later
favorite
somewhere.
flame of all
But
time.
they do exactly, FlyQuest are going to assassinate
Like,
Rahel.
you're getting
Eyeballs
camped
on
and it's just
Rahel
like,
here.
yo, is it
This
fan club
Ashe in the
meeting?
middle.
Like-
He's trying to volley. Boom. Griffin goes in on him. Aurora goes in on him. They get the burst damage, so they do take out one of the squishies. It's the exit afterwards. You still see the power of the Seraphine here. Hui able to follow up there, got a good ultimate through on them, and then they heal and shield.
Not bad. They use TP too.
Exactly. They used TP and got the Herald and get the 1-for-1 still, and it's still pretty early on in the game.
Bro, I just opened Twitter on my right-hand side.
Some trouble here. The Herald going to get dropped. Hombach
And I'm not gonna lie, bro. Even Rachel knows, bro.
We'll see if they can
Even
actually
Rachel
defend
knows.
it.
Rachel
In
even
the
tweeted, "How does
2v3,
C9
he'll
keep
be
getting
here
away
in
with this, bro?"
time. It's going to be
Yes,
started off there
fam.
by Hombach,
We
but
know.
He's just going to run for the hills.
Collectively,
pops the
sorry
ghost plays,
to
the
talk
TP's
about last
coming in
series,
from
but
Impact.
like, fam,
So
we
they
know
are
we was
gonna lose
watching
this
that.
tower. It should be first
Sentinels
tower
are
there for
gonna
Sentinels.
get first brick in it.
Unless Quad is about to kill the top lane one, but that's
It's
going
hard
to be a
to
nice
see.
little injection of gold.
Interesting that they're going to give up 2 lanes to do this, though, mid lane and top lane.
Yeah.
So it's gonna,
You take what you can
both,
get
and both of those
when the
are
game
actually
stays
going
like
to fully
this.
go down. Top lane, I'd say, I mean,
surely not Impact. Give it a rest.
Quad is quite dangerous, so Impact,
know, bro, he
even if
just
he had
keeps
stayed
on
up there,
missing.
wouldn't be able to
It's-
like save that tower or anything. But investing
Could've
that,
watched it.
Yeah, investing. He could have watched it happen in person. Be the
reporter,
in-field reporter.
Yeah,
but
dangerous job.
Instead, though, now you're at a TP deficit for the matchup with Jace. Darkwings, on the other hand, has his TP back now, so they can have the Mel instead kind of catch waves on the side and offer that teleport assistance.
Yep, so he's going to be able to try to answer there. FlyQuest, though, just want to continue stacking dragons. As long as they're in control of the dragons, they are going to be able to make Sentinels come to them. And that is where, the lack of engage is not really going to matter if they force their way in. But remember, the LCS Spring Finals are going to be taking place in Mullet Arena at ASU from June 13th to 14th. The tickets are available now. There's the QR code right on your screen. Scan it up, grab your tickets, and we will see you there. Spoilers, we're going to be there.
Woo! Azael gonna be there in person, live reporting.
Yep. Be front row cheering you on.
I do, yeah. That's gonna be me. All right. Honestly,
dude, I
with,
can't wait to go to
Dragon
Worlds
only
this year.
18 seconds away. I thought the investment would be a little bit heavier here in trying to get the vision or the priority down, but
Azael
looks
versus
like FlyQuest are
Spawn
gonna have
Boulder.
full control of the setup. So
Don't you worry, bro. Something is
they've
coming.
got full vision control. Maybe it's an angle of, you know what? Let's just save most of these resources.
Why Arizona State
teleport
University
invested
for the
here
venue?
for
I think
Gakkos.
it's a big. I think it's an
Interesting
esports
bot
hub.
side flank from Impact 2. Renekton
I think that
walking
specific
up.
university has like a lot
Just to
of
watch here as well. Hombach does have the ultimate.
a lot of stuff.
Gakkos is down there with him. Hombach,
awkward
though,
pathing.
pushing forward onto
Masu, he has
Cryogen,
E.
looking for the tether onto Hombach. There's a battle
There's so
on
much
the
bullshit
side.
going
Quad
on.
gonna go forward across
Oh my god, that
the
smite
world
was
here,
so
trying to
early.
get
I'm
the damage down to the
better.
back line. Not
Lands an
gonna
ult finally
fight
onto
too much, though.
Huhi,
It's
but he's
Griffin
kind of
gets into the
ISO.
back line,
He
and
just
Huhi
one-shots him.
gets shredded.
Jesus Christ.
Quad onto Rahel, and
How
Rahel
broken is that
gone.
Ambessa champion?
With the Ashe falling, the Seraphine falling, FlyQuest grabbed the Dragon, and they got their eyes on the Baron. They're clicking
Throw
all
Kangas in a gym
pinging
contest
over there.
with
Are they gonna
Griffin?
try
I'm
do
sorry
it
to
on
tell you this,
spawn?
bro, but
That was
Kangas
one
is
of the most
significantly
awkward
bigger than
contests I've
Griffin.
seen in a long time. Sentinels were late to it. Then they have
Kangas,
the
bro,
front line on the
Kangas
bottom
would
side,
eat
then the
Griffin
Sejuani
alive
in
in
the
lifts.
middle there.
It's
and
not close.
FlyQuest just dissect them. Beautiful stuff. They are starting that Baron. They're going to try and burn it down.
Open to other
Renekton
suggestions.
can't come. No teleport.
Yeah, both the Soul Inners are not.
Someone asked where
moving.
Wells is. Wells is in
We'll
Texas.
see if Hombach wants to just
It's
try
in
to get
a
in
place
there
named Allen,
and trade
which
his
is not
life
too
for
far
it.
away
Darkwing
from the
has
Dallas
now moved
area.
over. Huhi is coming now.
It's
But
maybe
it's down
30-minute
to 4K.
drive away from
Gakkos
Dallas.
is on the side trying to threaten them. They get vision on it with the hawk shot, but Hombach just cannot get in. The Encore is going to whiff. The Baron is going to be secured. And FlyQuest, maybe they want to fight now. Hombach going to try to jump over the wall. Quad looking with the weirding, cannot connect. They do get a bounty on the bot side with that tier 2 tower being taken there.
Oh,
by
that's World's
Impact
Finals, yeah.
To
World's
get
Finals is
some
in the next
gold
stadium,
back in their pockets,
NYC.
but FlyQuest with a huge series.
Bro, I
of
can't wait to go to
Yeah, I
NYC
mean,
this year and meet
Props
Mamdani.
to Griffin for continually assassinating one of these squishies.
Meeting
But I also
Mayor
think
Mamdani after he's
we saw
transformed
some
New
more
York
setup from Sentinels as Impact. Going to be able
into
to slice and dice,
Mamdani
gain
stan.
some distance.
I'm really looking forward to it.
For now, getting
Can Impact
back,
get run
he
down
did
here? I
spend
feel
his
like he does not
flash.
that
He
much.
has the dominance in a couple seconds. Should not die there. Griffin covering Quad.
Oh,
They're going
good
to
night,
TP,
Huey.
and Griffin's going to go for the fight, but he's getting
Maybe not.
CC'd up heavily here. They're turning around onto Griffin.
That
Can they
brother's
finish
dead.
off the kill? They can. Impact
Ooh.
arrives on the teleport. Quad is in trouble. Pops the weirding, trying to
Well,
kite
bot
it
tier
out,
1 is
but
dead.
can't
Mid tier
do it.
2
A couple of big kills
is
there for Sentinels on the
probably
top
dead.
side, and they should be able to grab this tower
But
as well.
this is
I
Nash
actually love that.
done
They
pretty
don't
much.
want to let FlyQuest just push all lanes with Baron buff, so they fully commit. Overload topside.
Bro, I can't
send all
believe he's
5
going to
people.
implement
Our
Shurima
greatest
Lore,
strength
dude.
is the synergy with full 5,
It's
and they
so
just
fucked
fully
up.
attack a side lane here. You're still going to take losses from the Baron-empowered
Dude.
sieges of the other lanes, but that is going to give you a
Have you seen
lot
what's
back.
happening in the North
Even a
Shuriman
full
countries as well?
negative
It's
Baron
fucking
power
ridiculous,
play
and he
here.
wants to.
So
Bro.
good amount of gold recouped.
I don't
by
know. I
Sentinels
don't know if I don't know
with
if
a
I'm
smart
comfortable
call
with that.
To fully overload the top side. All 5 people go. Look how many wards all sprinkled around up there, and getting a bunch of gold back here into this massive synergy of team fighting for this squad. If they're here on time and they set up their battle lines for the Dragon Soul fight, it's going to look real good. So Griffin does go in again on one of the squishies, but all of Sentinels arrive here. The teleports come in, and everybody's able to complete the extra kill plus the tower after. So huge shutdown money going through, money off the tower as well. And that's going to fund a lot of these item completions for Sentinels. See everybody
my God.
basically with at least 2 items for
Just
themselves.
grow up, all of you.
And holy, the Baron power play negative 1,500 and is now
even
just
worse,
hovering around. That
Guys, I'm not
2K
gonna lie.
advantage for Fly.
But
at
this
22
is
minutes,
very,
that's
very
not really
losable
that
for
big of a
FlyQuest,
deal.
you know.
We were at a bigger gold lead like 15 minutes ago.
This is
And
super duper
especially,
losable for
you know, right
FlyQuest.
before the next the Dragon for the Dragon Soul here, a minute and a half. You're already thinking about the setup over there, and now it's, you know, almost even 3 items for Darkwings. With the Shadow Flame almost going to be
Beast, I
completed
know.
for
Why do you
them
think I
now,
didn't
too.
say anything
So
after I read the comment?
They certainly have plenty of fighting capabilities here. You group up, you've got Sejuani ult, Ashe Arrow, Seraphine ult.
That's why I didn't
definitely
say
going to
nothing
take some
after
good
that.
positioning
I
from
got lock in.
FlyQuest,
I'm so
and
tired. Like the filters are starting to drop. I'm actually so
good
tired.
skill
I've been
shot
streaming for
shooting
10
as well.
hours
They gotta
today
make
so far.
some Jason Ezreal
I've been streaming for 10 hours, and also I'm starting to
It's just
feel a
so
little
hard
bit more
because
tired. I think my
you try to go for
body
your poke,
has just required
engage is
maximum
just so
rest
easy. Ashe Arrow,
to heal up
Sejuani ult,
after this
Seraphine
week's
ult,
gym
so
sessions.
You have to be very good at hitting your poke and dodging.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to control that space, you know, make it difficult. Try to soften up Hombach and Impact. They're going to be the ones walking in
I'm also
first,
starting to get a bit
with
hungry
the rest
again.
of the team behind them.
I won't got a wrap
If
from
you
the chicken shop
can
for me.
Get them low enough on
Could
the
be the
entrance
play.
that, hey, maybe you can
It's
dissuade
that,
them from
or I've
looking
got some
for that
beef and black bean
engage, but
sauce
like you said,
and
they
some
are quite
fried
strong.
rice.
Darkwings
I've got
for sure
hella
is gonna have
unhealthy
gold
food in the
for
house
their
right
item.
now.
You'd have to think before this
I can't
Dragon
lie.
spawns, but maybe not at this point.
Hella
He is not
unhealthy
going to complete
food.
that Shadow Flame, I guess, because it's only 20 seconds until it spawns. They can't go back now. FlyQuest are in the area here. Both teams sending all 5, of course, for this fight that they know may decide. If Sentinels wins this fight, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. Quad has not yet spotted Hombach, and he is looking on the side here. A little bit of poke coming out there from Darkwings as Masu is trying to fight and get this damage down on the Hombach, who's just sidestepping everything.
Yep. They've
Can't hit
got a good setup this time around.
Fine.
Good front line here, pushing bot wave. Griffin gonna start some damage on this dragon though.
Yeah, well, I don't think we've seen a single Mystic
Here we
Shot
go.
connect, and now Masu taking quite a bit of damage there. And Impact is going
You
to
know
be
what?
spotted by Quad.
Yeah,
They're going to try to get
the
in. It's going to
Sentinels
be
are
a
getting
flip
this.
potentially here. The Mikhail's is
Yeah, I
used,
could
and
just
it's
feel it.
taken away by
Bad ult from
Hombach.
Rudy.
Masu is put low. FlyQuest can't win the fight, and Hombach
You know,
takes
sometimes you
the
just get the
steal.
heebie-jeebies
how
about
they
an
just back
objective
off
take.
afterwards,
You
too.
just
They're
know.
like, that's all we needed. We
I was
just
feeling
needed
that in my
Amanda Soul.
bones.
Now we can regroup, set up up again for our fight. We already invested our Sejuani, Ashe, and Seraphine ults. No need to do anything further here, so Sentinels accomplished their goal. Man, all right, let's take a look at this. Is it just straight up pretty even? Yeah, I mean, not like you got a lot of burst on Sejuani or anything. That's just good smiting right there.
Yep.
Good, clean smiting.
I mean, they both use smite. I saw it at 2,500
Doesn't
or
this
so.
just feel like a Sentinels win?
No, that thing just
It
got
does.
deleted. They both pressed smite. And Hambach, I guess, pressed it second. He does end up getting it. Serpent's Fang completed now for Griffin. Also got to say, I mean, FlyQuest just couldn't hit any poke as they were walking in. Masu, it felt like, missed about 10 missing shots in a
really
row.
big Serpent's
Didn't
Fang
feel like
pickup.
Gakos
But I
was
also
able to
feel
hit any
like
shot
for the side of
blast.
Sentinels,
Quad
they're
was
going to
kinda
need a
zoned out by
Serpent's
Impact
Fang.
the whole time. So
Hopefully
Sentinels
Impact,
handled it really,
I think Impact's
really
third
nicely.
item kind of needs to be set. Like,
Mel probably has Reflect.
this is kind of why I was
Seraphine's got
calling for
shields
like
people.
Wukong jungle.
It's going to start to get rough for
Like
them. You gotta
Sedge's
get real
scaling
creative
not
in how you
bad
approach
here,
these
but
fights, and
also I hate
maybe
this
FlyQuest can
heart
hope
steal into
for another
Protoplasm
fight
build.
like
You
they
have to
saw
just
at
go
the third
Protoplasm
Dragon,
into welfare.
where it was like a weird setup from Sentinels where they had their front line kind of split from two
Like
sides.
if
and then
Sejuani went
Sentinels were probably also trying to think too much about the steal instead of
Protoplasm into
position there for like Rahel and Huhi.
into
But
Zeke's, she
I
could
don't-
have Spirit
I don't
Visage now.
necessarily think we're going to see more fights
With
where
Tabbies.
either Ashe or Seraphine does get blown
maybe
up.
like a
We've
clock
seen
armor.
a few of those this game. You know,
And I
Quad
think
good
she'll
burst
probably
damage
have
early,
as
and,
much effective HP,
Griffin had
if not
some
more,
good
because she's
ults
going to
onto
get all the
them.
value from the healing
But
and
it gets
shielding
more
of
and more
Sedge,
difficult to
of
pull
the
that off later into the
Seraphine.
game with the battle lines pretty easily set up.
What is the
and then
ideal
the
slot for
protection
Protoplasm?
here
Since it scales
for
with
Sentinels.
resistances.
So
First item.
Sentinels stabilizing in this game and
First item.
really threatening the 2-0.
Protoplasm is
even though they're
just
still down in
oh
gold,
god, Rahel.
and they're still
Yeah,
significantly
Protoplasm
down
is
in
just
dragons, which could
it's
lead
just
to another
for tanks. It's
Dragon
just a
Soul
good
fight
first item.
in,
Like I don't think you should
almost
be
3 minutes.
building it.
You see how nervous they got there
Not
from Griffin because once
first,
Rahel was hugging the wall,
unless
he
you're
wouldn't
like
be
a
able to dodge
certain
public
set of
execution,
champions.
So Huhi popped his heal to give him more move speed, even though he's at full health and the engage.
Like let's say for example you're playing like just the tank champ that came to mind. Like for whatever reason you're playing Rammus.
Hambach maybe going to look for one of his own.
You
Man,
should
these side steps
probably
from Hambach are
build
ridiculous. He's just not letting Masu hit him with anything.
Protoplasm second.
Griffin also has
But you could also build it first.
Serpent's Fang here to cut through shields to reduce the effectiveness of the Seraphine shields.
It's plausible.
Maybe it's going to help. Some poke lands now.
Jace is bot lane, so
Yeah, you don't build both these items. Both these items is
hard
fake.
engager. Do we send someone?
And I
to
feel
respond
like
to
Heartsteel
Squad,
is just fake in
taking a
this
little
game
bit of
anyway.
poke. Now, Gakos is going to be
Heartsteel
the
is
one
really
calling
like a
off. He will
solo
be
queue
looking
game
for
where you
the
can
base.
tell
His
the
squad's
game
gonna
is
get
going to be
him around
really
on the side.
skirmishy.
The Reflect going to be used here by Darkwing, so he will be much more vulnerable now. And FlyQuest do
Rahel next item
get
is Troll,
some
no?
control here
We'll see
around
when the
that
HUD comes
topside
back up.
Baron.
All right. Retaining mid-wave control, retaining vision control over Baron.
No, BT makes sense.
But at the very least there for Sentinels, Impact is able to spend his time bottom. And the rest of the team doesn't get caught. That was a little dangerous period there where they're like, okay, Impact,
in a lot of
got to go take care of the wave on bottom side.
There's not too much armor on
and the
enemies.
rest of the team has to play a little defensively and deny the engage again.
Did you like the call from Gakos to base there? I kind of feel like he should have just pushed the tier 2. You know, you already saw all 5 members from Sentinels. No one's responding to him. You're struggling to actually make anything happen in these like 5v5 standoffs.
Yeah,
so I feel like if he was able to force someone to respond, then
and
he
your
could
versus
maybe group
poke.
and try
Like
to make a play
BT
on
is
the
just
other side.
it's a
but
good item to be off
just
the
wanted
slot.
to base.
Yeah, maybe they need to
We can
invest
sit here and
in
we
a
can sit
little
here and
bit
debate whether or not we
more,
feel like
a
it's
warding pattern that would see the arrow come
it's like
down.
optimal for DPS.
Maybe he's worried about like, oh, if I get hit by an arrow, then Impact can kill me.
Can definitely do that for
and
sure,
then like
but
the rest of
it's
the team
not bad.
still
Yeah.
couldn't like rush Baron.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah, he knows. He
pretty hard
knows.
to
He
do
knows.
too,
He knows.
so
He knows.
It is.
honestly, FlyQuest,
He knows. He made a mistake. He knows.
it is difficult at this point because you have so many things to work around that Sentinels had, but keep on pushing. They did get the Serelda's Grudge just completed now for Gakos. So maybe that will make the poke more substantial and the
Also,
slow can
Shojin
help
third
out.
allowed
You
here.
can see Rahel
as
now has
Masu.
his BT completed, which is
I think
going to make
Masu
it that much
should
more
be going
difficult to
armor.
knock him down.
Armor
Poke
pen
is going to
third.
matter a lot less. And obviously does have that Seraphine there to protect him. This time Masu landing a lot of poke there onto Hambach. Gets a good
Son.
amount of damage out onto him. Nice sidestep there, but
Son.
actually he's back into the root.
There's
Thankfully, he
Mikkel
will
from
be
Cryogen,
staying
so
pretty
it's
healthy, and it's Aurora pushing topside,
less
trying to
scary.
force a response.
And look at the wards. He has so many wards here that could come in for teleports for the Aurora. One behind Raptors, one behind their own jungle. He's going for the Gromp ward.
Yep, he's going in very far
don't know
behind
he's
them, and he
there.
hasn't been
Oh,
spotted
he's got
just yet.
such a good
Hombach
angle.
getting low. In
Is
fact,
he even on
Arise
vision
with
and trying?
the
No, he's
shield.
not.
And
Oh,
here
they
he
saw him
goes.
somehow.
He's instantly
What?
arrowed. He does
What?
get it as
How did they know?
The encore across everyone.
Is this fine
though. Look
for
at the
them?
damage coming in on Quad. He is set
I think their
running.
front line
It's all
got
up to
fried a bit too
Masu.
quickly.
Hombach is trying to protect for Hell, but Griffin
That's really
butts in
unlucky, man.
on
I actually
him,
felt like
and down
Sentinel's
goes
start to that fight
Rahel.
wasn't even that bad.
And
Wow.
no matter how
completely
resilient
fried by
they
the
were,
damage. Good
Sentinels
stuff, man. Bit
cannot
of a
get
wallet
it
lift
across
there.
the finish line in this one. They made FlyQuest work for it, but that flank from Quad is going to
Good stuff,
seal the
FlyQuest.
deal in
Because at the end of the day,
game
I do want FlyQuest to
They
win.
destroyed
More than I do
him
Sentinels.
right there. FlyQuest
that's
gonna
game, that's
grab
game.
a win. Push us to another
Sorry if I'm a bit
one.
low energy, guys.
Push
Again,
on
I'm
the
just super
base
fucking
here.
tired.
It's
I'm
just
going
up
to
to
go
these two
slot some
members.
food
Can they
in the air
cut the
fryer.
wave? Hombach is not that tanky in the middle of 5. FlyQuest knocked down the first Nexus Tower, knocked down the second, and will push us
I know,
to
I've got to stay up for
game
another
3
hour.
here
And I don't get
against
to play
Sentinels.
Pragmata, man.
We are in for a treat.
Ah!
Ooh. Quad and Griffin were really ripping in that last one. I like the move. No hesitation from FlyQuest.
You see
Immediately
Trump and
jump on
Obama
them.
confirm aliens
he
are
even
real.
went the Ash arrow right in the face. It just opens up space for the other carries
Bus?
there. All right, analyst test. How you feel about that? We're going
Yeah,
to a
90
bonus
seconds
game.
of ads, man. Enjoy.
Oh, we're feeling fantastic. We're feeling good over here. This was what we expected to be the closest
I'll be right back.
series coming into the weekend, and it's delivering. After that first game, it felt like Sentinels were on top of the world, but FlyQuest, what a turnaround.
And what a way to do it. You get Ezreal Karma, you get the...
I was muted when I said that. I'm scared of DMCA. And I don't know how long I'm going to be.
Something that got a lot of attention this week. Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth.
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to. So if you want to make an announcement,
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
we know illegal aliens are real.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals.
The leader of the free world.
In the mouth, that is not a soul kill.
Okay, just the presence is
the
enough.
The presence is all you need. He's a get-out mechanic. Then he gave him confidence.
That was just
he gave him confidence to go crazy.
But let's take a look at our player of the game. For me, it was initially Quad, but it is Griffin. I switched at the end as well.
Wow,
Azale's
been the only one who has been not voting in the pack.
Yeah. That's actually kind of messed up.
Come
that
on,
you decided.
high mentality, Azale.
No, that's on you.
That's on me.
That was a brotherly love that you guys had.
You did change your vote from Quad to Griffin.
Griffin earned it. He convinced me.
Yo, he's not supposed to talk about classified information.
You guys don't have that like that anymore?
No, that was Freak's thing. That was Freak's thing with Azale, yeah. I'm actually growing mine out so I can differentiate.
Oh my God!
Quad got 67% of the vote.
Okay.
Quad has how much?
Cool, man.
How much percent?
Like style points, I think.
How much?
Can win it, but team fight execution,
how much?
Griffin, I think
shout out to Massey. I do think he had a really good Israel.
Well, I'm just gonna double down on shaming Kangas because, like, not only did he do Azale wrong, you did the fans wrong. Can you apologize to all of them?
Solo cam on me.
Now,
I'm sorry, fans. I'm sorry for letting you down. I'm sorry for letting my bald brother Azale down. And Quad, I'm sorry for letting you down. But I don't think that you care what I think about you. I think that you care that the fans were behind you, and you had a great Aurora game. So good job, Quad. Oh, what do you want from me? I just did it live.
You served your sentence.
Can't please anybody.
That was a good one.
Can't please everybody for sure. All right. But I think turnaround now, it's a close series.
Yes,
so do we have any flip-floppers? I went Sentinels 2-1. You still both said FlyQuest.
I'm remaining firm.
This is your chant, Raz. Come on.
Boob juggling number.
Identified him as the weak target.
Yeah, I believe that you would stick with your guns.
I'm sticking with my guns.
I want to say something, but I think it's too graphic for the broadcast.
Respect.
Shout out.
Respect for that. The first time ever. Quad, first time Aurora. Raz, first time sticking with his predictions. There we go. But
there's at least one other time you stuck with your prediction.
I don't know. I'm just going for it. Trying to do content over here. All right. Reminder that during LCS Spring Split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event like the Spring Finals. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. We got a Game 3 ahead of us as Sentinels and FlyQuest both pick one. We'll see you after this break.
Oh my god, I'm boosted.
My plan already ruined. Oh, this is tough.
If I'm gonna get disqualified, I might as well say no.
That's so grief, man.
And now we just do the magic.
I'm going in.
That's pathetic.
Music. No. Where's my mouse? Yo. Bombo cart. Oh my god. You got SR Lion tomorrow? Oh my god, Lion, it's not close. I'll be back. God. I love when you count me out. Banger? Yes, sir. We only play good music here. This is what the stream is for, bro.
June 13th and 14th are now on sale. Head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code to book your tickets today. We, though, for now, we're not there just yet, so hold your horses. We got to wrap this series up.
One of these teams could be there.
They could.
All
they both could be
possibilities.
there. Maybe this is the finals.
Oh, yep, could be.
Would be surprising, but it could be.
Certainly would be. Honestly, really good series so far, though. You know,
I own that shit on vinyl.
Back, as we said,
bro, I saw Missed Them Around the Big Steppers.
They could easily do the blasting in the next game. Okay?
I saw the vinyl when I was in America. I wanted to buy it so bad and bring it back to England.
No hesitation either. Big damage
just
on
to
this
say
side.
I have it.
You know, both quad
I ain't even got a record player just to say I got it.
Really early on with some of those kills.
I was so tempted, bro.
Masu and
That
Cryogen,
and I saw a To Pimp a
really
Butterfly
good
one as
use
well.
of the
Oh
Ezreal
my god,
Karma,
the urge to
despite the
not
nerfs,
purchase that.
Just exact same gameplay. Keep on pushing. Keep on poking them down. And now that brings us to our final determining game between
You own both?
the youngsters. And,
Yo, man,
the
don't let me come around your house ever, man.
FlyQuest and Sentinels.
The youngsters and the youngsters.
The youngsters and the youngsters. That's good.
Oh my days! I just realized I've had the
Nocturne, Annie all banned out. So targeting quad.
Oh, dude, I feel bad. I've had the Twitch chat open for like basically the entire stream. I've been ignoring the YouTube chatters. To be fair, YouTube chat has been kind of inactive, so thankfully, just scrolling up it real quick. Thankfully, but like,
because I'm changing it to 2. It's not 1.9 anymore because it works for my argument. I got 2 solo kills.
for anyone who was maybe talking like more than an hour ago, I'm sorry.
But we'll see how he's going to be able
I'm
to
sorry.
perform here in this next game. I mean, FlyQuest, I didn't like their drafting game too, you know, but they had to get those early advantages.
I thought it was really playable.
Were able to get them, so you know it did work out.
I want to see first 3, and then I'm gonna go get my rep.
Team, you know, even when they're in these tough spots, I like when we're getting to
Wow,
highlight
Vayne first ban, maybe
about,
looking
you know,
at early now.
keeping their eyes on the prize, right? Like, you know, how they want to play it out.
I don't want to say
in
like
these different
first pick. I mean, first
situations,
pick would be crazy, but like
to give
pretty
themselves
early.
the best possible chance to win, or at least
Also,
be
Zinzal's
competitive.
still
We're
up.
seeing that, I feel like, more and more.
Zinzal Champ's still up.
Yeah,
It's
interesting.
preferred enchanters are gone though.
So popular as a top
Apology
lane.
not accepted.
And then Sajed for bottom lane too. But I think that is more person specific with his history on the champion.
Do you think Gakkos is a Vayne guy? I feel like that has not been his role for this team at all.
He's an Aurelia guy, so he could be a Vayne guy. I feel like Aurelia guys and Vayne guys are pretty like
they're the same guy.
They live on the same street at the very least.
They're neighbors.
Yeah, for sure.
You can go knock on his door.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, you do it. You bring over some eggs. You're discussing the matchups and stuff. Yeah, you know what? They're close
enough. What are you bringing up those eggs for?
Yeah, it's about baking cookies.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Eggs.
Good ingredient for
any economy. You can just bring eggs like that. You're built like that, Kobe.
It's got a flex like that. Top laners do
Nico.
I can give my neighbors eggs. Not a big deal.
Speaking of flexes, as we were intending to do, the Anivia, the triple flex, the beloved triple flex for very highly likely in support, semi-likely in top lane, and also semi-likely in mid lane. They're all very, very likely, you know, and viable flex positions. You technically could still do it in AD carry. I'm going to say you technically can't do it in jungle because you get reported in 100% of those games.
That's true.
Yeah, very effective as counter pick for either solo lane.
Zin first pick no OP here.
And support here is going to have to go into Jhin and Nico. And I was going to bring up Jhin at the beginning here for Masu because these have been his preferred carries. He has had a strong preference.
And then Griffin just should
for the
just
Ezreal
slam in Zinzal.
And that's what they're putting time in on yet again. And they go right into it. Huge CC bottom lane here with the Nico Jhin. But speaking of CC, you get the Vi, so you always start to think about Talia or Ahri types of mid laners to pair with it. You don't necessarily have to go that angle because that would reveal the flex of the Anivia. This way you can keep full value.
Well, please lock in
triple
Zinzao
flex
and
with the
stay
Anivia.
normal.
They don't have to
Yeah.
reveal anything. All that they reveal is, hey, we have a bit of a dive comp.
And then threaten that you could go Galio on 4.
And a Kaisa.
Lovely. Right,
You know
let me
what would
go get
actually be
mine.
really interesting? I don't think we would get it for anyone except, you know, APA or something like that. But I feel like Vigo mid is actually reasonable into some of these, and I feel like when you're playing into a hard dive, Renata goes so crazy. So, you know, having the ability
It
to
would be worth it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to me. But, you know, I feel like APA would probably be the only guy who likes Nico mid enough that they would even consider it. So I don't think that's going to happen or anything. Kaisa, obviously, as you said, you know, is going to be kind of tipping your hand. You already had the Vi. You are going to be playing dive. Kaisa not really a strong laner if you can't find those all-ins, though, so I do kind of worry a little bit about how the 2v2 will go. Though I'm finding myself reevaluating how I'm looking at Anivia, because obviously Anivia, you know, is a stronger laner than I think I initially gave her credit for. You know, the 2v2 can be quite powerful, but I haven't seen as many pairings where it's like Anivia plus weak laner. It's usually Anivia plus Caitlyn, Anivia plus, you know, like Ezreal. I'm seeing those kind of things, more, you know, lane dominant style. So it'll be interesting to see how this works.
Yeah, I think it could have some pretty good success here. And again, I would put more weight on the Anivia support, but we'll see what the picks end up being for solo lanes here, as you know, FlyQuest, of course, are going to have to reveal a bit more before the full commit is necessary, and they're banning top laners. So Aatrox and Gwen, so they are not believing in the impact Anivia. And if you're looking at the individual players and thinking about how flexible are the individual players, you know, the champion Anivia is really flexible.
Yeah.
But what's the likelihood of impact playing Anivia? It's probably decently low.
I agree with you, but the funny thing is, he won most Fearless in Lock-In. He had the most different champions played, but, you know, I still would not see him as, I would not believe that he is playing Vayne. I would not believe that he is playing Anivia. Maybe I'd be wrong, but I wouldn't believe it until he actually does
Galio,
and, you know,
Galio, Camille 5, go.
An Aatrox Guardian incident or something.
Putting it all up in.
We have thrown out a number of bans up towards top side. Obviously, Vayne was a ban over on the Sentinel side, but Gwen as well as Aatrox, both good protection bans for the Scion.
So and I like this because now their top lane bans just say, okay, fine. Even if it is an impact Anivia,
who cares?
Now you can't flex it to not impact it, you know, Anivia and bully us with an Aatrox or a Gwen, and it gives us a really easy and good Scion pick.
It's a flex.
We do get our Rel. So Huhi Rel. This has been something that even before these last buffs, which I think went really under the radar, Rel is super underrated. Really came back in a big way with the previous patch buffs, not even this most recent one.
Wow,
Huhi was one who jumps back on it really early, and he's always been amazing with the big engage. So it is going to be Dark Wings with his Anivia, who was always, you know, good history with him on the champion, and had confidence. He brought it out even when he was on DSG and had a lot of confidence with it. So I think this looks very comfortable for Sentinels. Impact's history on Shen, also worth noting here. Brought it out at internationals even, and so I do like all these flexes and the threats from Sentinels, and they end up with their players
Run ads,
on the
big bro.
champions that they're super insanely comfortable on. So
yeah,
they could have
you know what?
moved things around, and maybe people would be a little
Crazy
bit
thing
more
is, I don't even need to run ads, but
different champions, but they do find their places into.
Wait, what?
Oh man, this is like perfect for Huhi, perfect for Dark Wings.
Why does my thing say
perfect for
preparing
Impact.
ads here?
And
I don't even need to run them.
that's
I'm going to run them. Enjoy
actually a
it.
really smart draft that they have pulled off.
I agree. I guess the question is, you know, will you be able to dive through the Xin, the Scion, the Nico, right? That is kind of the difficulty here. They have a very cohesive dive comp. Anivia is the one piece that's a little bit kind of like out of left field, but obviously you can set up engages by just walling someone off, you know, looking for it in that way. Shen is a great matchup into Scion, though. It is actually really annoying for Scion. You win out in these scraps. As long as you're pulling the Keyblade through the Scion constantly, you can actually break the Soul Furnace shield before you can pop it almost every time. You can taunt to cancel his Decimating Smash. It is a very nice matchup, and I'm a big fan of Shen in general, so I think that is really cool, and you can obviously, you know, be using the Stand United on the Vi or the Kaisa or whoever as they're diving in.
And not only that, but he's also going to have a hard time in team fights. I love Anivia always into Scion too, because now you got to watch where you're driving. Like, it's really difficult when the enemy team has terrain creation and can just block you like that. So
I think it's 50-50.
They've got a lot of good answers. It also makes Nico's job really difficult because it can be difficult to get a really good Nico ult
Slight
in
Sentinels
this game,
leaning, but not much.
Especially if the lane does not go well. And in order to try and get a little bit of a sneak advantage, a lot of teams have been doing this where mid laner, just walk out bottom with your bottom lane. You know, see if you can get any early trade or action or advantage that way, but is going to have to walk back to mid lane at second here, and Quad gets the push.
Going to be interesting to see how the jungle matchup goes this game, because we had an incredible game 1 from Halbach, really strong game 2 from Griffin. And last week, Griffin was doing all kinds of invades against Cryro. That really was a big story of this series.
It certainly was. I mean, we talked about it in the first game where we had a similar situation as bottom lane gets very competitive there too, but as you see on the screen, just walked into Rappers and he was confident going 50-50 smites here. And he won like 3 in a row, and then his smite was upgraded first too because he was winning these smites on his invades early and completely snowballed and punished the Skarner very heavily. So Griffin has had some games that have looked really, really good, super snowball, super stomps. And also, sometimes at the hands of either Blabber or Inspired especially, been on the receiving end of some very big jungle snowball games and invades. And this time around, he's on Xin into the Vi, which is super good for you early on. And you can force some skirmishes. You can force towards some nice objectives, especially if you've got pushing lanes like the bottom lane that we're seeing. And both junglers, for the 3rd game in a row, all pathing towards those bottom lanes. So we very
it's Dom co-streaming tomorrow.
Might actually see that. So Xin always has a super nice time in the early duels there.
Man, Rahel is just really struggling to get any of this farm. I mean, the wave is pushed in, but they're actually harassing him as he's trying to pick up the CS quite a bit here. So still going to be able to maintain a full wave advantage down on that bot side with the minions now equalized. So that is pretty significant here early on. Rahel has also used his potion. They used the heal on Huhi as well. He does have his cleanse, but that's not going to be that helpful in those potential 2v2s. So we'll see if they can start to stabilize a little bit as they get some more levels. Impact did lose the push early on. Obviously, one of the big weaknesses of Shen, and a lot of times when I talk to pro players and I ask about, oh, Shen's really strong right now in solo queue, you guys consider, they always reference the wave clear's too weak. And we are going to see this connected on it. It's going to be the Vi going down pretty much for free. Walked in, claims the scuttle, but just kind of stood there and took it.
That is a very dangerous crab to go for when your bottom lane is getting pushed in like that.
And your mid lane.
And your mid lane as well. And your
losing jungle matchup.
Vi versus the Xin. And he wants to stick around and make sure he gets this smite correct, which allows Cryogen to get a really good snare. And so props to Cryogen on the Nico, already getting the Nico value. So he snared him off the crab, and his tale as old as time.
I mean, that was good CC.
Jungler death for a crab.
Maybe he thought, hey, it's worth using my flash for this. I'll just smite it, and then I'll flash over the wall. But he gets rooted, then Deadly Flourish, then Scatter, Knock Up. Like,
I'll dominate join the war. LEC versus co-streamers on the side of LEC.
Scatter connected before
what did he say?
But all the other CC was there. And the problem, Masu got first blood, so Umbach might not have to deal with that, but their bot lane was already losing. The wave is frozen on them very heavily now, and Masu has double buffs in an already winning lane, and that wave positioning is terrible. Rahel is going to have no choice but to just base, but you base here, you are denying that entire next wave because there is a cannon. So
he needs to fin out the wave a bit.
You're going to lose those 6 minions. You're already down 4, so
yeah, no, the wave is a bit fucked.
Further behind.
It's actually not. He can't. He can't.
Actually stay around, have a little bit of regen from that red buff, and he feels like he's in a decent enough position and didn't want to miss the cannon.
Whew. Yeah, I mean,
still good wave state. He just couldn't base there.
It's painful down there. Masu's gonna have really big burst damage. People always complain about Jhin. He doesn't do anything, Mr. Useful, meaning useless. But he's going to be actually useful this time around,
like that.
especially with the Nico lane. Going to have some really, really potent pick potential. I'm still thinking, though, about the...
Is he co-streaming tomorrow?
As we see another little trail on jungle
Crap
here.
on your brain.
Got Crab on the brain. We'll discuss it later, though, because we got Dragon on the menu.
Crab on the brain.
He
Dragon
played
on
a
the
game
menu.
today.
We'll
Is he
see
co-streaming
if
tomorrow? He has
FlyQuest
to be,
can
right?
push him
Oh,
back.
Bumble Clock!
There with the Shattering Strike on two. Griffin is getting knocked down
Really
so
good.
fast.
Really
Rahel
good play.
Picks up the kill, and that was important as Rahel had been put so far behind. Quad
That's
moving
normally what
down,
happens,
but can't
right?
really find anything. It's just a great engage from Huhi.
If they play on Saturday, he co-streams Sunday.
Support's beating up on junglers, man. Support is OP. They're trashing us out there. Cryogen just wrecked Hombach in the first play. Now Huhi completely annihilates Griffin in the second one as he jumps out after his jungler is able to get the Dragon too. So, I mean, that was a beautiful Q flash from Huhi and grabs the flash from Griffin as Griffin flashes to try and get away from it. Boom, right into it, and he gets the stun. So, nice supports versus junglers, and supports are 2-0, bro.
Yep, and now Vi is level 6 here. He's going to go back in, and in comes the Stand United. They want to fight for this. He's going to be able to claim it. Griffin dies again. Can't get the smite. Even if he did, he would have died regardless, but at least he'd be going home with something.
Well, got the crab.
Yeah, and you're going to get a plate at the very least on top side.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that Stand United is worth it, because Impact has no TP. You have to be really careful with your Shen ults, because sometimes you're doing great in lane, you ult away. He's down 21 CS. You ulted away from a pushing wave, you're going to give up 2 plates. You're going to be down a lot. He got the kill, or he would be mega down.
So this wave at the very least is a cannon wave. Okay, he loses the cannon, but because it's a cannon wave and that took so many turret shots, you know, at least gets back for these.
But 400 gold down off of an ult you got to kill for.
It's still very, very painful. It's a huge resource investment because the cooldown, like you're saying, cooldown's insanely long early on here for the Shen, but you know, it's worth throwing a lot at these crab fights because the crab fights have a lot of mental that go with them as well.
Can't put a price on the destroyed mental of your opponent.
There we
flash forward. They're going to fully send it. The stun is there to follow it up. Quad is in trouble. He will burn down, but not before he gets one back. That is double flash and all committed for a 1-for-1. Not bad from Quad.
Yeah, and yeah, Hombach full sent it here. You have to think that he knew. He was like, okay, yeah, this guy has flash, but it's all good. I'll just die for it. And he's like, I'm gonna full commit and die for this fight anyway. It'll be worth us like denying some minions and stuff.
Wait, why is everyone tweeting about it now?
Flashes, but it does go down, and yeah, gives.
Like I just opened Twitter and there's like 4 tweets
of course,
from
the
different people.
assisted kill, always extra there too. Plus the minions, plus the tower plate. So.
I think I would have agreed if it was just the Vi flash, but Darkwings had to flash to follow up with the stun.
Yeah,
so with the Anivia flashing too, that makes it a lot more tough. And Impact getting aggressive, missed the pull through on that second Q, and doesn't want to commit to it just yet. Griffin is in the area, so if he overchases, he could be in trouble, but is able to deny this cannon, I think, at the very least. So that should be annoying for Geckos.
All right, now that we have some time, I'd like to bring you back to the first crab fight and the theory behind it.
Get this crab off your brain.
The reason that Hombach was not scared of the roam for bot lane up is that he literally did think that Nico was Jhin, and he was because he was wearing monster skin.
Yeah.
He was wearing monster skin. However, you should probably have seen that Nico left the lane first and is probably going to be the first one up there. But that's what I have to think because that's why he was like, oh, I can finish the crab and then I get away because Jhin would have to like auto or grenade me first and then deadly first. So like that's the only real threat there. But because it was actually the Nico wearing the Jhin skin, he was able to hit him with the quick root. I think that
I could believe it. I think it's
usually people don't but
don't usually get tricked, but it happens from time to time.
Maybe.
I mean, I could believe it's something like that, or I think it's that, or he just thought, I'll be able to steal this and then flash out over the wall. Because he was hugging the wall, right? But then he just got CC chained full, so maybe just either way, obviously a miscalculation and a pretty big oopsie. The 2v2 going well again here for Masu and Cryogen, up 500 gold. If Rahel hadn't picked up that kill off of the engage, he would be way out of it. So Sentinels is up that 1 kill, but still down about 1,000 gold as the lane's going way better here for FlyQuest.
Yep. Hex Optics completed. Masu feeling good.
I like that so much more than the Ghost Blade Rush, by the way. I know sometimes gym players feel like they need it for that move speed, but going to open up the curtain call here as they are full sending out of Dark Wings. That is that missing flash. They're going to pop the Pop Blossom to try to knock him down here. Will be able to finish him off as out goes Gakkos. He is just ulting through to the enemy base where he could probably look for a recall here. I think he has time.
Yeah, should be able to do it right through the minions. ViQ, he doesn't have flash and doesn't want to go, you know, use ulti or anything. Couldn't get there in time, so nice escape from Gakkos. But man, the timing on the bot lane reset. So what happened here is bot lane kind of pressure is leaking. They get their reset for CrowdGen and Masu, and they run straight up through mid lane, right into the range for the Deadly Flourish, into the ultimate, pops him, and then you get Nico follow-up.
Hate when I have a leaky bot lane. Terrible.
It's leaking all over the map, man.
Gotta call your jungler, plug that thing up. Fix that bot lane.
Jungler's on dragon, dealing with the dragons.
Can't get down there. It's gonna keep leaking. Impact's up towards the top side, is going for that Titanic rush here, pretty much as expected. Sometimes people will just kind of go full tank. You know, there's a lot of debate amongst the Shen one tricks on, you know, should you go Titanic? Is it too expensive? Is it more effective to just go full tank and, you know, build a little bit of wave clear here with Sunfire or Hollow Radiance, as a lot of people do prefer.
And then there's the debate of, do you want more damage as we have a fight, though?
Yep, here comes the Stand United. They're going to full send it onto Griffin. It is same place, Deja Vu in the middle of everyone, and he finds a monster engage. The Magnet Storm hitting everyone there as FlyQuest have to run. The Stand United got interrupted, but honestly, that's probably better for Impact.
Yeah, it definitely is. His presence was unnecessary, but the shield and the reset for the fight there is beautiful for Sentinels. Huhi Realm, man, is really, really useful. They're able to get the big clump on the re-engage. I mean, Sentinels here have 2 dragon stacking, and they keep getting these bottom side plays going in their favor.
And look at all the CDR that Hui has already. You know, rush the Lucidity boots, grab the Kindle gem. So he's got the early CDR, and back to back, his flashes have been fantastic. But Griffin is just kind of on these solo missions, right? And sometimes, you know, he's able to get these leads and really create massive advantages because he goes for these kind of aggressive plays. But this is a couple times now that he has been punished.
And, I mean, it can be hard to fight around this bottom lane because, yes, Shen ultimate, you know, the top side always has something extra they can give to it. Also, wait a second, now Impact under tower getting...
Yeah, Impact could be in some trouble. Gakkos going to be able to flash out as they knock down Impact, and now they can set up for a redive here onto Huhi. You can see Hanbok is moving up,
guys,
as is Dark Wings, and Hanbok is going to be spotted. Griffin's just running straight in onto him, and he's going to have to flash back over the wall as he went with the over the side. Now going to be rooted up there by the Jhin. Masu on point with the curtain call, trying to get the kill, but instead it will go to CryoGen. FlyQuest with a great play on the top side, knocked down a couple, and are trying to threaten for first tower.
Man, they really good responses here from them too. I mean, we're getting maximum value out of a lot of these Deadly Flourishes. The range here from Masu.
It was a good impression. I'm glad you enjoyed. I think I was a little bit slow, but otherwise pretty good.
Mid lane play where Quad hit the stun, bot side play where CrowdGen hits the snare. Top side
like
here, they're going to get the
down
tower
in like 20
as well,
seconds.
and that is first tower bonus gold for FlyQuest, pushing the lead to 2.3K, despite the dragon stacking coming from Sentinels.
Yeah, but pretty sparingly.
Big gold lead for them. And as you said,
I eat the way I fall
really
clear.
Just
nice.
The dragon stacking, so we'll see if they can try to maintain control over their push towards Soul, if they're going to have to start giving it up. Impact now has that Titanic.
Thank you, Big Blones.
Will not be that tanky without any resistances just yet. And
yeah, right now I'm basically just playing anytime I'm going to have a decay day, I just play the games to get the decay out of the way.
Titanic, can I raise you?
I just don't want to decay. I'm not like super interested in grinding.
Oh,
you can raise me. I'm down for it.
I'm so addicted. It is so fun. But
I'm like a 100 LP master right now, but my last game was super fake and double
LP.
LP.
He is knocked down through the barrier. No chance to survive there. Didn't have the flash, and Rahel has just been picking up a lot of these kills left, right, and center off of his teammates' great engages.
Yeah, follow-up here really good. Kaisa ultimate. Some of the bot side plays able to answer here. If you give too much money, wait a second, he does get hit with the stun. Can he get fully outplayed with the R button? Not quite yet.
about a 90% of the outplay.
Am I a jungle?
There,
Yes, I'm a jungler, but
getting pretty strong. He's not on a Ludens though. Did go for that black fire torch.
Once upon a time I was a coach.
70 splinters now, so he doesn't have his 100 upgrade for the execute, or that would be full outplay.
Yep, would have absolutely destroyed
I
him
played
there.
the solo lanes and jungle.
Doing his best to hang on to
and
this
technically
tower.
support
Dark
Ultra
Wings
Master.
just going for the pretty standard New Age Roa rush, but we'll see if he is going to be going in towards Leandry second. I always am a pretty big fan of it, but does not look like it with the Mana Crystal. And now they're trying to set up a potential dive here. In comes Masu to try to back him up.
No idea who's going to end up winning. This is a very back and forth game.
This up there, has the passive. It takes them a while, but they do eventually knock down Gatgos, are able to pull off the dive.
And look at that.
Kamosha, if you're serious about
the FlyQuest over 2000
join the
gold
Discord. You might have to come over to
immediately
Twitch to
chopped
get
down
the
here.
Discord link.
Some
Join the
good
Discord.
plays from Sentinels.
And then type in the coaching application.
They still have a Shen ult they could try and use to save for help.
I don't think there's going to be any way to save him
there's
now.
a coaching
he has no flash. They
application.
pop the Stand United.
Stand
he
United
does
works.
reposition himself,
Wow,
and
good
blast
stuff, it
cones
works.
out to safety. Beautifully done there, barely getting out.
and
Impact is going to be in some
on-
trouble. The Herald going to get summoned here.
A couple of different
Darkwing's
things we
not
can
in
talk
position
about
to be able to
getting
actually
coached.
wall this one off, so the charge will
Presuming
come through. I cannot believe he
you're serious.
survived. The Stand United, the Killer Instinct, the Mega Blast Cone, all working in tandem to keep him safe.
He stays alive, but can we say the same for Huhi?
Oh my god,
we can.
You can,
What
right?
the-
Black Fire Torch?
Oh, he popped the pop.
Oh my gosh. That was almost a Black Fire Torch burn down. Quad barely misses out on the kill.
No way! It
What?
stole it!
Oh my god.
Yo, Titanic, baby!
Oh my god.
Hit him with the burst! Did Griffin...
Wait, Griffin had no smite.
Yeah, no smite charge.
Did he use smite, I guess, in the fight? Oh.
I'll go investigate.
That is an unfortunate series of events, let's say that, for FlyQuest.
They barely miss out on 2 kills.
Now they're looking for another potential redive, but Cryogen is here to defend. Impact will be able to sidestep the route. Yeah, they barely miss out on 2 kills back-to-back, including one of a bounty, and then you lose the dragon to a Shen. Ouch. All right,
So-
Kobe's reviewing.
So far, my investigation is revealing that he did smite enemy raptors when he stole them.
Okay.
And I think that's the only
Yeah,
charge.
he just didn't have it.
That's it. But he did get those raptors.
He did get the Raptors. He did lose the dragon. The opponents are on soul point, but he got the Raptors.
And Impact, I'm sure, was laughing.
Yeah.
After he was able to steal that
And we
one.
talked about it, you know, sometimes you're just willing to die for Raptors. And if you're willing to die for Raptors, you're definitely willing to lose a game for Raptors, you know? Quad now, he may be dying for this too.
Good
as
peel from
Ombak
Gatgos.
gonna get knocked away there by Gatgos. Good peel there by Gatgos, keeping
I
the
said that.
buy out of range. So it was
Yeah,
not
I said
able to
that.
get in
Azale,
for the
stop
CC
stealing my
on
words.
Quad. And Masu and Crygen gonna be able to push up and should knock down this tower. Second of the game is Griffin scrapping
stealing
with
my
Impact,
words.
but decides not to fully commit to it.
Okay, bot side as well. They're doing the trailing double solo laner tactic with Gatgos and Quad both having teleports. So they were trying to see if they could find anything there. Can't quite do it. And Gatgos just going to go for his reset now, back up to the other side of the map. Still doesn't have his ult, but they've got both of the teleports. And here we go. Look at the combo. Yeah, so Griffin doesn't have smite, so Q on Impact is really good for stealing jungle monsters already, and then boom. Able to use his Titanic proc. Yeah, Grayson's like, what?
He doesn't have smite. Nice. 지렸다.
Oh, that's a good job by Hombach. Track the enemy smite.
Did they have a ward on their own Raptors then and saw him
They must have
use that?
They must have. I mean, he said he
We're
doesn't
gonna have
smite,
another
so
investigation.
Wow.
Called it out. So well done there by Hombach, tracking the enemy smite. And I think it could also have just been that it got low and he didn't smite.
Yeah,
it,
he's
right?
waiting around. Yeah,
He was waiting around at 600, so he's like, hey, he doesn't have it.
No.
Now Hombach gonna go back in. Nice buffer on the scatter. The Stand United is coming through. It's the flash over the wall onto Quad. Quad gonna be able to flash back over the wall, but Impact chasing him. Hombach is low as Gatgos arrives. Griffin battling in the midst of everyone.
Guys,
McCrygen has been pushed back. Rahel has killed off Masu on the side.
It's not feeling
and
good, guys.
Sentinels are winning out in the fight again.
It's
Griffin
not feeling
doesn't
good.
have the juice to get the job
How do you feel
done,
about
and
coming to
Gatgos
Berlin and doing play-by-play?
has no damage left. Sentinels are going to take down all of FlyQuest. It's going to be a delayed ace.
Ooh, I mean, that on top of the 3 dragons, Azale. Looks like Sentinel's gonna wrap this one up. Let's take a look at how it started. So, Vi in here, immediately jumped on, immediately stunned, but a beautiful ultimate from him. He actually
Just
immunes the
unreal.
stun during the ultimate. Then they get the follow-up. Even with Quad
Clever, but
flashing
not-
over, they can't come back from that one. And Rahel jumped onto Masu, the
Not at this
assassin
point,
in
there's
the
no
back
point.
there. Able
I
to
always
take out
wanted
enemy
to
AD carry
be
as
able to
well.
work LEC.
I mean, that made such a big difference. Masu just gets caught in transition by Rahel, and that is not a 1v1 you can win once Rahel gets up onto that Jhin. So able to get that. Rahel is getting so fed at this point.
I mean, that was just also just a beautiful snipe with the W. You know, it wasn't like, oh, Jhin had opened up on the ultimate and was a stationary target. He was still walking and hits him with the W and immediately takes it in.
Yeah, I mean, they got smacked in the 2v2 pretty hard, but Rahel is up 1.7k, and that is a pretty damn good position. You can see Impact all time on the Shen. Shen has really fallen out of favor in the last quite a few years, but the early days of Impact, he was playing a ton of it, you know, was known for it, even back in the T1 days before, you know, or excuse me, SKT1 days back in the day when they were still called that. So definitely has been a popular champion at times, and he goes Bandle Pipe second. So he's saying, you know what, my carries are strong, we don't need more damage. I just need to apply slows, and the attack speed buff is going to get it done.
It's very good for Vi. It's very good for Kai'Sa, of course, with the on-hit build, especially here for Rahel. So definitely a worthwhile investment. And he didn't even need a Dusk and Dawn to be able to steal the dragon. So
nope,
it's all good. Titanic was enough. And it for sure was, oh, you see a jungler walking around a low health dragon that's below 1400 already, you're like, that guy for sure doesn't have smite.
Why is that guy not smiting? And as FlyQuest trying to get their way in here, this would be Soul, and they are just rushing it down. Hambach and Rahel killing it quickly. Griffin going to be going in. In comes Gakkos into the back line. The dragon at 4k. Griffin looking to get in for it, but he's not going to be able to get it low yet, so they're just going to have to back off because Darkwings is crushing them on the side. Gakkos incredibly low. Griffin's going to go back in. Pops the Crescent Guard. The Pop Blossom across multiple members. Who's in
doesn't
trouble.
matter. Stand United on
dominating those. He
Nope.
knocks down
Live the
Cryogen.
Drake.
Griffin's still
Oh
alive,
my
but
god,
not for
Rahel's
long.
gone in
The killer
insta.
instinct from Rahel goes into the back line. They're
Psycho.
focusing down Quad. Quad is going to get knocked down.
just about
Rahel
alive.
barely survives time and time again. FlyQuest cannot finish off these low health bars. Sentinels walk away from the fight with blinking HP, but only one death in the curtain call can find nothing.
Beautiful again from Sentinels. These team fights. You have Anivia on the side creating so much
And
space.
Jhin
They
right
burn
back
down
on
the
the
front
second.
line first. Force Gakkos to actually try and walk away.
I see.
Anivia wall and ulti creating so much space, and then Rahel is able to burn down the isolated targets there. Here, take a look at it. So walls them off. Then towards the other ones, huge zone with the ultimate. Even with the engage over the top, he knows he's safe because he still has the egg. So they walk up as Gakkos goes for the engage, and they can create this zone where Gakkos is walking out slowly, taking so much damage. Meanwhile, Impact over there with the Shen able to use the dodge zone. And then even during the re-engage, they're just able to immediately pop Cryogen afterwards. Support Nico goes down. They turn back to the dragon for a second, while the only counter kill goes through due to the Syndra ult, and Rahel's like, all right, we got the dragon, I'm in. Ulti into the backline. You always love to see these killer instincts into the backline to finish off these kills, and escapes with his life with the Dragon Soul acquired.
And despite that great start, you know, from the Jhin, it's just looking in these fights like they just don't have the damage to actually knock down that front line. The Syndra and the Jhin really struggling to deal at all with the Shen, and I mean, I hate to kind of beat it out of the horse, but I just don't understand Proto Belt in a lot of these games. I just feel like it's not really getting that much. Yeah, you have the move, but I just feel like that little dash is not worth the amount of sacrifice you have in damage. He has no spell pen, and it feels like they can't kill frontline.
If you only have 4 shots on Jhin, and Shen can block some of them,
yep,
then it is Omega
No comment.
already hard to get through that. And we saw how much work, you know, the Anivia is kind of just like burning down the opposing front line, and they're working through it a lot easier.
Little dash could be a rapper.
So yeah, that plus
Little dash could have been a rapper
it's a lot
segment.
about burst with Jhin and with Nico, and Nico now is like, wow, you can have some moments where
Azir
you
was
can get
Syndra,
an
Azir was
ultimate,
banned,
but
big
you're
dog.
so squishy, you're probably just going to die right after. And if you guys aren't going to be able to burst the enemy, which you're certainly not going to with Chemtech Soul as well on top of it, and already was going to be a difficult task, then seems like Sentinels have a very easy route to try and finish out this game. With Baron and the Dragon
It
Soul,
was the angle.
just
Yeah, I know,
push
it's why I was
all
saying
3
it.
lanes here. You've got a Shen ultimate ready. It doesn't matter.
You just have to go Galio on 3.
That, you know, they
oh, sorry,
have
on
the
4, and just accept that the mid lane matchup
for
could be
like a
fucked.
Scion, ult engage,
Also, to be honest with you, like,
go bursty on somebody,
I
Scion,
know
Nico or
this is
something
going to
like
sound
that,
like very hindsighty, but
your
Darkwings
response
doesn't
time
play
is
that many
very short,
champions, man.
No matter what
Darkwings'
lane
champion
people
pool
are
is
coming
really
from,
small and consists
and
almost
you're
entirely of
very
mages. I actually
durable,
don't
so you
think he
create a
plays a
lot of time.
non-mage champ.
Yeah, I mean, the Quad just can't deal with him. He doesn't have the damage. Quad was
I think there was a random time where he played Yone, he looked
against
homeless.
Gakko's being able to
I think he also
hold
played the
this top
Tristana
side
game last year,
pretty
maybe.
effectively, but
I can't remember if
Sentinels
it's him I'm
battle
remembering or
back
not.
again. You know, they get themselves into these
Couldn't this be an
deficits, but
OK
they're
Ari game?
Really playing well from a deficit.
Ari was
They were
banned.
down, what, 2.5k around, I don't know, 13, 15 minutes?
I don't know,
something like
Galio
that.
just made the most sense,
And they
I
are
think.
in full control about 10 minutes later, looking
And
like
then they can't
the
put
game
Anivia
is gonna
top. They
end
could only
soon
worst case
for
go
them.
support. And then fuck knows what they
Nice,
put.
nice
You
long
know what I mean?
team
I
fights
just
from Sentinels.
Galio into,
And
like, try to see if you can get a Camille
very
angle
important
on
dragon
5
take
was the
too.
way.
The steal from Impact ends up being critical here. So props all around to the entire team, and we get to play our game of, who deserves the player of the game the most? Now, I know a lot of people are going to say Rahel.
Grew up and pick
There's
Veigar.
Kaisa getting a lot of kills.
I mean,
I think that would be valid. But there's a
Not
lot.
wrong.
There's a lot of other good options too. I mean, he had some very nice Rel engages. I think this time around, I am, leaning towards the Rahel crowd. Even though the previous one I went for Huhi, but definitely liked it. All right, here we go with the attempt for the side lane play. And this is
Shen
one of those
stood
attempts
still
where
for
you're
25
like,
seconds.
But we gotta try something,
Could
guys.
Jin
and
kill
so,
him?
Yeah.
I mean, you can say,
Honest to God,
"Haha, you didn't
I
get
actually
it,"
don't
but,
think you could.
Yeah, I mean, even if Griffin caught up, are they
Cassio
really
would be
gonna
fine
kill
here
him?
or
I mean,
no?
they're
I
down,
think Cassio
even
into
your top laner's down
Anivia
3
is a
levels,
nightmare.
and Hambach going to be pushing in here, but like you say, you got to try
From
something.
what I recall.
Where it is
I
just
remember that
gonna be a
matchup apparently
slow
being
bleed,
really bad.
And this game definitely looking
I
like
could
it
be
is
wrong
going
and
in
I
that
could be working
direction.
on outdated
May
information, but I
offer up,
think
an
it's
Impact consideration
really
as well.
bad.
You know, Impact did lose the early lane 1v1, but he stole the dragon. He made nonstop, Standing United plays down towards the bot side. I think he's played pretty darn well, and he's frontlining effectively. It's always nice to see Impact back in form. Timing that parry really well in the 5v5.
I don't know, solo queue is not really gonna. This is one of those matchups I can tell you because Anivia just randomly gets solo kills in
a lot of
lane
good options, I feel like, this game for
when it shouldn't.
Definitely agree.
So like,
Darkwing, good zone control, good Nivea play so far.
Excuse
Let's
me.
see how they've
So I
finished,
feel like,
And,
solo queue
honestly,
lanes are not gonna matter
only
much.
30 seconds on the Elder Dragon. That might be the angle because their defensive siege is okay. With Anivia, you can always wave clear. But their offensive siege and hitting the towers is very slow for Sentinels. So it might be a Elder Dragon angle for them.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, it's all about the hard engage, right? When you are playing with a Kaisa, it's so dangerous to walk up and just try to hit that thing. Remember, after the broadcast, head on over to the Cloud9 YouTube and Twitch channels for the scene. Oh, we're going to find an engage. Pop Blossom coming through. Rahel is going to go in, but Rahel maybe went too far. He goes into the stasis. He could be in a lot of trouble here, flashing out to safety for now, though. Impact getting low. The curtains are going to get called. Rahel is going to get knocked down. He has
Impact didn't get hit by the full shot.
Finally killed off. Gakko's flashes out. Crygen is incredibly low. It will just be the trade of kills, but FlyQuest finally getting one back.
Rahel
We're getting really exotic
he really
at that
wanted
point.
to use it and make a super cool play, but he invests so much, getting so deep in there, and has to flash out afterwards.
Interesting
doesn't
build
get
from
damage
Darkwings.
off, and that is the biggest advantage that they have. Regardless of that, though, regardless of it, they still have control of the dragon setup. They're still gonna go for that Elder Dragon.
Into
Now
Bloodlust.
it is no Smite FlyQuest on the approach. Griffin 10 seconds on his death timer. He would also have to walk all the way from base. So FlyQuest,
Our
they're trying to
Sentinels,
push him off anyway. They want to go for the fight and make
They don't
sure
want to do this? Oh, right.
that during the
Really?
time where they
I
have
guess
no
he's
jungler,
really fed,
at
but-
least Sentinels don't take the Elder Dragon, and Sentinels will respect the move.
This is Anivia build. Oh, no, I wasn't flaming it. I like it a lot.
So he uses the Seekers, but now he has it up and ready to go.
I think this
once
combination
again.
of items is good.
FlyQuest will knock down a tower on the bot side, claim that bounty, and Gakko's
I only wish there was
pull
like,
the
well,
Elder.
I guess Kaisa does a lot of
Hambach
it.
has base, and he has a GA now, so he's coming back out from base here. Quad completed
And Shen
the
is
death
like a
gap,
lot of
and he is
magic
going to be teleporting
mixed.
back in to join the team. Huhi, though,
Huhi's on
looking
side.
for a
Did they see
flank.
him?
He's
They
not
see
been
him, but-
spotted, and Huhi could be getting into the back line. Now Quad going to try to mark him. Hambach going to get involved on this. Does vault over the wall. Crygen looking for the
good
Pop Blossom,
Zonias.
but Rahel is just going to pop the
Rahel's
Zonias.
gonna
Masu's in
pop the
trouble on the
ult to get out
side
there.
as he gets
Oh, he just
flashed on
killed
there by
Crygen
Huhi
instead.
and stunned
That's
up, and Masu is going to get knocked
Ah,
down
yeah.
by Hambach. FlyQuest have no no
Game looks
damage.
chill,
It's
actually.
a double for Rahel. Masu is not going to be
Game
able to
looks
survive.
chill.
Quan has to
Careful.
flash to safety, but it's a 1v5, and this should do it for Sentinels.
Great stuff from Sentinels. Nice approach there. This time around, Rahel knows, all right, just the Nico and the Scion on my side. There's not a lot of damage there. I can definitely go for the full engage. Uses the upgraded Zonias, and Sentinels cleanly are going to end out this game.
Going to be able to march it down here and finish it off.
I don't know, the
Sentinels
death
going to get
timers are
their
in a
first
really weird
series
spot.
win of the split
Nico
here,
come out
move
on-
themselves
can
to 1
they-
and 2.
Guys,
People were favoring
This could get
FlyQuest
freaky.
in this
Oh,
one.
no, no,
We'll
it's
see
over,
if
it's over.
FlyQuest
It's
can
over, it's
hold
over, it's
on.
over, it's over.
Their respawns are coming through here very shortly, but Rahel is just focusing down the
Yeah,
towers. Masu is
you know,
back up. Quan is still here. There's a lot of the curtains are going to get caught.
Ah,
And
that's a
there's the
GA.
pop
That's
already.
who
Darkwing
he
is
probably
running for the
dead.
hills.
No,
Cryogen's
he doesn't have
trying to
enough
get back
damage.
up. Hombach going to turn and fight. It
Oh
might just
my.
kill Cryogen.
Oh
Elder and the
no.
Baron are both alive, and the jungler
Oh,
is dead. They
God.
can try to rush out here and get more. Griffin is going to look, and look at the devastation on the face
Guys.
of Golden Blue. He knows this is a problem. How much
Guys.
can FlyQuest get, though? And remember, their Nexus is very exposed.
I always like Elder because then Elder, you can like for sure go get the Baron afterwards. Wait, Rahel is
Rahel's
gonna,
soloing
is
it.
Rahel by himself up there?
Can he solo it?
Soloing the Baron?
Can Rahel solo it? Does he have lifesteal? Can he solo it?
Okay, so they can take
he's
the
gonna
Baron
Shen ult
with
him.
the Shen shield
Oh, that's so
up there
smart.
to Rahel. So it's going to be a trade. And
Okay.
you do, again, you're still
Well-
going to want the Elder for the combat power.
Ay, ay, ay.
But at least for Sentinel's sake, they're able to trade. Rahel goes up there, plenty of damage, and so Sentinels at least are going to be able to salvage it there. I would still like to retract my previous statement of the clean part, though, for the end for Sentinels.
That's fair.
Redacted.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, we can scrub that out. But FlyQuest, hold on. I do think, you know, yes, the Elder is more powerful, but Sentinels can just delay with the Baron. You've got Anivia, you've got Baron,
Yeah.
you don't need to fight. There's nothing else on the map for them to take, so it was really important that Sentinels did get the Baron from that spot. Of course, FlyQuest do survive, and will be looking to try to hard force a fight. Let's see if they can find anything, because the fights are going to be heavily in their favor. And now with this additional power that they have, and they are going to be pushing it up, but yeah, this is all Sentinels really has to do. Just Baron empower these minions, clear out the waves, and just refuse to interact for the next minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and now you're starting to get a lot of the extra AP for Rahel too, so the W's are going to be super annoying.
Ouch.
Those things keep landing too, so he just gets more and more. All right.
FlyQuest, though, maybe going to try to force here. Gakkos moving forward is going to get walled off. They're knocking
Bro, the
down the
cooldown
tower.
is so low on that,
Zombuck is
even
on the
if he
side.
doesn't hit
Sentinels intelligently just back it up, but Gakkos is going to try to just force it down. They know this might be their only chance to try to make something happen. Impact on the side is going to get jumped on, knocked up, scattered. Impact has to shadow dash back over the wall. Will stay safe. Next wave coming in now for FlyQuest. They are really trying to force here.
Wave clear from Anivia is very difficult to deal with, and the walls, just the wall spam, wave
This
clear.
would
Look
just
how
be
much
the
damage
most
the tower has
absurd
taken.
thing of all time.
Almost none. There, like put a tiny scratch on that thing. Anivia
Oh,
wave
we're
clear
just
is
waiting
already
we're just waiting for the
famous worldwide, has been for decades. But also with a Baron buff, yeah, pretty hard to make any inroads into the Sentinels' territory there. So they are able to stall off during the Elder Dragon buff, but again, it's another negative Baron power play because of it.
The third item, Sunfire, is seeming super random from Gakkos. I'm not going to lie. We already have Titanic, but maybe that's all he can complete. Masu does have his Infinity Edge, so now Jhin starts to actually become real. People make fun of Jhin early game, you know, mid game. Yeah, I do think the damage is quite low, but this champion does scale really, really effectively. He has a pot in his inventory. He has the Infinity Edge. You do get to a point where your burst is real, so we'll see if FlyQuest can make anything happen. The Baron buff is about to expire here. 20 seconds. Impact pushing heavily on the bot lane. And FlyQuest not sure if they want to go for it. Impact just taunts the safety and will stay safe.
They can't really siege with Baron that crazy.
True. Not a good siege comp. That definitely has been established throughout the game. They haven't really been able to push. It's really just two teams looking for fights, right? That has been what this has been all about. You can see a lot of defensive itemization is done now. Rahel has obviously had the Zonies for a long time. Now he has the Banshees on top. The GA is almost back for Hombach as well, which is going to be a big one.
All right. Man, this is a lot longer than we were looking at or expecting.
This game feels a lot longer than a 57-minute game.
Can you actually make
35-minute game, sorry.
Any sort of a pick here with your defensive vision already up? Sentinels so far doing a good job clearing it out methodically, waiting for the rest of the team here. Support plus jungle, move in, make sure they have plenty of vision to support the split push.
There's 4 Drakes,
get your 4-1 split push, apply your pressure. Mid wave already has super minions with the inhibitor down, so you have this extra line. They can try and walk down, and Shen ultimate is ready here for impact. So setting it up once again. And again, you don't want to make any big blunders because in 2 minutes, the Elder and the Baron are both going to be back on the map. So it is nice if you see something present itself, but you don't want to check into too much darkness. And defensive vision here with a small map is actually, you know, easy for FlyQuest to just, all right, we're going to hunker down. We've got a couple minutes before the big objectives do get here. So Sentinels are like, you know what? All right, fine. Nobody's going to stick their head out. We'll just take the conservative, easy extra advantages of your jungle camps. Keep you pinned inside your base so that we know any of the wards that you previously had would have expired, and we have found all of the pink ones already. So the approach for you, FlyQuest, is going to be very dangerous and difficult out of the base into full darkness once it does happen. But because it is a Chem Soul Rift, you do get the extra plants, and those can actually help a lot in some of these contests later. The plentiful Scryer's blooms cover a large area.
This is spooky, man.
Maybe that will be the key.
Baron and Elder up same time.
Look at this from Masu. He picks up the Seekers, which I actually think is a pretty intelligent buy. With 1,600 gold, what are you going to get that's better at this point in the game?
Yeah, like Immune of Vial or something.
Exactly. Immune of Vial that's coming in, that is going to be really powerful. Maybe that buys time, you know, for Hell Killer and sinks in and you pop that for your team to try to turn around on her, because a BT or whatever is not going to save you in that position. And he is going to be having the Vamp ready, you know, probably from Runes. Obviously, he has Fleet Forward, but also has the potion still in inventory. So I do think it's a pretty intelligent buy here. Though it is not a common one, they're going to be able to land the Deadly Flourish over onto Huhi. All the teams know this is likely a one-fight game, probably going to come down to this Elder, and it is going to be Sentinels in the area starting it up immediately. And we'll see how FlyQuest can try to approach. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is. Walls off mid. Gecko's trying to run straight through those.
Yeah, it's still the Shen just pushing through bot, trying to put the pressure on this. Dragon is getting incredibly low, and Griffin is not able to get there. They're claim it. In comes the Stand United. Hombok is into the backline. Griffin is bursting down. He pops the Crescent Guard, trying to stay alive. Hui trying to get in there to finish him off. Flash forward from Darkwings. The first kill is going to go their way. The Pop Blossom is theirs. Rahel's in the backline with the Stasis pop. Everyone on FlyQuest is falling. They got there too late, and it was far too little. Gatkos will try to buy some time, but they got away bot. It doesn't even matter. Sentinels finally will seal the deal with a teleport down to bot lane. They're going to take the series, knock down FlyQuest, and finally claim their first victory of the split with a monster performance from Rahel on the Kai'Sa. Looking good in this one.
Congratulations to Sentinels. They
Fair play. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. Normally I stay for the post games. I am so tired.
But Hombok's smite is good, and so are Sentinels.
I am so tired. I am gonna end here. Thank you so much for watching. Obviously, I might not be here tomorrow. I might be going to visit my grandma. But obviously, if you're not in the Discord, feel free to join it. You'll get notifications in there. I'll also just be talking about whether or not I'm streaming tomorrow. And people talk about games, other stuff too. So feel free to hop in there. It's a nice place to relax in. And you know, experience beautiful Jamada discourse. Otherwise, the YouTube video came out today, so check out the YouTube on that side. Check out the YouTube. And like I said, I will maybe be back tomorrow. If I'm back tomorrow, it will be late during LCS. I'm not sure. I might just take the day off, depending on how long it takes for me to get back home. And if I go again, it's kind of like a moving plan thing for me at the minute, so I'm not fully sure.
low.
Oh, Humbug's gonna do the interview and who he's gonna translate. That's cute.
I think that we were right about one thing, though. All
Well,
of us agreed
yeah,
it was gonna be
guys,
close.
enjoy the
We
interview.
all thought it was gonna be
Go and
close.
watch the interview. If you don't have the link, go watch this. This will be cute. Go watch it. It will be cute. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, if not tomorrow, Monday. 07, guys.
Translator here.
Multiple jobs in game.
And then the YouTube side, you're getting the stream a little bit longer because I forgot.
For both of you, but actually more for you.
I think the output's still going.
Because in the final fight, you guys had a really
Pretty sure the
great
output's still
Rel
going.
Shen ult combo, and it was really
Where are we at? Take it easy, YouTube stream. Bye bye.
Fight setup around that elder.
I mean, last fight, you know, like we kind of had a mistake previous elder, so we